Section 23 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by George W. Eliot. Preface to Shakespeare, by Samuel Johnson. Part 2. Whether Shakespeare knew the unities and rejected them by design, or deviated from them by happy ignorance, it is, I think, impossible to decide and useless to inquire. We may reasonably suppose that, when he rose to notice, he did not want the admonitions of scholars and critics, and that he at last deliberately persisted in a practice which he might have begun by chance. As nothing is essential to the fable but unity of action, and as the unities of time and place arise evidently from false assumptions, and by circumscribing the extent of the drama lessen its variety, I cannot think it much to be lamented that they were not known to him, or not observed. Nor, if such another poet could arise, should I very vehemently reproach him, that his first act passed at Venice, and his next in Cyprus. Such violations of rules, merely positive, become the comprehensive genius of Shakespeare, and such censures are suitable to the minute and slender criticism of Voltaire. Non usque adeo permiscuit imis longus summa dies, ut non, si voce metelli serventur leges, malint a cessare tolli. Yet, when I speak thus slightly of dramatic rules, I cannot but recollect how much wit and learning may be produced against me. Before such authorities I am afraid to stand, not that I think the present question one of those that are to be decided by mere authority, but because it is to be suspected that these precepts have not been so easily received, but for better reasons than I have yet been able to find. The result of my inquiries, in which it would be ludicrous to boast of impartiality, is, that the unities of time and place are not essential to a just drama, that, though they may sometimes conduce to pleasure, they are always to be sacrificed to the nobler beauties of variety and instruction, and that a play, written with nice observation of critical rules, is to be contemplated as an elaborate curiosity, as the product of superfluous and ostentatious art, by which is shown rather what is possible than what is necessary. He that, without diminution of any other excellence, shall preserve all the unities unbroken, deserves the like applause with the architect, who shall display all the orders of architecture in a citadel, without any deduction from its strength. But the principal beauty of a citadel is to exclude the enemy, and the greatest graces of a play are to copy nature and instruct life. Perhaps what I have here not dogmatically, but deliberately written, may recall the principles of the drama to a new examination. I am almost frighted at my own temerity, and when I estimate the fame and the strength of those that maintain the contrary opinion, am ready to sink down in reverential silence, as Aeneas withdrew from the defence of Troy, when he saw Neptune shaking the wall, and Juno heading the besiegers. Those whom my arguments cannot persuade to give their approbation to the judgment of Shakespeare, will easily, if they consider the condition of his life, make some allowance for his ignorance. Every man's performances, to be rightly estimated, must be compared with the state of the age in which he lived, and with his own particular opportunities. And though to the reader a book be not worse or better for circumstances of the author, yet as there is always a silent reference of human works to human abilities, and as the inquiry how far man may extend his designs, or how high he may rate his native force, is of far greater dignity than in what rank we shall place any particular performance. Curiosity is always busy to discover the instruments, as well as to survey the workmanship, to know how much is to be ascribed to original powers, and how much to casual and adventitious help. The palaces of Peru or Mexico were certainly mean and incommodious habitations, if compared to the houses of European monarchs, yet who could forbear to view them with astonishment, who remembered that they were built without the use of iron? The English nation, in the time of Shakespeare, was yet struggling to emerge from barbarity. The philology of Italy had been transplanted hither in the reign of Henry the Eighth, and the learned languages had been successfully cultivated by Lilly, Linacre, and More, by Pole, Check, and Gardiner, and afterwards by Smith, Clerk, Haydon, and Ascham. Greek was now taught to boys in the principal schools, and those who united elegance with learning read with great diligence the Italian and Spanish poets. But literature was yet confined to professed scholars, or to men and women of high rank. The public was gross and dark, and to be able to read and write was an accomplishment still valued for its rarity. Nations, like individuals, have their infancy. A people newly awakened to literary curiosity, being yet unacquainted with the true state of things, knows not how to judge of that which is proposed as its resemblance. Whatever is remote from common experiences is always welcome to the vulgar, as to childish credulity, and of a country unenlightened by learning, the whole people is the vulgar. The study of those who then aspired to plebeian learning was laid out upon adventures, giants, dragons, and enchantments. The Death of Arthur was the favorite volume. The mind which has feasted on the luxurious wonders of fiction has no taste of the insipidity of truth. A play which imitated only the common occurrences of the world would, upon the admirers of Palmyrene and Guy of Warwick, have made little impression. He that wrote for such an audience was under the necessity of looking around for strange events and fabulous transactions, and that the incredibility by which matter knowledge is offended was the chief recommendation of writings to unskilful curiosity. Our author's plots are generally borrowed from novels, and it is reasonable to suppose that he chose the most popular, such as were read by many, and related by more, for his audience could not have followed him through the intricacies of the drama, had they not held the thread of the story in their hands. The stories, which we now find only in remoter authors, were in his time accessible and familiar. The fable of As You Like It, which is supposed to be copied from Chaucer's Gamelyn, was a little pamphlet of those times, and old Mr. Cibber remembered the tale of Hamlet in plain English prose, which the critics have now to seek in Saxo Grammaticus. His English histories he took from English chronicles and English ballads, and as the ancient writers were made known to his countrymen by versions, they supplied him with new subjects. He dilated some of Plutarch's lives into plays, when they had been translated by North. His plots, whether historical or fabulous, are always crowded with incidents, by which the attention of a rude people was more easily caught than by sentiment or argumentation. And such is the power of the marvellous even over those who despise it, that every man finds his mind more strongly seized by the tragedies of Shakespeare than of any other writer. Others please us by particular speeches, but he always makes us anxious for the event, and has perhaps excelled all but Homer in securing the first purpose of a writer, by exciting restless and unquenchable curiosity, and compelling him that reads his work to read it through. The shows and bustles with which his plays abound have the same original. As knowledge advances, pleasure passes from the eye to the ear, but returns, as it declines, from the ear to the eye. Those to whom our author's labours were exhibited had more skill in pomps or processions than in poetical language, and perhaps wanted some visible and discriminated events, as comments on the dialogue. He knew how he should most please, and whether his practice is more agreeable to nature, or whether his example has prejudiced the nation. We still find that on our stage something must be done as well as said, and inactive declamation is very coldly heard, however musical or elegant, passionate or sublime. Voltaire expresses his wonder that our author's extravagances are endured by a nation which has seen the tragedy of Cato. Let him be answered that Addison speaks the language of poets, and Shakespeare of men. We find in Cato innumerable beauties which enamour us of its author, but we see nothing that acquaints us with human sentiments or human action. We place it with the fairest and the noblest progeny, which judgment propagates by conjugation with learning. But Othello is the vigorous and vivacious offspring of observation impregnated by genius. Cato affords a special exhibition of artificial and fictitious manners, and delivers just and noble sentiments, in diction easy, elevated, and harmonious. But its hopes and fears communicate no vibration to the heart. The composition refers us only to the writer. We pronounce the name of Cato, but we think on Addison. The work of a correct and regular writer is a garden accurately formed and diligently planted, varied with shades, and scented with flowers. The composition of Shakespeare is a forest, in which oaks extend their branches, and pines tower in the air, interspersed sometimes with weeds and brambles, and sometimes giving shelter to myrtles and to roses, filling the eye with awful pomp, and gratifying the mind with endless diversity. Other poets display cabinets of precious rarities, minutely finished, wrought into shape, and polished into brightness. Shakespeare opens a mine which contains gold and diamonds in unexhaustible plenty, though clouded by incrustations, debased by impurities, and mingled with a mass of meaner minerals. It has been much disputed whether Shakespeare owed his excellence to his own native force, or whether he had the common helps of scholastic education, the precepts of critical science, and the examples of ancient authors. There has always prevailed a tradition that Shakespeare wanted learning, that he had no regular education, nor much skill in the dead languages. Johnson, his friend, affirms that he had small Latin, and no Greek, who, besides that he had no imaginable temptation to falsehood, wrote at a time when the character and acquisitions of Shakespeare were known to multitudes. His evidence ought therefore to decide the controversy, unless some testimony of equal force could be opposed. Some have imagined that they have discovered deep learning and many imitations of old writers, but the examples which I have known urged were drawn from books translated in his time, or were such easy coincidences of thought as will happen to all who consider the same subjects, or such remarks on life or axioms of morality as float in conversation, and are transmitted through the world in proverbial sentences. I have found it remarked that in this important sentence, "Go before, I'll follow," we read a translation of "I pray, seguar." I have been told that when Caliban, after a pleasing dream, says, "I cried to sleep again," the author imitates Anacreon, who had, like every other man, the same wish on the same occasion. The There are a few passages which may pass for imitations, but so few that the exception only confirms the rule. He obtained them from accidental quotations, or by oral communication, and as he used what he had, would have used more if he had obtained it. The Comedy of Errors is confessedly taken from the Menechmi of Plautus, from the only play of Plautus which was then in English. What can be more probable than that he who copied that would have copied more, but that those which were not translated were inaccessible? Whether he knew the modern languages is uncertain. That his plays have some French scenes proves but little. He might easily procure them to be written, and probably, even though he had known the language in the common degree, he could not have written it without assistance. In the story of Romeo and Juliet, he is observed to have followed the English translation, where it deviates from the Italian, but this on the other part proves nothing against his knowledge of the original. He was to copy, not what he knew himself, but what was known to his audience. It is most likely that he had learned Latin sufficiently to make him acquainted with construction, but that he never advanced to an easy perusal of the Roman authors. Concerning his skill in modern languages, I can find no sufficient ground of determination, but as no imitations of French or Italian authors have been discovered, though the Italian poetry was then high in esteem, I am inclined to believe that he read little more than English, and chose for his fables only such tales as he found translated. That much knowledge is scattered over his works is very justly observed by Pope, but it is often such knowledge as books did not supply. He that will understand Shakespeare must not be content to study him in the closet. He must look for his meaning, sometimes among the sports of the field, and sometimes among the manufactures of the shop. There is, however, proof enough that he was a very diligent reader, nor was our language then so indigent of books, but that he might very liberally indulge his curiosity, without excursion into foreign literature. Many of the Roman authors were translated, and some of the Greek. The Reformation had filled the kingdom with theological learning. Most of the topics of human disquisition had found English writers, and poetry had been cultivated, not only with diligence, but success. This was a stock of knowledge sufficient for a mind so capable of appropriating and improving it. But the greater part of his excellence was the product of his own genius. He found the English stage in a state of the utmost rudeness. No essays either in tragedy had appeared, from which it could be discovered to what degree of delight either one or other might be carried. Neither character nor dialogue were yet understood. Shakespeare may be truly said to have introduced them both amongst us, and in some of his happier scenes to have carried them both to the utmost height. By what gradations of improvement he proceeded is not easily known, for the chronology of his works is yet unsettled. Rowe is of opinion that perhaps we are not to look for his beginning, like those of other authors, in his less perfect works. Art had so little, and nature so large a share in what he did, that for aught I know, says he, the performances of his youth, as they were the most vigorous, were the best. But the power of nature is only the power of using to any certain purposes the materials which diligence procures, or opportunity supplies. Nature gives no man knowledge, and when images are collected by study and experience, can only assist in combining or applying them. Shakespeare, however favored by nature, could impart only what he had learned, and as he must increase his ideals, like other mortals, by gradual acquisition, he, like them, grew wiser as he grew older, could display life better, as he knew it more, and instruct it with more efficacy, as he was himself more amply instructed. There is a vigilance of observation and accuracy of distinction, which books and precepts cannot confer. From this almost all original and native excellence proceeds. Shakespeare must have looked upon mankind with perspicacity, in the highest degree curious and attentive. Other writers borrow their characters from preceding writers, and diversify them only by accidental appendages of present manners. The dress is a little varied, but the body is the same. Our author had both matter and form to provide, for except the characters of Chaucer, to whom I think he is not much indebted, there were no writers in English, and perhaps not many in other languages, which showed life in its native colours. The contest about the original benevolence or malignity of man had not yet commenced. Speculation had not yet attempted to analyze the mind, to trace the passions to their sources, to unfold the seminal principles of vice and virtue, or sound the depths of the heart for the motives of action. All those inquiries, which from that time that human nature became the fashionable study, have been made sometimes with nice discernment, but often with idle subtlety, were yet attempted. The tales with which the infancy of learning was satisfied exhibited only the superficial appearances of action, related the events, but omitted the causes, and were formed for such as delighted in wonders rather than in truth. Mankind was not then to be studied in the closet. He that would know the world was under the necessity of gleaning his own remarks, by mingling as he could in its business and amusements. Boyle congratulated himself upon his high birth, because it favored his curiosity, by facilitating his access. Shakespeare had no such advantage. He came to London a needy adventurer, and lived for a time by very mean employments. Many works of genius and learning have been performed in states of life that appear very little favorable to thought or to inquiry; so many, that he who considers them is inclined to think that he sees enterprise and perseverance predominating over all external agency, and bidding help and hindrance vanish before them. The genius of Shakespeare was not to be depressed by the weight of poverty, nor limited by the narrow conversation to which men in want are inevitably condemned. The encumbrances of his fortune were shaken from his mind as dewdrops from a lion's mane. Though he had so many difficulties to encounter, and so little assistance to surmount them, he has been able to obtain an exact knowledge of many modes of life, and many casts of native dispositions, to vary them with great multiplicity, to mark them by nice distinctions, and to show them in full view by proper combinations. In this part of his performances he had none to imitate, but has himself been imitated by all succeeding writers, and it may be doubted whether from all his successors more maxims of theoretical knowledge, or more rules of practical prudence, can be collected, than he alone has given to his country. Nor was his intention confined to the actions of men. He was an excellent surveyor of the inanimate world. His descriptions have always some peculiarities, gathered by contemplating things as they really exist. It may be observed that the oldest poets of many nations preserve their reputation, and that the following generations of wit, after a short celebrity, sink into oblivion. The first, whoever they be, must take their sentiments and descriptions immediately from knowledge. The resemblance is therefore just. Their descriptions are verified by every eye, and their sentiments acknowledged by every breast. Those whom their fame invites to the same studies, copy partly them, and partly nature, till the books of one age gain such authority as to stand in the place of nature to another, and imitation, always deviating a little, becomes at last capricious and casual. Shakespeare, whether life or nature be his subject, shows plainly that he has seen with his own eyes. He gives the image which he receives, not weakened or distorted by the intervention of any other mind. The ignorant feel his representations to be just, and the learned see that they are complete. Perhaps it would not be easy to find any author, except Homer, who invented so much as Shakespeare, who so much advanced the studies which he cultivated, or effused so much novelty upon his age or country. The form, the characters, the language, and the shows of the English drama are his. He seems, says Dennis, to have been the very original of our English grammatical harmony, that is, the harmony of blank verse, diversified often by dissyllable and trisyllable terminations, for the diversity distinguishes it from heroic harmony, and by bringing it nearer to common use, makes it more proper to gain attention, and more fit for action and dialogue. Such verse we make when we are writing prose. We make such verse in common conversation. I know not whether this praise is rigorously just. The dissyllable termination, which the critic rightly appropriates to the drama, is to be found, though, I think, not in the Gorboduc, which is confessedly before our author, yet in Hieronymo, of which the date is not certain, but which there is reason to believe at least as old as his earliest plays. This, however, is certain, that he is the first who taught either tragedy or comedy to please, there being no theatrical piece of any other writer, of which the name is known, except to antiquaries and collectors of books, which are sought because they are scarce, and would not have been scarce had they been much esteemed. To him we must ascribe the praise, unless Spenser may divide it with him, of having first discovered to how much smoothness and harmony the English language could be softened. He has speeches, perhaps sometimes scenes, which have all the delicacy of Rowe, without his effeminacy. He endeavours, indeed, commonly, to strike by the force and vigour of his dialogue, but he never executes his purpose better than when he tries to soothe by softness. Yet it must at last be confessed, that as we owe everything to him, he owes something to us, that if much of his praise is paid by perception and judgment, much is likewise given by custom and veneration. We fix our eyes upon his graces, and turn them from his deformities, and endure in him what we should in another loathe or despise. If we endured without praising, respect for the father of our drama might excuse us. But I have seen, in the book of some modern critic, a collection of anomalies, which show that he has corrupted language by every mode of depravation, but which his admirer has accumulated as a monument of honour. He has scenes of undoubted and perpetual excellence, but perhaps not one play, which, if it were now exhibited as the work of a contemporary writer, would be heard to the conclusion. I am indeed far from thinking that his works were wrought to his own ideas of perfection. When they were such as would satisfy the audience, they satisfied the writer. It is seldom that authors, although more studious of fame than Shakespeare, rise much above the standards of their own age. To add a little of what is best will always be sufficient for present praise, and those who find themselves exalted into fame are willing to credit their encomiasts, and to spare the labour of contending with themselves. It does not appear that Shakespeare thought his works worthy of posterity, that he levied any ideal tribute upon future times, or had any further prospect than of present popularity and present profit. When his plays had been acted, his hope was at an end. He solicited no addition of honour from the reader. He therefore made no scruple to repeat the same jests in many dialogues, or to entangle different plots by the same kind of perplexity, which may be at least forgiven him by those who recollect, that of Congreve's 4 comedies, 2 are concluded by a marriage in a mask, by a deception, which perhaps never happened, and which, whether likely or not, he did not invent. So careless was this great poet of future fame, that though he retired to ease and plenty, while he has yet little declined into the vale of years, before he could be disgusted with fatigue or disabled by infirmity, he made no collection of his works, nor desired to rescue those that had already been published from the deprivations that obscured them, or secure to the rest a better destiny, by giving them to the world in their genuine state. Of the plays which bear the name of Shakespeare in the late editions, the greater part were not published till about 7 years after his death, and the few which appeared in his life are apparently thrust into the world without the care of the author, and therefore probably without his knowledge. Of all the publishers, clandestine or professed, their negligence and unskilfulness has by the late revisers been sufficiently shown. The faults of all are indeed numerous and gross, and have not only corrupted many passages, perhaps beyond recovery, but have brought others into suspicion, which are only obscured by obsolete phraseology, or by the writer's unskilfulness and affectation. To alter is more easy than to explain, and temerity is a more common quality than diligence. Those who saw that they must employ conjecture to a certain degree were willing to indulge it a little further. Had the author published his own works, he should have sat quietly down to disentangle his intricacies and clear his obscurities, but now we tear what we cannot lose, and eject what we happen not to understand. The faults are more than could have happened without the concurrence of many causes. The style of Shakespeare was in itself ungrammatical, perplexed, and obscure. His works were transcribed for the players by those who may be supposed to have seldom understood them. They were transmitted by copiers equally unskilful, who still multiplied errors. They were perhaps sometimes mutilated by the actors for the sake of shortening the speeches, and were at last printed without correction of the press. In this state they remained, not as Dr. Warburton supposes, because they were unregarded, but because the editor's art was not yet applied to modern languages, and our ancestors were accustomed to so much negligence of English printers, that they could very patiently endure it. At last an edition was undertaken by Rowe, not because a poet was to be published by a poet, for Rowe seems to have thought very little on correction or explanation, but that our author's works might appear like those of his fraternity, with the appendages of a life and recommendatory preface. Rowe has been clamorously blamed for not performing what he did not undertake, and it is time that justice be done him, by confessing that though he seems to have had no thought of corruption beyond the printer's errors, yet he has made many emendations, if they were not made before, which his successors have received without acknowledgment, and which, if they had produced them, would have filled pages and pages with censures of the stupidity by which the faults were committed, with displays of the absurdities which they involved, with ostentatious expositions of the new reading, and self-congratulations on the happiness of discovering it. Of Rowe, as of all the editors, I have preserved the preface, and have likewise retained the author's life, though not written with much elegance or spirit. It relates, however, what is now to be known, and therefore deserves to pass through all succeeding publications. The nation had been for many years content enough with Mr. Rowe's performance, when Mr. Pope made them acquainted with the true state of Shakespeare's text, showing that it was extremely corrupt, and gave reason to hope that there were means of reforming it. He collated the old copies, which none had thought to examine before, and restored many lines to their integrity, but by a very compendious criticism he rejected whatever he disliked, and thought more of amputation than of cure. I know not why he is commended by Dr. Warburton for distinguishing the genuine from the spurious plays. In this choice he exerted no judgment of his own. The plays which he received were given by Heminge and Condell, the first editors, and those which he rejected, though, according to the licentiousness of the press in those times, they were printed during Shakespeare's life with his name, had been omitted by his friends, and were never added to his works before the edition of 1664, from which they were copied by the later printers. This was a work which Pope seems to have thought unworthy of his abilities, being not able to suppress his contempt for the dull duty of an editor. He understood but half his undertaking. The duty of a collator is indeed dull, yet, like other tedious tasks, is very necessary, but an emendatory critic would ill discharge his duty without qualities very different from dullness. In perusing a corrupted piece, he must have before him all possibilities of meaning, with all possibilities of expression. Such must be his comprehension of thought, and such his copiousness of language. Out of many readings possible, he must be able to select that which best suits with the state, opinions, and modes of language prevailing in every age, and with his author's particular cast of thought and turn of expression. Such must be his knowledge, and such his taste. Conjectural criticism demands more than humanity possesses, and he that exercises it with the most praise has very frequent need of indulgence. Let us now be told no more of the dull duty of an editor. Confidence is the common consequence of success. They whose excellence of any kind has been loudly celebrated are ready to conclude that their powers are universal. Pope's edition fell below his own expectations, and he was so much offended when he was found to have left anything for others to do, that he passed the latter part of his life in a state of hostility with verbal criticism. I have retained all his notes, that no fragment of so great a writer may be lost. His preface, valuable alike for elegance of composition and justness of remark, and containing a general criticism on his author, so extensive that little can be added, and so exact that little can be disputed, every editor has an interest to suppress, but that every reader would demand its insertion. Pope was succeeded by Theobald, a man of narrow comprehension and small acquisitions, with no native and intrinsic splendor of genius, with little of the artificial light of learning, but zealous for minute accuracy, and not negligent in pursuing it. He collated the ancient copies and rectified many errors. A man so anxiously scrupulous might have been expected to do more, but what little he did was commonly right. In his report of copies and editions he is not to be trusted without examination. He speaks sometimes indefinitely of copies, when he has only one. In his enumeration of editions, he mentions the 2 first folios as of high, and the 3rd folio as of middle authority, but the truth is that the first is equivalent to all the others, and that the rest only deviate from it by the printer's negligence. Whoever has any of the folios has all, except those diversities which mere reiteration of editions will produce. I collated them all at the beginning, but afterwards used only the first. Of his notes I have generally retained those which he retained himself in his second edition, except when they were confuted by subsequent annotators, or were too minute to merit preservation. I have sometimes adopted his restoration of a comma, without inserting the panegyric in which he celebrated himself for his achievement. The exuberant excrescence of his diction I have often lopped. His triumphant exultations over Pope and Rowe I have sometimes suppressed, and his contemptible ostentation I have frequently concealed. But I have in some places shown him, as he would have shown himself, for the reader's diversion, that the inflated emptiness of some notes may justify or excuse the contraction of the rest. Theobald, thus weak and ignorant, thus mean and faithless, thus petulant and ostentatious, by the good luck of having Poet for his enemy, has escaped, and escaped alone with reputation, from this undertaking. So willingly does the world support those who solicit favour, against those who command reverence, and so easily is he praised, whom no man can envy. Our author then fell into the hands of Sir Thomas Hanmer, the Oxford editor, a man, in my opinion, eminently qualified by nature for such studies. He had, what is the first requisite to amendatory criticism, that intuition by which the poet's intention is immediately discovered, and that dexterity of intellect which dispatches its works by the easiest means. He had undoubtedly read much. His acquaintance with customs, opinions, and traditions seems to have been large, and he is often learned without show. He seldom passes what he does not understand, without an attempt to find or to make a meaning, and sometimes hastily makes what a little more attention would have found. He is solicitous to reduce to grammar what he could not be sure that his author intended to be grammatical. Shakespeare regarded more the series of ideas than of words, and his language, not being designed for the reader's desk, was all that he desired it to be, if it conveyed his meaning to the audience. Hanmer's care of the metre has been too violently censured. He found the measures reformed in so many passages by the silent labours of some editors, with the silent acquiescence of the rest, that he thought himself allowed to extend a little further the licence which had already been carried so far without reprehension, and of his corrections in general, it must be confessed that they are often just, and made commonly with the least possible violation of the text. But by inserting his emendations, whether invented or borrowed, into the page, without any notice of varying copies, he has appropriated the labour of his predecessors, and made his own edition of little authority. His confidence, indeed, both in himself and others, was too great. He supposes all to be right that was done by Pope and Theobald. He seems not to suspect a critic of fallibility, and it was but reasonable that he should claim what he so liberally granted. As he never writes without careful inquiry and diligent consideration, I have received all his notes, and believe that every reader will wish for more. Of the last editor it is more difficult to speak. Respect is due to high place, tenderness to living reputation, and veneration to genius and learning. But he cannot be justly offended at that liberty of which he has himself so frequently given an example, nor very solicitous what is thought of notes, which he ought never to have considered as part of his serious employments, and which, I suppose, since the ardour of composition is remitted, he no longer numbers among his happy effusions. The original and predominant error of his commentary is acquiescence in his first thoughts, that precipitation which is produced by consciousness of quick discernment, and that confidence which presumes to do, by surveying the surface, what labour only can perform by penetrating the bottom. His notes exhibit sometimes perverse interpretations, and sometimes improbable conjectures. He at one time gives the author more profundity of meaning than the sentence admits, and at others discovers absurdities, where the sense is plain to every other reader. But his emendations are likewise often happy and just, and his interpretation of obscure passages learned and sagacious. Of his notes I have commonly rejected those against which the general voice of the public has exclaimed, or which their own incongruity immediately condemns, and which I suppose the author himself would desire to be forgotten. Of the rest, to part I have given the highest approbation, by inserting the offered reading in the text. Part I have left to the judgment of the reader, as doubtful, though specious, and part I have censured without reserve, but I am sure without bitterness of malice, and, I hope, without wantonness of insult. It is no pleasure to me, in revising my volumes, to observe how much paper is wasted in confutation. Whoever considers the revolutions of learning, and the various questions of greater or less importance, upon which wit and reason have exercised their powers, must lament the unsuccessfulness of inquiry, and the slow advances of truth, when he reflects that great part of the labour of every writer is only the destruction of those that went before him. The first care of the builder of a new system is to demolish the fabricks which are standing. The chief desire of him that comments an author is to show how much other commentators have corrupted and obscured him. The opinions prevalent in one age, as truths above the reach of controversy, are confuted and rejected in another, and rise again to reception in remoter times. Thus the human mind is kept in motion without progress. Thus sometimes truth and creor, and sometimes contrarieties of error, take each other's place by reciprocal invasion. The tide of seeming knowledge, which is poured over one generation, retires and leaves another naked and barren. The sudden meteors of intelligence, which for a while appear to shoot their beams into the regions of obscurity, on a sudden withdraw their lustre, and leave mortals again to grope their way. These elevations and depressions of renown, and the contradictions to which all improvers of knowledge must for ever be exposed, since they are not escaped by the highest and brightest of mankind, may surely be endured with patience by critics and annotators, who can rank themselves but as the satellites of their authors. How canst thou beg for life, says Achilles to his captive, when thou know'st that thou art now to suffer only what must another day be suffered by Achilles? Dr. Warburton had a name sufficient to confer celebrity on those who could exalt themselves into antagonists, and his notes have raised a clamour too loud to be distinct. His chief assailants are the authors of the Canons of Criticism, and of the Review of Shakespeare's Text, of whom one ridicules his errors with airy petulance, suitable enough to the levity of the controversy; the other attacks them with gloomy malignity, as if he were dragging to justice an assassin or incendiary. The one stings like a fly, sucks a little blood, takes a gay flutter, and returns for more. The other bites like a viper, and would be glad to leave inflammations and gangrene behind him. When I think on one with his confederates, I remember the danger of Coriolanus, who was afraid that girls with spits and boys with stones should slay him in puny battle. When the other crosses my mind, I remember the prodigy in Macbeth. An eagle towering in his pride was by a mousing owl hawked at and killed. Let me, however, do them justice. One is a wit, and one a scholar. They have both shown acuteness sufficient in the discovery of faults, and have both advanced some probable interpretations of obscure passages. But when they aspire to conjecture and emendation, it appears how falsely we all estimate our own abilities, and the little which they have been able to perform might have taught them more candour to the endeavours of others. Before Dr. Warburton's edition, critical observations on Shakespeare had been published by Mr. Upton, a man skilled in languages and acquainted with books, but who seems to have had no great vigor of genius or nicety of taste. Many of his explanations are curious and useful, but he likewise, though he professed to oppose the licentious confidence of editors, and adhere to the old copies, is unable to restrain the rage of emendation, though his ardour is ill seconded by his skill. Every cold empiric, when his heart is expanded by a successful experiment, swells into a theorist, and the laborious collator at some unlucky moment frolics in conjecture. Critical, historical, and explanatory notes have been likewise published upon Shakespeare by Dr. Gray, whose diligent perusal of the old English writers has enabled him to make some useful observations. What he undertook he has well enough performed, but as he neither attempts judicial nor amendatory criticism, he employs rather his memory than his sagacity. It were to be wished that all would endeavour to imitate his modesty, who have not been able to surpass his knowledge. Section 24. Of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. Edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Shakespeare by Samuel Johnson. Part 3. I can say with great sincerity of all my predecessors what I hope will hereafter be said of me, that not one has left Shakespeare without improvement, nor is there one to whom I have not been indebted for assistance and information. Whatever I have taken from them, it was my intention to refer it to its original author, and it is certain that what I have not given to another, I believed, when I wrote it, to be my own. In some perhaps I have been anticipated, but if I am ever found to encroach upon the remarks of another commentator, I am willing that the honour, be it more or less, should be transferred to the first claimant, for his right, and his alone, stands above dispute. The second can prove his pretensions only to himself, nor can himself always distinguish invention, with sufficient certainty, from recollection. They have all been treated by me with candour, which they have not been careful of observing to one another. It is not easy to discover from what cause the acrimony of a scholiast can naturally proceed. The subjects to be discussed by him are of very small importance. They involve neither property nor liberty, nor favour the interest of sect or party. The various readings of copies, and different interpretations of a passage, seem to be questions that might exercise the wit without engaging the passions. But whether it be that small things make mean men proud, and vanity catches small occasions, or that all contrariety of opinion, even in those that can defend it no longer, makes proud men angry, there is often found in commentaries a spontaneous strain of invective and contempt, more eager and venomous than is vented by the most furious controvertist in politics against those whom he is hired to defame. Perhaps the lightness of the matter may conduce to the vehemence of the agency. When the truth to be investigated is so near to inexistence as to escape attention, its bulk is to be enlarged by rage and exclamation. That to which all would be indifferent in its original state may attract notice when the fate of a name is appended to it. A commentator has indeed great temptations to supply by turbulence what he wants of dignity, to beat his little gold to a spacious surface, to work that to foam which no art or diligence can exalt to spirit. The notes which I have borrowed or written are either illustrative, by which difficulties are explained, or judicial, by which faults and beauties are remarked, or emendatory, by which depravations are corrected. The explanations transcribed from others, if I do not subjoin any other interpretation, I suppose commonly to be right. At least I intend by acquiescence to confess that I have nothing better to propose. After the labours of all the editors, I found many passages which appeared to me likely to obstruct the greater number of readers, and thought it my duty to facilitate their passage. It is impossible for an expositor not to write too little for some, and too much for others. He can only judge what is necessary by his own experience, and how long soever he may deliberate, will at last explain many lines which the learned will think impossible to be mistaken, and omit many for which the ignorant will want his help. These are censures merely relative, and must be quietly endured. I have endeavoured to be neither superfluously copious nor scrupulously reserved, and hope that I have made my author's meaning accessible to many who before were frighted from perusing him, and contributed something to the public by diffusing innocent and rational pleasure. The complete explanation of an author not systematic and consequential, but desultory and vagrant, abounding in casual allusions and light hints, is not to be expected from any single scholiast. All personal reflections, when names are suppressed, must be, in a few years, irrecoverably obliterated, and customs, too minute to attract the notice of law, such as modes of dress, formalities of conversation, rules of visits, disposition of furniture, and practices of ceremony, which naturally find places in familiar dialogue, are so fugitive and unsubstantial that they are not easily retained or recovered. What can be known will be collected by chance, from the recesses of obscure and obsolete papers, perused commonly with some other view. Of this knowledge every man has some, and none has much. But when an author has engaged the public attention, those who can add anything to his illustration communicate their discoveries, and time produces what had eluded diligence. To time I have been obliged to resign many passages, which, though I did not understand them, will perhaps hereafter be explained, having, I hope, illustrated some, which others have neglected or mistaken, sometimes by short remarks or marginal directions, such as every editor has added at his will, and often by comments more laborious than the matter will seem to deserve. But that which is most difficult is not always most important, and to an editor nothing is a trifle by which his author is obscured. The poetical beauties or defects I have not been very diligent to observe. Some plays have more, and some fewer judicial observations, not in proportion to their difference of merit, but because I gave this part of my design to chance and to caprice. The reader, I believe, is seldom pleased to find his opinion anticipated. It is natural to delight more in what we find or make, than in what we receive. Judgment, like other faculties, is improved by practice, and its advancement is hindered by submission to dictatorial decisions, as the memory grows torpid by the use of a table book. Some initiation is, however, necessary. Of all skill, part is infused by precept, and part is obtained by habit. I have therefore shown so much as may enable the candidate of criticism to discover the rest. To the end of most plays I have added short strictures, containing a certain censure of faults or praise of excellence, in which I know not how much I have concurred with current opinion. Tut, I have not, by any affectation of singularity, deviated from it. Nothing is minutely and particularly examined, and therefore it is to be supposed that in the plays which are condemned there is much to be praised, and in those which are praised much to be condemned. The part of criticism in which the whole succession of editors has laboured with the greatest diligence, which has occasioned the most arrogant ostentation, and excited the keenest acrimony, is the emendation of corrupted passages, to which the public attention having been first drawn by the violence of contention between Pope and Theobald, has been continued by the persecution which, with a kind of conspiracy, has been since raised against all the publishers of Shakespeare. That many passages have passed in a state of deprivation through all the editions is indubitably certain. Of these the restoration is only to be attempted by collation of copies, or sagacity of conjecture. The collator's province is safe and easy, the conjecturer's perilous and difficult. Yet, as the greater part of the plays are extant only in one copy, the peril must not be avoided, nor the difficulty refused. Of the readings which this emulation of amendment has hitherto produced, some from the labours of every publisher I have advanced into the text. Those are to be considered as, in my opinion, sufficiently supported. Some I have rejected without mention, as evidently erroneous. Some I have left in the notes without censure or approbation, as resting in equipoise between objection and defence. And some, which seemed specious but not right, I have inserted with a subsequent animadversion. Having classed the observation of others, I was at last to try what I could substitute for their mistakes, and how I could supply their omissions. I collated such copies as I could procure, and wished for more, but have not found the collectors of these rarities very communicative. Of the editions which chance or kindness put into my hands, I have given an enumeration, that I may not be blamed for neglecting what I had not the power to do. By examining the old copies, I soon found that the later publishers, with all their boasts of diligence, suffered many passages to stand unauthorized, and contented themselves with Rowe's regulation of the text, even where they knew it to be arbitrary, and with a little consideration might have found it to be wrong. Some of these alterations are only the ejection of a word for one that appeared to him more elegant or more intelligible. These corruptions I have often silently rectified; for the history of our language and the true force of our words can only be preserved by keeping the text of authors free from adulteration. Others, and those very frequent, smoothed the cadence, or regulated the measure. On these I have not exercised the same rigour. If only a word was transposed, or a particle inserted or omitted, I have sometimes suffered the line to stand, for the inconstancy of the copies is such, as that some liberties may be easily permitted. But this practice I have not suffered to proceed far, having restored the primitive diction wherever it could for any reason be preferred. The emendations, which comparison of copies supplied, I have inserted in the text, sometimes where the improvement was slight, without notice, and sometimes with an account of the reasons of the change. Conjecture, though it be sometimes unavoidable, I have not wantonly nor licentiously indulged. It has been my settled principle that the reading of the ancient books is probably true, and therefore is not to be disturbed for the sake of elegance, perspicuity, or mere improvement of the sense. For though much credit is not due to the fidelity, nor any to the judgment of the first publishers, yet they who had the copy before their eyes were more likely to read it right, than we who read it only by imagination. But it is evident that they have often made strange mistakes by ignorance or negligence, and that therefore something may be properly attempted by criticism, keeping the middle way between presumption and timidity. Such criticism I have attempted to practice, and where any passage appeared inextricably perplexed, have endeavoured to discover how it may be recalled to sense with least violence. But my first labour is always to turn the old text on every side, and try if there be any interstice through which light can find its way. Nor would Huetius himself condemn me, as refusing the trouble of research, for the ambition of alteration. In this modest industry I have not been unsuccessful. I have rescued many lines from the violations of temerity, and secured many scenes from the inroads of correction. I have adopted the Roman sentiment, that it is more honourable to save a citizen than to kill an enemy, and have been more careful to protect than to attack. I have preserved the common distribution of the plays into acts, though I believe it to be in almost all the plays void of authority. Some of those which are divided in the later editions have no division in the first folio, and some that are divided in the folio have no division in the preceding copies. The settled mode of the theatre requires 4 intervals in the play, but few, if any, of our author's compositions can be properly distributed in that manner. An act is so much of the drama as passes without intervention of time or change of place. A pause makes a new act. In every real, and therefore in every imitative action, the intervals may be more or fewer, the restriction of 5 acts being accidental and arbitrary. This Shakespeare knew, and this he practised. His plays were written, and at first printed, in one unbroken continuity, and ought now to be exhibited with short pauses, interposed as often as the scene is changed, or any considerable time is required to pass. This method would at once quell 1,000 absurdities. In restoring the author's works to their integrity, I have considered the punctuation as wholly in my power, for what could be their care of colons and commas, who corrupted words and sentences? Whatever could be done by adjusting points is therefore silently performed, in some plays with much diligence, in others with less. It is hard to keep a busy eye steadily fixed upon evanescent atoms, or a discursive mind upon evanescent truth. The same liberty has been taken with a few particles, or other words of slight effect. I have sometimes inserted or omitted them without notice. I have done that sometimes, which other editors have done always, and which indeed the state of the text may sufficiently justify. The greater part of readers, instead of blaming us for passing trifles, will wonder that on mere trifles so much labour is expended, with such importance of debate, and such solemnity of diction. To these I answer with confidence, that they are judging of an art which they do not understand, yet cannot much reproach them with their ignorance, nor promise that they would become in general, by learning criticism, more useful, happier, or wiser. As I practise conjecture more, I learned to trust it less, and after I had printed a few plays, resolved to insert none of my own readings in the text. Upon this caution I now congratulate myself, for every day increases my doubt of my emendations. Since I have confined my imagination to the margin, it must not be considered as very reprehensible if I have suffered it to play some freaks in its own dominion. There is no danger in conjecture, if it be proposed as conjecture, and while the text remains uninjured, those changes may be safely offered, which are not considered even by him that offers them as necessary or safe. If my readings are of little value, they have not been ostentatiously displayed or importunately obtruded. I could have written longer notes, for the art of writing notes is not of difficult attainment. The work is performed, first, by railing at the stupidity, negligence, ignorance, and asinine tastelessness of the former editors, and showing, from all that goes before and all that follows, the inelegance and absurdity of the old reading; then by proposing something which to superficial readers would seem specious, but which the editor rejects with indignation; then by producing the true reading, with a long paraphrase, and concluding with loud acclamations on the discovery, and a sober wish for the advancement and prosperity of genuine criticism. All this may be done, and perhaps done sometimes with impropriety, but I have always suspected that the reading is right, which requires many words to prove it wrong, and the emendation wrong that cannot with so much labour appear to be right. The justness of a happy restoration strikes at once, and the moral precept may be well applied to criticism, quod dubitas ne faceris. To dread the shore which he sees spread with wrecks is natural to the sailor. I had before my eye so many critical adventures ended in miscarriage, that caution was forced upon me. I encountered in every page wit struggling with its own sophistry, and learning confused by the multiplicity of its views. I was forced to censure those whom I admired, and could not but reflect, while I was dispossessing their emendations, how soon the same fate might happen to my own, and how many of the readings which I have corrected may be by some other editor defended and established. Critics I saw that others' names efface, and fix their own with labour in the place; their own, like others, soon their place resigned, or disappeared, and left the first behind. Pope. That a conjectural critic should often be mistaken cannot be wonderful, either to others or himself, if it be considered, that in his art there is no system, no principle and axiomatical truth that regulates subordinate positions. His chance of error is renewed at every attempt; an oblique view of the passage, a slight misapprehension of a phrase, a casual inattention to the parts connected, is sufficient to make him not only fail, but fail ridiculously; and when he succeeds best, he produces perhaps but one reading of many probable, and he that suggests another will always be able to dispute his claims. It is an unhappy state in which danger is hid under pleasure. The allurements of emendation are scarcely resistible. Conjecture has all the joy and all the pride of invention, and he that has once started a happy change is too much delighted to consider what objections may rise against it. Yet conjectural criticism has been of great use in the learned world, nor is it my intention to depreciate a study that has exercised so many mighty minds, from the revival of learning to our own age, from the Bishop of Valeria to English Bentley. The critics on ancient authors have, in exercise of their sagacity, many assistances, which the editor of Shakespeare is condemned to want. They are employed upon grammatical and settled languages, whose construction contributes so much to perspicuity, that Homer has fewer passages unintelligible than Chaucer. The words have not only a known regimen, but invariable quantities, which direct and confine the choice. There are commonly more manuscripts than one, and they do not often conspire in the same mistakes. Yet Scaliger could confess to Salmasius how little satisfaction his emendations gave him. Illudant nobis conjecturae nostrae, quadram nos pudet, post aquinem in meliores codices incidimus. And Lipsius could complain that critics were making faults by trying to remove them. Ut olim vitis, ita nunc remediis laboratur. And, indeed, where mere conjecture is to be used, the emendations of Scaliger and Lipsius, notwithstanding their wonderful sagacity and erudition, are often vague and disputable, like mine or Theobald's. Perhaps I may not be more censured for doing wrong than for doing little, for raising in the public expectations which at last I have not answered. The expectation of ignorance is indefinite, and that of knowledge is often tyrannical. It is hard to satisfy those who know not what to demand, or those who demand by design what they think impossible to be done. I have indeed disappointed no opinion more than my own, yet I have endeavoured to perform my task with no slight solicitude. Not a single passage in the whole work has appeared to me corrupt which I have not attempted to restore, or obscure which I have not endeavoured to illustrate. In many I have failed like others, and from many, after all my efforts, I have retreated and confessed the repulse. I have not passed over with affected superiority what is equally difficult to the reader and to myself, but where I could not instruct him, have owned my ignorance. I might easily have accumulated a mass of seeming learning upon easy scenes, but it ought not to be imputed to negligence, that where nothing was necessary, nothing has been done, or that where others have said enough, I have said no more. Notes are often necessary, but they are necessary evils. Let him that is yet unacquainted with the powers of Shakespeare, and who desires to feel the highest pleasure that the drama can give, read every play from the first scene to the last, with utter negligence of all his commentators. When his fancy is once on the wing, let it not stoop at correction or explanation. When his attention is strongly engaged, let it disdain alike to turn aside to the name of Theobald and of Pope. Let him read on through the brightness and obscurity, through integrity and corruption. Let him preserve his comprehension of the dialogue and his interest in the fable. And when the pleasures of novelty have ceased, let him attempt exactness, and read the commentators. Particular passages are cleared by notes, but the general effect of the work is weakened. The mind is refrigerated by interruption. The thoughts are diverted from the principal subject. The reader is weary, and he suspects not why, and at last throws away the book which he has too diligently studied. Parts are not to be examined till the whole has been surveyed. There is a kind of intellectual remoteness necessary for the comprehension of any great work in its full design and its true proportions. A close approach shows the smaller niceties, but the beauty of the whole is discerned no longer. It is not very grateful to consider how little the succession of editors has added to this author's power of pleasing. He was read, admired, studied, and imitated, while he was yet deformed with all the improprieties which ignorance and neglect could accumulate upon him, while the reading was yet not rectified, nor his allusions understood. Yet then did Dryden pronounce "that Shakespeare was the man who, of all modern and perhaps ancient poets, had the largest and most comprehensive soul." All the images of nature were still present to him, and he drew them not laboriously, but luckily. When he describes anything, yet more than see it, you feel it too. Those who accuse him to have wanted learning give him the greater commendation. He was naturally learned. He needed not the spectacles of books to read nature. He looked inwards, and found her there. I cannot say he is everywhere alike. Were he so, I should do him injury to compare him with the greatest of mankind. He is many times flat and insipid, his comic wit degenerating into clinches, his serious swelling into bombast. But he is always great, when some great occasion is presented to him. No man can say he ever had a fit subject for his wit, and did not then raise himself as high above the rest of poets. Quantum lenta solint inter verberna cupressi. It is to be lamented that such a writer should want a commentary, that his language should become obsolete, or his sentiments obscure. But it is vain to carry wishes beyond the condition of human things. That which must happen to all has happened to Shakespeare by accident and time, and more than has been suffered by any other writer since the use of types has been suffered by him through his own negligence of fame, or perhaps by that superiority of mind which despised its own performances, when it compared them with its powers, and judged those works unworthy to be preserved, which the critics of following ages were to contend for the fame of restoring and explaining. Among the candidates of inferior fame, I am now to stand the judgment of the public, and wish that I could confidently produce my commentary as equal to the encouragement which I have had the honour of receiving. Every work of this kind is by its nature deficient, and I should feel little solicitude about the sentence were it to be pronounced only by the skilful and the learned. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Batinama. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Introduction to the Propylaeon by J.W. von Goethe, 1798. Footnote A. The Propylaeon was a periodical founded in July 1798 by Goethe and his friend Heinrich Meyer. During its short existence of 3 years, there were published in it, besides the writings of the editors, short contributions by Schiller and Humboldt. Its purpose was to spread sound ideas about the aims and methods of art, and in this notable introduction Goethe set forth with clearness and profundity his fundamental ideas on these subjects. The present translation has been made expressly for the Harvard Classics. The youth, when nature and art attract him, thinks that with a vigorous effort he can soon penetrate into the innermost sanctuary. The man, after long wanderings, finds himself still in the outer court. Such an observation has suggested our title. It is only on the step, in the gateway, the entrance, the vestibule, the space between the outside and the inner chamber, between the sacred and the common, that we may ordinarily tarry with our friends. If the word propylaea recalls particularly the structure through which was reached the citadel of Athens and the temple of Minerva, this is not inconsistent with our purpose, but the presumption of intending to produce here a similar work of art and splendour should not be laid to our charge. The name of the place may be understood as symbolizing what might have happened there. One may expect conversations and discussions, such as would perhaps not be unworthy of that place. Are not thinkers, scholars, artists in the best hours allured to those regions, to dwell, at least in imagination, among a people to whom a perfection which we desire but never attain was natural, among whom in the course of time and life a culture developed in a beautiful continuity which to us appears only in passing fragments? What modern nation does not owe its artistic culture to the Greeks, and, in certain branches, what nation more than the German? So much by way of excuse for the symbolic title, if indeed an excuse be necessary. May the title be a reminder that we are to depart as little as possible from classic ground. May it, through its brevity and signification, modify the demands of the friends of art whom we hope to interest through the present work, which is to contain observations and reflections concerning nature and art by a harmonious circle of friends. He who is called to be an artist will give careful heed to everything around him. Objects and their parts will attract his attention, and by making practical use of such experience, he will gradually train himself to observe more sharply. He will, in his early career, apply everything, so far as possible, to his own advantage. Later he will gladly make himself serviceable to others. Thus we also hope to present and relate to our readers many things which we regard as useful and agreeable, things which, under various circumstances, have been noted by us during a number of years. But who will not willingly agree that pure observation is more rare than is believed? We are apt to confuse our sensations, our opinion, our judgment, with what we experience, so that we do not remain long in the passive attitude of the observer, but soon go on to make reflections. And upon these no greater weight can be placed than may be more or less justified by the nature and quality of our individual intellects. In this matter we are able to gain stronger confidence from our harmony with others, and from the knowledge that we do not think and work alone, but in common. The perplexing doubt whether our method of thought belongs only to us, a doubt which often comes over us when others express the direct opposite of our convictions, is softened, even dispelled, when we find ourselves in agreement with others. Only then do we go on rejoicing with assurance in the possession of those principles which a long experience on our own part and on the part of others has gradually confirmed. When several persons thus live united, so that they may call one another friends, because they have a common interest in bringing about their progressive cultivation, and in advancing towards closely related aims, then they may be certain that they will meet again in the most varied ways, and that even the causes which seem to separate them from one another will nevertheless soon bring them happily together again. Who has not experienced what advantages are afforded in such cases by conversation? But conversation is ephemeral, and while the results of a mutual development are imperishable, the memory of the means by which it was reached disappears. Let us preserve better the stages of a progress which friends achieve together. Every moment of growth is fixed, and if the result attained affords us agreeable satisfaction, a look backward at the process of development is instructive, since it permits us to hope for an unflagging advance in the future. Short papers, in which are set down from time to time one's thoughts, convictions, and wishes, in order to find entertainment in one's past self after a lapse of time, are excellent auxiliary means for the development of oneself and of others, none of which should be neglected when one considers the brief period allotted to life and the many obstacles that stand in the way of every advance. It is self-evident that we are talking here particularly of an exchange of ideas between such friends as are striving for cultivation in the sphere of science and art, although life in the world of affairs and industry should not lack similar advantages. In the arts and sciences, however, in addition to this close association among their votaries, a relation to the public is as favourable as it is necessary. Whatever of universal interest one thinks or accomplishes belongs to the world, and the world brings to maturity whatever it can utilize of the efforts of the individual. The desire for approval which the author feels is an impulse implanted by nature to draw him towards something higher. He thinks he has attained the laurel wreath, but soon becomes aware that a more laborious training of every native talent is necessary in order to retain the public favour, though it may be attained for a short moment through fortune or accident also. The relation of the author to his public is important in his early period. Even in later days he cannot dispense with it. However little he may be fitted to teach others, he wishes to share his thoughts with those whom he feels congenial, but who are scattered far and wide in the world. By this means he wishes to re-establish his relation with his old friends, to continue it with new ones, and to gain in the younger generation still others for the remainder of his life. He wishes to spare youth the circuitous paths upon which he himself went astray, and while observing and utilizing the advantages of the present, to maintain the memory of his praiseworthy earlier efforts. With this serious view, a small society has been brought together. May cheerfulness attend our undertakings, and time may show whither we are bound. The papers which we intend to present, though they are composed by several authors, will, it is hoped, never be contradictory in the main points, even though the methods of thought may not be the same in all. No two persons regard the world in exactly the same way, and different characters will often apply in different ways a principle which they all acknowledge. Indeed, a person is not always consistent with himself in his views and judgments. Early convictions must give way to later ones. The individual opinions that a man holds and expresses may stand all tests or not. The main thing is that he continue on his way, true to himself and to others. Much as the authors wish and hope to be in harmony with one another and with a large part of the public, they must not shut their eyes to the fact that from various quarters many a discord will ring out. They must expect this all the more since they differ from prevailing opinions in more than one point. Though far from wishing to dominate or change the way of thinking of a third person, still they will firmly express their own opinion, and, as circumstances dictate, will avoid or take up a quarrel. On the whole, however, they will adhere to one creed, and especially will they repeat again and again those conditions which seem to them indispensable in the training of an artist. Whoever takes an interest in this matter must be ready to take sides, otherwise he does not deserve to be effective anywhere. If therefore we promise to present reflections and observations concerning nature, we must at the same time indicate that these remarks will chiefly have reference, first to plastic art, then to art in general, finally to the general training of the artist. The highest demand that is made on an artist is this, that he be true to nature, study her, imitate her, and produce something that resembles her phenomena. How great, how enormous this demand is not always kept in mind, and the true artist himself learns it by experience only in the course of his progressive development. Nature is separated from art by an enormous chasm, which genius itself is unable to bridge without external assistance. All that we perceive around us is merely raw material. If it happens rarely enough that an artist, through instinct and taste, through practice and experiment, reaches the point of attaining the beautiful exterior of things, of selecting the best from the good before him, and of producing at least an agreeable appearance, it is still more rare, particularly in modern times, for an artist to penetrate into the depths of things as well as into the depths of his own soul, in order to produce in his works not only something light and superficially effective, but, as a rival of nature, to produce something spiritually organic, and to give his work of art a content and a form through which it appears both natural and beyond nature. Man is the highest, the characteristic subject of plastic art. To understand him, to extricate oneself from the labyrinth of his anatomy, a general knowledge of organic nature is imperative. The artist should also acquaint himself theoretically with inorganic bodies and with the general operations of nature, particularly if, as in the case of sound and colour, they are adaptable to the purposes of art. But what a circuitous path he would be obliged to take if he wanted to seek laboriously in the schools of the anatomist, the naturalist, and the physicist, for that which serves his purposes. It is indeed a question whether he would find there what must be most important for him. Those men have the entirely different needs of their own pupils to satisfy, so that they cannot be expected to think of the limited and special needs of the artist. For that reason it is our intention to take a hand, and, even though we cannot see prospects of completing the necessary work ourselves, both to give a view of the whole and to begin the elaboration of details. The human figure cannot be understood merely through observation of its surface. The interior must be laid bare, its parts must be separated, the connections perceived, the differences noted, action and reaction observed, the concealed, constant, and fundamental elements of the phenomena impressed on the mind, if one really wishes to contemplate and imitate what moves before our eyes in living waves as a beautiful undivided whole. A glance at the surface of a living being confuses the observer. We may cite here, as in other cases, the true proverb, "One sees only what one knows." For just as the short-sighted man sees more clearly an object from which he draws back than one to which he draws near, because his intellectual vision comes to his aid, so the perfection of observation really depends on knowledge. How well an expert naturalist, who can also draw, imitates objects by recognizing and emphasizing the important and significant parts from which is derived the character of the whole. Just as the artist is greatly helped by an exact knowledge of the separate parts of the human figure, which he must in the end regard again as a whole, so a general view, a side glance at related objects, is highly advantageous, provided the artist is capable of rising to ideas and of grasping the close relationship of things apparently remote. Comparative anatomy has prepared a general conception of organic creatures. It leads us from form to form, and by observing organisms closely or distantly related, we rise above them all to see their characteristics in an ideal picture. If we keep this picture in mind, we find that in observing objects our attention takes a definite direction, that scattered facts can be learned and retained more easily by comparison, that in the practice of art we can finally vie with nature only when we have learned from her, at least to some extent, her method of procedure in the creation of her works. Furthermore, we would encourage the artist to gain knowledge also of the inorganic world. This can be done all the more easily, since now we can conveniently and quickly acquire knowledge of the mineral kingdom. The painter needs some knowledge of stones in order to imitate their characteristics, the sculptor and architect in order to utilize them. The cutter of precious stones cannot be without a knowledge of their nature. The connoisseur and amateur too will strive for such information. Now that we have advised the artist to gain a conception of the general operations of nature in order to become acquainted with those which particularly interest him, partly to develop himself in more directions, partly to understand better that which concerns him, we shall add a few further remarks on this significant point. Up to the present, the painter has been able merely to wonder at the physicist's theory of colours without gaining any advantage from it. The natural feeling of the artist, however, constant training and a practical necessity led him into a way of his own. He felt the vivid contrasts out of the union of which harmony of colour arises. He designated certain characteristics through approximate sensations. He had warm and cold colours, colours which express proximity, others which express distance and what not, and thus in his own way he brought these phenomena closer to the most general laws of nature. Perhaps the supposition is confirmed that the operations of nature in colours, as well as magnetic, electric, and other operations, depend upon a mutual relation, a polarity, or whatever else we might call the twofold or manifold aspects of a distinct unity. We shall make it our duty to present this matter in detail and in a form comprehensible to the artist, and we can be the more hopeful of doing something welcome to him, since we shall be concerned only with explaining and tracing to fundamental principles things which he has hitherto done by instinct. So much for what we hope to impart in regard to nature. Now for what is most necessary in regard to art. Since the arrangement of this work proposes the presentation of single treatises, some of these only in part, and since it is not our desire to dissect a whole, but rather to build up a whole from many parts, it will be necessary to present, as soon as possible and in a general summary, those things which the reader will gradually find unfolded in our detailed elaborations. We shall therefore be occupied first with an essay on plastic art, in which the familiar rubrics will be presented according to our interpretation and method. Here it will be our main concern to emphasize the importance of every branch of art, and to show that the artist must not neglect a single one, as has unfortunately often happened, and still happens. Hitherto we have regarded nature as the treasure chamber of material in general. Now, however, we reach the important point where it is shown how art prepares its materials for itself. When the artist takes any object of nature, the object no longer belongs to nature. Indeed, we can say that the artist creates the object in that moment by extracting from it all that is significant, characteristic, interesting, or rather by putting into it a higher value. In this way, finer proportions, nobler forms, higher characteristics are, as it were, forced upon the human figure. The circle of regularity, perfection, signification, and completeness is drawn, in which nature gladly places her best possessions, even though elsewhere in her vast extent she easily degenerates into ugliness and loses herself in indifference. The same is true of composite works of art, of the subject and content, whether the theme be fable or history. Happy the artist who makes no mistake in undertaking the work, who knows how to choose, or rather to determine what is suitable for art. He who wanders uneasily among scattered myths and far-stretching history in search of a theme, he who wishes to be significantly scholarly or allegorically interesting, will often be checked in the midst of his work by unexpected obstacles, or will miss his finest aim after the completion of the work. He who does not speak clearly to the senses will not address himself clearly to the mind, and we regard this point as so important that we insert at the very outset a more extended discussion of it. A theme having been happily found or invented, it is subjected to treatment which we would divide into the spiritual, the sensuous, and the mechanical. The spiritual develops the subject according to its inner relations. It discovers subordinate motives. And if we can at all judge the depth of artistic genius by the choice of subject, we can recognize in his selection of themes his breadth, wealth, fullness, and power of attraction. The sensuous treatment we should define as that through which the work becomes thoroughly comprehensible to the senses, agreeable, delightful, and irresistible through its gentle charm. The mechanical treatment, finally, is that which works upon given material through any bodily organ, and thus brings the work into existence and gives it reality. While we hope to be useful to the artist in this way, and earnestly wish that he may avail himself of advice and of suggestions in his work, the disquieting observation is forced upon us that every undertaking, like every man, is likely to suffer just as much from its period as it is to derive occasional advantage from it, and in our own case we cannot altogether put aside the question concerning the reception we are likely to meet with. Everything is subject to constant change, and since certain things cannot exist side by side, they displace one another. This is true of kinds of knowledge, of certain methods of instruction, of methods of representation, and of maxims. The aims of men remain nearly always the same. They still desire to become good artists or poets, as they did centuries ago. But the means through which the goal is reached are not clear to everybody. And why should it be denied that nothing would be more agreeable than to be able to carry out joyfully a great design? Naturally, the public has a great influence upon art, since in return for its approval and its money, it demands work that may give satisfaction and immediate enjoyment, and the artist will for the most part be glad to adapt himself to it, for he also is a part of the public. He has received his training during the same years, he feels the same needs, strives in the same direction, and thus moves along happily with the multitude which supports him and which is invigorated by him. In this matter we see whole nations and epochs delighted by their artists, just as the artist sees himself reflected in his nation and his epoch, without either having even the slightest suspicion that their path might not be right, that their taste might be at least one-sided, their art on the decline, and their progress in the wrong direction. Instead of proceeding to further generalities on this point, we shall make a remark which refers particularly to plastic art. For the German artist, in fact for modern and northern artists in general, it is difficult, indeed almost impossible, to make the transition from formless matter to form, and to maintain himself at that point, even should he succeed in reaching it. Let every artist who has lived for a time in Italy ask himself whether the presence of the best works of ancient and modern art have not aroused in him the incessant endeavour to study and imitate the human figure in its proportions, forms, and characteristics, to apply all diligence and care in the execution in order to approach those artistic works, so entirely complete in themselves, in order to produce a work which, in gratifying the sense, exalts the spirit to the greatest heights. Let him also admit, however, that after his return he must gradually relax his efforts, because he finds few persons who will really see, enjoy, and comprehend what is depicted, but, for the most part, finds only those who look at a work superficially, receive from it mere random impressions, and in some way of their own try to get out of it any kind of sensation and pleasure. The worst picture can appeal to our senses and imagination by arousing their activity, setting them free, and leaving them to themselves. The best work of art also appeals to our senses, but in a higher language, which, of course, we must understand. It enchains the feelings and imagination. It deprives us of caprice. We cannot deal with a perfect work at our will. We are forced to give ourselves up to it, in order to receive ourselves from it again, exalted and refined. That these are no dreams we shall try to show gradually, in detail, and as clearly as possible we shall call attention particularly to a contradiction in which the moderns are often involved. They call the ancients their teachers, they acknowledge in their works an unattainable excellence, yet they depart both in theory and practice far from the maxims which the ancients continually observed. In starting from this important point, and in returning to it often, we shall find others about which something falls to be said. One of the principal signs of the decay of art is the mixture of its various kinds. The arts themselves, as well as their branches, are related to one another, and have a certain tendency to unite, even to lose themselves in one another. But it is in this that the duty, the merit, the dignity of the real artist consists, namely, in being able to separate the field of art in which he works from others, in placing every art and every branch of art on its own footing, and in isolating it as far as possible. It has been noticed that all plastic art strives toward painting, all literary art toward the drama, and this observation may in the future give us occasion for important reflections. The genuine law-giving artist strives for the truth of art. The lawless artist who follows a blind impulse strives for the reality of nature. Through the former, art reaches its highest summit, through the latter its lowest stage. What holds good of art in general holds good also of the kinds of art. The sculptor must think and feel differently from the painter. Indeed, he must proceed, when he wishes to produce a work in relief, in a different fashion from that which he will employ for a work in the round. By the raising of low reliefs higher and higher, by the making of various parts and figures stand out completely, and finally by the adding of buildings and landscapes, so that work was produced which was half painting and half puppet show, true art steadily declined. Excellent artists of modern times have unfortunately pursued this course. When in the future we express such maxims as we think sound, we should like, since they are deduced from works of art, to have them put to the test of practice by the artist. How rarely one can come to a theoretical agreement with anyone else on a fundamental principle. That which is applicable and useful, on the other hand, is decided upon much more quickly. How often we see artists in embarrassment over the choice of subjects, over the general type of composition adapted to their art, and the detailed arrangement. How often the painter over the choice of colours. Then is the time to test the principle. Then will it be easier to decide whether it is bringing us closer to the great models and to everything that we value and love in them, or whether it leaves us entangled in the empirical confusion of an experience that has not been sufficiently thought out. If such maxims hold good in training the artist, in guiding him in many an embarrassment, they will serve also in the development, valuation, and judgment of old and new works of art, and will in turn arise from an observation of these works. Indeed, it is all the more necessary to adhere to this, because, notwithstanding the universally praised excellencies of antiquity, individuals and whole nations among the moderns often fail to recognize wherein lies the highest excellence of those works. An exact test will protect us best from this evil. For that reason, let us cite only one example to show what usually happens to the amateur in plastic art, so that we may make clear how necessary it is that criticism of ancient as well as modern works should be exact if it is to be of any use. Upon him who has an eye for beauty, though untrained, even a blurred, imperfect plaster cast of an excellent antique will always have a great effect, for in such a reproduction there always remain the idea, the simplicity and greatness of form, in short, the general outlines, as much, at all events, as one could perceive with poor eyes at a distance. It may be noticed that a strong inclination toward art is often enkindled by such quite imperfect reproductions. But the effect is like the object. It is rather that an obscure indefinite feeling is aroused, than that the object in all its worth and dignity really appears to such beginners in art. These are they who usually express the theory that too minute a critical investigation destroys the enjoyment, who are accustomed to oppose and resist regard for details. If gradually, however, after further experience and training, they are confronted with a sharp cast instead of a blurred one, an original instead of a cast, their pleasure grows with their insight and increases when the originals themselves, the perfect originals, finally become known to them. The labyrinth of exact observations is willingly entered when the details as well as the whole are perfect. Indeed, one learns to realize that the excellences can be appreciated only in proportion as the defects are perceived. To discriminate the restoration from the genuine parts and the copy from the original, to see in the smallest fragments the ruined glory of the whole, this is the joy of the finished expert, and there is a great difference between observing and comprehending an imperfect whole with obscured vision, and a perfect whole with clear vision. He who concerns himself with any branch of knowledge should strive for the highest. Insight is different from practice, for in practical work everyone must soon resign himself to the fact that only a certain measure of strength is allotted to him. Far more people, however, are capable of knowledge and insight. Indeed, one may well say that everyone is thus capable who can deny himself and subordinate himself to external objects, everyone who does not strive with rigid and narrow-minded obstinacy to impose upon the highest works of nature and art his own personality and his petty one-sidedness. To speak of works of art fitly and with true benefit to oneself and others, the discussion should take place only in the presence of the works themselves. Everything depends on the objects being in view, on whether something absolutely definite is suggested by the word with which one hopes to illuminate the work of art, for otherwise nothing is thought of at all. This is why it so often happens that the writer on art dwells merely on generalities, through which, indeed, ideas and sensations are aroused in all readers, but no satisfaction is given to the man who, book in hand, steps in front of the work of art itself. Precisely on this account, however, we may in several essays be in a position to arouse rather than to satisfy the desire of the readers, for nothing is more natural than that they should wish to have before their eyes immediately an excellent work of art which is minutely dissected, in order to enjoy the whole which we are discussing, and, so far as the parts are concerned, to subject to their own judgment the opinion which they read. While the authors, however, write on the assumption that their readers either have seen the works or will see them in the future, yet they hope to do everything in their power for those who are in neither case. We shall mention reproductions, shall indicate where casts of antique works of art and antique works themselves are accessible, particularly to Germans, and thus try, as far as we can, to minister to the genuine love and knowledge of art. A history of art can be based only upon the highest and most detailed comprehension of art. Only when one knows the finest things that man can produce can one trace the psychological and chronological course taken in art, as in other fields. This course began with a limited activity, busied about a dry and even gloomy imitation of the insignificant as well as the significant, whence developed a more amiable, more kindly feeling toward nature, till finally, under favourable circumstances, accompanied by knowledge, regularity, seriousness, and severity, art rose to its height. There at last it became possible for the fortunate genius, surrounded by all these auxiliaries, to produce the charming and the complete. Unfortunately, however, works of art with such ease of expression, which instil into man cheerfulness, freedom, and a pleasant feeling of his own personality, arouse in the striving artist the idea that the process of production is also agreeable. Since the pinnacle of what art and genius produce is an appearance of ease, the artists who come after are tempted to make things easy for themselves, and to work for the sake of appearances. Thus art gradually declines from its high position as to the whole as well as details. But if we wish to gain a fair conception, we must come down to details of details, an occupation not always agreeable or charming, but by and by richly rewarded with a more certain view of the whole. If the experience of observing ancient and medieval works of art has shown us that certain maxims hold good, we need these most of all in judging the most recent modern productions. For since personal relations, love and hatred of individuals, favour or disfavour of the multitude so easily enter into the valuation of living or recently deceased artists, we are in all the more need of principles in order to pass judgment on our contemporaries. The inquiry can be conducted in two ways: by diminishing the influence of caprice, by bringing the question before a higher tribunal. The principle can be tested as well as its application, and even if we should not agree, the point in dispute can still be definitely and clearly pointed out. Especially should we wish that the vivifying artist, in whose works we might perhaps have found something to remember, might test our judgments carefully in this way. For everyone who deserves this name is forced in our times to form, as the result of his work and his reflections, a theory, or at least a certain conception of theoretical means, by the use of which he gets along tolerably well in a variety of cases. It will often be noticed, however, that in this way he sets up as laws such maxims as are in accordance with his talent, his inclination, and his convenience. He is subject to a fate that is common to all mankind. How many act in this very way in other fields? But we are not cultivating ourselves when we merely set in motion with ease and convenience that which lies in us. Every artist, like every man, is only an individual, and will always lean to one side. For that reason, man should pursue, so far as possible, both theoretically and practically, that which is contrary to his nature. Let the easy-going seek what is serious and severe. Let the stern keep before his eyes the light and agreeable, the strong, loveliness, the amiable, strength, and every one will develop his own nature the more, the farther he seems to remove himself from it. Every art requires the whole man. The highest possible degree of art requires all mankind. The practice of the plastic arts is mechanical, and the training of the artist rightly begins in his earliest youth with the mechanical side. The rest of his education, on the other hand, is often neglected, for it ought to be far more careful than the training of others who have opportunity of deriving advantage from life itself. Society soon makes a rough person courteous. A business life makes the most simple person prudent. Literary labours, which through print come before a great public, find opposition and correction everywhere. Only the plastic artist is, for the most part, limited to a lonely workshop. He has dealings almost solely with the man who orders and pays for his labour, with a public which frequently follows only certain morbid impressions, with connoisseurs who make him restless, with auctioneers who receive every new work with praise and estimates of value such as would fitly honour the most superlative production. But it is time to conclude this introduction, lest it anticipate and forestall the work, instead of merely preceding it. We have so far at least designated the point from which we intend to set out. How far our views can and will spread must at first develop gradually. The theory and criticism of literary art will, we hope, soon occupy us, and whatever life, travel, and daily events suggest to us shall not be excluded. In closing, let us say a word on an important concern of this moment. For the training of the artist, for the enjoyment of the friend of art, it was from time immemorial of the greatest significance in what place the works of art happened to be. There was a time when, except for slight changes of location, they remained for the most part in one place. Now, however, a great change has occurred, which will have important consequences for art in general and in particular. At present we have perhaps more cause than ever to regard Italy as a great storehouse of art, as it still was until recently. When it is possible to give a general review of it, then it will be shown what the world lost at the moment when so many parts were torn from this great and ancient whole. What was destroyed in the very act of tearing away will probably remain a secret forever, but a description of the new storehouse that is being formed in Paris will be possible in a few years. Then the method by which an artist and a lover of art is to use France and Italy can be indicated, and a further important and fine question will arise. What are other nations, particularly Germany and England, to do in this period of scattering and loss, to make generally useful the manifold and widely strewn treasures of art, a task requiring the true cosmopolitan mind, which is found perhaps nowhere purer than in the arts and sciences? And what are they to do to help to form an ideal storehouse, which, in the course of time, may perhaps happily compensate us for what the present moment tears away when it does not destroy? So much in general of the purpose of a work in which we desire many earnest and friendly sympathizers. End of chapter 25. Recording by Ernst Patinama, Amsterdam, the Netherlands.
Section 26 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. William Wordsworth, Prefaces to Various Volumes of Poems, Appendix to Lyrical Ballads, Essay Supplementary to Preface. Prefaces to Various Volumes of Poems. Footnote. William Wordsworth (1770 1830), probably the greatest of the poets of the Romantic movement in England, was also foremost in the critical defence of that movement. The prefaces and essays printed here form a kind of manifesto of the reaction from the poetical traditions of the 18th century, and contain besides some of the soundest theorizing on the nature of poetry to be found in English. They afford an interesting comparison with the parallel protest in Victor Hugo's Preface to Cromwell, to be found later in the volume. Advertisement to Lyrical Ballads, 1798. It is the honourable characteristic of poetry that its materials are to be found in every subject which can interest the human mind. The evidence of this fact is to be sought, not in the writings of critics, but in those of poets themselves. The majority of the following poems are to be considered as experiments. They were written chiefly with a view to ascertain how far the language of conversation in the middle and lower classes of society is adapted to the purposes of poetic pleasure. Readers accustomed to the gaudiness and inane phraseology of many modern writers, if they persist in reading this book to its conclusion, will perhaps frequently have to struggle with feelings of strangeness and awkwardness. They will look round for poetry, and will be induced to inquire by what species of courtesy these attempts can be permitted to assume that title. It is desirable that such readers, for their own sakes, should not suffer the solitary word poetry, a word of very disputed meaning, to stand in the way of their gratification; but that, while they are perusing this book, they should ask themselves if it contains a natural delineation of human passions, human characters, and human incidents; and if the answer be favourable to the author's wishes, that they should consent to be pleased in spite of that most dreadful enemy to our pleasures, our own pre-established codes of decision. Readers of superior judgment may disapprove of the style in which many of these pieces are executed. It must be expected that many lines and phrases will not exactly suit their taste. It will perhaps appear to them that, wishing to avoid the prevalent fault of the day, the author has sometimes descended too low, and that many of his expressions are too familiar, and not of sufficient dignity. It is apprehended that the more conversant the reader is with our elder writers, and with those in modern times who have been the most successful in painting manners and passions, the fewer complaints of this kind will he have to make. An accurate taste in poetry, and in all the other arts, Sir Joshua Reynolds has observed, is an acquired talent, which can only be produced by severe thought, and a long-continued intercourse with the best models of composition. This is mentioned not with so ridiculous a purpose as to prevent the most inexperienced reader from judging for himself, but merely to temper the rashness of decision, and to suggest that if poetry be a subject on which much time has not been bestowed, the judgment may be erroneous, and that in many cases it necessarily will be so. The tale of Goody Blake and Harry Gill is founded on a well authenticated fact which happened in Warwickshire. Of the other poems in the collection, it may be proper to say that they are either absolute inventions of the author, or facts which took place within his personal observation or that of his friends. The poem of The Thorn, as the reader will soon discover, is not supposed to be spoken in the author's own person. The character of the loquacious narrator will sufficiently show itself in the course of the story. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner was professedly written in imitation of the style, as well as of the spirit, of the elder poets; but with a few exceptions, the author believes that the language adopted in it has been equally intelligible for these 3 last centuries. The lines entitled Expostulation and Reply, and those which follow, arose out of a conversation with a friend who was somewhat unreasonably attached to modern books of moral philosophy. Preface to Lyrical Ballads, 1800. The first volume of these poems has already been submitted to general perusal. It was published as an experiment, which, I hoped, might be of some use to ascertain how far, by fitting to metrical arrangement a selection of the real language of men in a state of vivid sensation, that sort of pleasure and that quantity of pleasure may be imparted, which a poet may rationally endeavour to impart. I had formed no very inaccurate estimate of the probable effect of those poems. I flattered myself that they who should be pleased with them would read them with more than common pleasure, and on the other hand, I was well aware that by those who should dislike them, they would be read with more than common dislike. The result has differed from my expectation in this only, that a greater number have been pleased than I ventured to hope I should please. Several of my friends are anxious for the success of these poems, from a belief that, if the views with which they are composed were indeed realized, a class of poetry would be produced, well adapted to interest mankind permanently, and not unimportant in the quality and in the multiplicity of its moral relations, and on this account they have advised me to prefix a systematic defence of the theory upon which the poems were written. But I was unwilling to undertake the task, knowing that on this occasion the reader would look coldly upon my arguments, since I might be suspected of having been principally influenced by the selfish and foolish hope of reasoning him into an approbation of these particular poems; and I was still more unwilling to undertake the task, because, adequately to display the opinions, and fully to enforce the arguments, would require a space wholly disproportionate to a preface. For, to treat the subject with the clearness and coherence of which it is susceptible, it would be necessary to give a full account of the present state of the public taste in this country, and to determine how far this taste is healthy or depraved; which, again, could not be determined without pointing out in what manner language and the human mind act and react on each other; and without retracing the revolutions, not of literature alone, but likewise of society itself. I have therefore altogether declined to enter regularly upon this defence; yet I am sensible that there would be something like impropriety in abruptly obtruding upon the public, without a few words of introduction, poems so materially different from those upon which general approbation is at present bestowed. It is supposed that by the act of writing in verse an author makes a formal engagement that he will gratify certain known habits of association; that he not only thus apprises the reader that certain classes of ideas and expressions will be found in his book, but that others will be carefully excluded. This exponent or symbol held forth by metrical language must in different eras of literature have excited very different expectations. For example, in the age of Catullus, Terence, and Lucretius, and that of Statius or Claudian; and in our own country, in the age of Shakespeare and Beaumont and Fletcher, and that of Donne and Cowley, or Dryden or Pope. I will not take upon me to determine the exact import of the promise which, by the act of writing in verse, an author in the present day makes to his reader; but it will undoubtedly appear to many persons that I have not fulfilled the terms of an engagement thus voluntarily contracted. I hope, therefore, the reader will not censure me for attempting to state what I have proposed to myself to perform, and also, as far as the limits of a preface will permit, to explain some of the chief reasons which have determined me in the choice of my purpose, that at least he may be spared any unpleasant feeling of disappointment, and that I myself may be protected from one of the most dishonourable accusations which can be brought against an author, namely, that of an indolence which prevents him from endeavouring to ascertain what is his duty, or when his duty is ascertained, prevents him from performing it. The principal object, then, proposed in these poems was to choose incidents and situations from common life, and to relate or describe them throughout as far as was possible in a selection of language really used by men, and at the same time to throw over them a certain colouring of imagination, whereby ordinary things should be presented to the mind in an unusual aspect; and further, and above all, to make these incidents and situations interesting by tracing in them, truly though not ostentatiously, the primary laws of our nature; chiefly, as far as regards the manner in which we associate ideas in a state of excitement. Humble and rustic life was generally chosen, because in that condition the essential passions of the heart find a better soil in which they can attain their maturity, are less under restraint, and speak in a plainer and more emphatic language; because in that condition of life our elementary feelings coexist in a state of greater simplicity, and consequently may be more accurately contemplated and more forcibly communicated; because the manners of rural life germinate from those elementary feelings, and, from the necessary character of rural occupations, are more easily comprehended, and are more durable; and lastly, because in that condition the passions of men are incorporated with the beautiful and permanent forms of nature. The language, too, of these men has been adopted, purified indeed from what appear to be its real defects, from all lasting and rational causes of dislike or disgust, because such men hourly communicate with the best objects from which the best part of language is originally derived; and because from their rank in society, and the sameness and narrow circle of their intercourse, being less under the influence of social vanity, they convey their feelings and notions in simple and unelaborated expressions. Accordingly, such a language, arising out of repeated experience and regular feelings, is a more permanent and a far more philosophical language than that which is frequently substituted for it by poets, who think that they are conferring honour upon themselves and their art in proportion as they separate themselves from the sympathies of men, and indulge in arbitrary and capricious habits of expression, in order to furnish food for fickle tastes and fickle appetites of their own creation. It is worth while here to observe that the affecting parts of Chaucer are almost always expressed in language pure and universally intelligible even to this day. I cannot, however, be insensible to the present outcry against the triviality and meanness, both of thought and language, which some of my contemporaries have occasionally introduced into their metrical compositions; and I acknowledge that this defect, where it exists, is more dishonourable to the writer's own character than false refinement or arbitrary innovation, though I should contend at the same time that it is far less pernicious in the sum of its consequences. From such verses the poems in these volumes will be found distinguished at least by one mark of difference, that each of them has a worthy purpose. Not that I always began to write with a distinct purpose formerly conceived, but habits of meditation have, I trust, so prompted and regulated my feelings, that my descriptions of such objects as strongly excite those feelings, will be found to carry along with them a purpose. If this opinion be erroneous, I can have little right to the name of a poet; for all good poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings; and though this be true, poems, to which any value can be attached, were never produced on any variety of subjects but by a man who, being possessed of more than usual organic sensibility, had also thought long and deeply. For our continued influxes of feeling are modified and directed by our thoughts, which are indeed the representatives of all our past feelings; and, as by contemplating the relation of these general representatives to each other, we discover what is really important to men, so, by the repetition and continuance of this act, our feelings will be connected with important subjects, till at length, if we be originally possessed of much sensibility, such habits of mind will be produced, that, by obeying blindly and mechanically the impulses of those habits, we shall describe objects and utter sentiments, of such a nature, and in such connection with each other, that the understanding of the reader must necessarily be in some degree enlightened, and his affections strengthened and purified. It has been said that each of these poems has a purpose. Another circumstance must be mentioned, which distinguishes these poems from the popular poetry of the day. It is this, that the feeling therein developed gives importance to the action and situation, and not the action and situation to the feeling. A sense of false modesty shall not prevent me from asserting, that the reader's attention is pointed to this mark of distinction far less for the sake of these particular poems than from the general importance of the subject. The subject is indeed important; for the human mind is capable of being excited without the application of gross and violent stimulants; and he must have a very faint perception of its beauty and dignity who does not know this, and who does not further know, that one being is elevated above another, in proportion as he possesses this capability. It has therefore appeared to me, that to endeavour to produce or enlarge this capability is one of the best services in which, at any period, a writer can be engaged; but this service, excellent at all times, is especially so at the present day. For a multitude of causes, unknown to former times, are now acting with a combined force to blunt the discriminating powers of the mind, and, unfitting it for all voluntary exertion, to reduce it to a state of almost savage torpor. The most effective of these causes are the great national events which are daily taking place, and the increasing accumulation of men in cities, where the uniformity of their occupations produces a craving for extraordinary incident, which the rapid communication of intelligence hourly gratifies. To this tendency of life and manners the literature and theatrical exhibitions of the country have conformed themselves. The invaluable works of our elder writers, I had almost said the works of Shakespeare and Milton, are driven into neglect by frantic novels, sickly and stupid German tragedies, and deluges of idle and extravagant stories in verse. When I think upon this degrading thirst after outrageous stimulation, I am almost ashamed to have spoken of the feeble endeavour made in these volumes to counteract it, and, reflecting upon the magnitude of the general evil, I should be oppressed with no dishonourable melancholy, had I not a deep impression of certain inherent and indestructible qualities of the human mind, and likewise of certain powers in the great and permanent objects that act upon it, which are equally inherent and indestructible, and were there not added to this impression a belief that the time is approaching when the evil will be systematically opposed by men of greater powers and with far more distinguished success. Having dwelt thus long on the subjects and aim of these poems, I shall request the reader's permission to apprise him of a few circumstances relating to their style, in order, among other reasons, that he may not censure me for not having performed what I never attempted. The reader will find that personifications of abstract ideas rarely occur in these volumes, and are utterly rejected as an ordinary device to elevate the style and raise it above prose. My purpose was to imitate, and, as far as possible, to adopt the very language of men. And assuredly such personifications do not make any natural or regular part of that language. They are, indeed, a figure of speech occasionally prompted by passion, and I have made use of them as such; but have endeavoured utterly to reject them as a mechanical device of style, or as a family language which writers in metre seem to lay claim to by prescription. I have wished to keep the reader in the company of flesh and blood, persuaded that by so doing I shall interest him. Others who pursue a different track will interest him likewise. I do not interfere with their claim, but wish to prefer a claim of my own. There will also be found in these volumes little of what is usually called poetic diction. As much pains has been taken to avoid it as is ordinarily taken to produce it. This has been done for the reason already alleged, to bring my language near to the language of men; and further, because the pleasure which I have proposed to myself to impart is of a kind very different from that which is supposed by many persons to be the proper object of poetry. Without being culpably particular, I do not know how to give my reader a more exact notion of the style in which it is my wish and intention to write, than by informing him that I have at all times endeavoured to look steadily at my subject. Consequently, there is, I hope, in these poems little falsehood of description, and my ideas are expressed in language fitted to their respective importance. Something must have been gained by this practice, as it is friendly to one property of all good poetry, namely, good sense. But it has necessarily cut me off from a large portion of phrases and figures of speech which from father to son have long been regarded as the common inheritance of poets. I have also thought it expedient to restrict myself still further, having abstained from the use of many expressions, in themselves proper and beautiful, but which have been foolishly repeated by bad poets, till such feelings of disgust are connected with them as it is scarcely possible by any art of association to overpower. If in a poem there should be found a series of lines, or even a single line, in which the language, though naturally arranged, and according to the strict laws of metre, does not differ from that of prose, there is a numerous class of critics, who, when they stumble upon these prosaisms, as they call them, imagine that they have made a notable discovery, and exult over the poet as over a man ignorant of his own profession. Now these men would establish a canon of criticism which the reader will conclude he must utterly reject, if he wishes to be pleased with these volumes. And it would be a most easy task to prove to him, that not only the language of a large portion of every good poem, even of the most elevated character, must necessarily, except with reference to the metre, in no respect differ from that of good prose, but likewise that some of the most interesting parts of the best poems will be found to be strictly the language of prose when prose is well written. The truth of this assertion might be demonstrated by innumerable passages from almost all the poetical writings, even of Milton himself. To illustrate the subject in a general manner, I will here adduce a short composition of Gray, who was at the head of those who, by their reasonings, have attempted to widen the space of separation betwixt prose and metrical composition, and was more than any other man curiously elaborate in the structure of his own poetic diction. In vain to me the smiling mornings shine, and reddening Phoebus lifts his golden fire. The birds in vain their amorous descant join, or cheerful fields resume their green attire. These ears, alas! for other notes repine. Italics. A different object do these eyes require. My lonely anguish melts no heart but mine, and in my breast the imperfect joys expire. End italics. Yet morning smiles the busy race to cheer, and new-born pleasure brings to happier men. The fields to all their wonted tribute bear, to warm their little loves the birds complain. Italics. I fruitless mourn to him that cannot hear, and weep the more because I weep in vain. End italics. It will easily be perceived that the only part of this sonnet which is of any value is the lines printed in italics. It is equally obvious that, except in the rhyme, and in the use of the single word fruitless for fruitlessly, which is so far a defect, the language of these lines does in no respect differ from that of prose. By the foregoing quotation it has been shown that the language of prose may yet be well adapted to poetry, and it was previously asserted that a large portion of the language of every good poem can in no respect differ from that of good prose. We will go further. It may be safely affirmed that there neither is nor can be any essential difference between the language of prose and metrical composition. We are fond of tracing the resemblance between poetry and painting, and accordingly we call them sisters. But where shall we find bonds of connection sufficiently strict to typify the affinity betwixt metrical and prose composition? They both speak by and to the same organs. The bodies in which both of them are clothed may be said to be of the same substance. Their affections are kindred and almost identical, not necessarily differing even in degree. Poetry sheds no tears "such as angels weep," but natural and human tears. She can boast of no celestial choir that distinguishes her vital juices from those of prose. The same human blood circulates through the veins of them both. I here use the word poetry, though against my own judgment, as opposed to the word prose, and synonymous with metrical composition. But such confusion has been introduced into criticism by this contradistinction of poetry and prose, instead of the more philosophical one of poetry and matter of fact, or science. The only strict antithesis to prose is metre; nor is this, in truth, a strict antithesis, because lines and passages of metre so naturally occur in writing prose, that it would be scarcely possible to avoid them, even were it desirable. If it be affirmed that rhyme and metrical arrangement of themselves constitute a distinction which overturns what has just been said on the strict affinity of metrical language with that of prose, and paves the way for other artificial distinctions which the mind voluntarily admits, I answer that the language of such poetry as is here recommended is, as far as is possible, a selection of the language really spoken by men; that this selection, wherever it is made with true taste and feeling, will of itself form a distinction far greater than would at first be imagined, and will entirely separate the composition from the vulgarity and meanness of ordinary life; and, if metre be superadded thereto, I believe that a dissimilitude will be produced altogether sufficient for the gratification of a rational mind. What other distinction would we have? Whence is it to come? And where is it to exist? Not, surely, where the poet speaks through the mouths of his characters. It cannot be necessary here, either for the elevation of style, or any of its supposed ornaments; for, if the poet's subject be judiciously chosen, it will naturally, and upon fit occasion, lead him to passions the language of which, if selected truly and judiciously, must necessarily be dignified and variegated, and alive with metaphors and figures. I forbear to speak of an incongruity which would shock the intelligent reader, should the poet interweave any foreign splendour of his own with that which the passion naturally suggests. It is sufficient to say that such addition is unnecessary. And surely it is more probable that those passages, which with propriety abound with metaphors and figures, will have their due effect, if, upon other occasions where the passions are of a milder character, the style also be subdued and temperate. But, as the pleasure which I hope to give by the poems now presented to the reader must depend entirely on just notions upon this subject, and, as it is in itself of high importance to our taste and moral feelings, I cannot content myself with these detached remarks; and if, in what I am about to say, it shall appear to some that my labour is unnecessary, and that I am like a man fighting a battle without enemies, such persons may be reminded that, whatever be the language outwardly holden by men, a practical faith in the opinions which I am wishing to establish is almost unknown. If my conclusions are admitted, and carried as far as they must be carried if admitted at all, our judgments concerning the works of the greatest poets, both ancient and modern, will be far different from what they are at present, both when we praise and when we censure; and our moral feelings, influencing and influenced by these judgments, will, I believe, be corrected and purified. Taking up the subject, then, upon general grounds, let me ask, what is meant by the word poet? What is a poet? To whom does he address himself? And what language is to be expected from him? He is a man speaking to men; a man, it is true, endowed with more lively sensibility, more enthusiasm and tenderness, who has a greater knowledge of human nature, and a more comprehensive soul, than are supposed to be common among mankind; a man pleased with his own passions and volitions, and who rejoices more than other men in the spirit of life that is in him, delighting to contemplate similar volitions and passions as manifested in the goings on of the universe, and habitually impelled to create them where he does not find them. To these qualities he has added a disposition to be affected more than other men by absent things as if they were present; an ability of conjuring up in himself passions, which are indeed far from being the same as those produced by real events, yet, especially in those parts of the general sympathy which are pleasing and delightful, do more nearly resemble the passions produced by real events than anything which, from the motions of their own minds merely, other men are accustomed to feel in themselves; whence, and from practice, he has acquired a greater readiness and power in expressing what he thinks and feels, and especially those thoughts and feelings which, by his own choice, or from the structure of his own mind, arise in him without immediate external excitement. But whatever portion of this faculty we may suppose even the greatest poet to possess, there cannot be a doubt that the language which it shall suggest to him must often, in liveliness and truth, fall short of that which is uttered by men in real life, under the actual pressure of those passions, certain shadows of which the poet thus produces, or feels to be produced, in himself. However exalted a notion we would wish to cherish of the character of a poet, it is obvious that while he describes and imitates passions, his employment is in some degree mechanical, compared with the freedom and power of real and substantial action and suffering; so that it will be the wish of the poet to bring his feelings near to those of the persons whose feelings he describes, nay, for short spaces of time perhaps, to let himself slip into an entire delusion, and even confound and identify his own feelings with theirs, modifying only the language which is thus suggested to him by a consideration that he describes for a particular purpose, that of giving pleasure. Here, then, he will apply the principle of selection which has been already insisted upon. He will depend upon this for removing what would otherwise be painful or disgusting in the passion. He will feel that there is no necessity to trick out or to elevate nature; and, the more industriously he applies this principle, the deeper will be his faith that no words, which his fancy or imagination can suggest, will be to be compared with those which are the emanations of reality and truth. But it may be said by those who do not object to the general spirit of these remarks, that, as it is impossible for the poet to produce upon all occasions language as exquisitely fitted for the passion as that which the real passion itself suggests, it is proper that he should consider himself as in the situation of a translator, who does not scruple to substitute excellencies of another kind for those which are unattainable by him, and endeavours occasionally to surpass his original, in order to make some amends for the general inferiority to which he feels he must submit. But this would be to encourage idleness and unmanly despair. Further, it is the language of men who speak of what they do not understand; who talk of poetry as of a matter of amusement and idle pleasure; who will converse with us as gravely about a taste for poetry, as they express it, as if it were a thing as indifferent as a taste for rope dancing, or Frontignac, or sherry. Aristotle, I have been told, has said, that poetry is the most philosophic of all writing. It is so. Its object is truth, not individual and local, but general and operative; not standing upon external testimony, but carried alive into the heart by passion; truth which is its own testimony, which gives competence and confidence to the tribunal to which it appeals, and receives them from the same tribunal. Poetry is the image of man and nature. The obstacles which stand in the way of the fidelity of the biographer and historian, and of their consequent utility, are incalculably greater than those which are to be encountered by the poet who comprehends the dignity of his art. The poet writes under one restriction only, namely, the necessity of giving immediate pleasure to a human being possessed of that information which may be expected from him, not as a lawyer, a physician, a mariner, an astronomer, or a natural philosopher, but as a man. Except this one restriction, there is no object standing between the poet and the image of things; between this and the biographer and historian there are 1,000. Nor let this necessity of producing immediate pleasure be considered as a degradation of the poet's art. It is far otherwise. It is an acknowledgment of the beauty of the universe, an acknowledgment the more sincere, because not formal, but indirect. It is a task light and easy to him who looks at the world in the spirit of love. Further, it is a homage paid to the native and naked dignity of man, to the grand elementary principle of pleasure, by which he knows and feels and lives and moves. We have no sympathy but what is propagated by pleasure. I would not be misunderstood, but wherever we sympathize with pain, it will be found that the sympathy is produced and carried on by subtle combinations with pleasure. We have no knowledge, that is, no general principles drawn from the contemplation of particular facts, but what has been built up by pleasure, and exists in us by pleasure alone. The man of science, the chemist and the mathematician, whatever difficulties and disgusts they may have had to struggle with, know and feel this. However painful may be the objects with which the anatomist's knowledge is connected, he feels that this knowledge is pleasure, and where he has no pleasure he has no knowledge. What then does the poet? He considers man and the objects that surround him as acting and reacting upon each other, so as to produce an infinite complexity of pain and pleasure. He considers man in his own nature and in his ordinary life as contemplating this with a certain quantity of immediate knowledge, with certain convictions, intuitions, and deductions, which from habit acquire the quality of intuitions. He considers him as looking upon this complex scene of ideas and sensations, and finding everywhere objects that immediately excite in him sympathies which, from the necessities of his nature, are accompanied by an overbalance of enjoyment. Section 27. of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. William Wordsworth. Preface to Lyrical Ballads, Part 2. To this knowledge which all men carry about with them, and to these sympathies in which, without any other discipline than that of our daily life, we are fitted to take delight, the poet principally directs his attention. He considers man and nature as essentially adapted to each other, and the mind of man as naturally the mirror of the fairest and most interesting properties of nature. And thus the poet, prompted by this feeling of pleasure which accompanies him through the whole course of his studies, converses with general nature with affections akin to those which, through labour and length of time, the man of science has raised up in himself by conversing with those particular parts of nature which are the objects of his studies. The science both of the poet and the man of science is pleasure. But the knowledge of the one cleaves to us as a necessary part of our existence, our natural and unalienable inheritance. The other is a personal and individual acquisition, slow to come to us, and by no habitual and direct sympathy connecting us with our fellow beings. The man of science seeks truth as a remote and unknown benefactor. He cherishes and loves it in his solitude. The poet, singing a song in which all human beings join with him, rejoices in the presence of truth as our visible friend and hourly companion. Poetry is the breath and finer spirit of all knowledge. It is the impassioned expression which is in the countenance of all science. Emphatically may it be said of the poet, as Shakespeare hath said of man, "that he looks before and after." He is the rock of defence for human nature; an upholder and preserver, carrying everywhere with him relationship and love. In spite of difference of soil and climate, of language and manners, of laws and customs, in spite of things silently gone out of mind, and things violently destroyed, the poet binds together by passion and knowledge the vast empire of human society, as it is spread over the whole earth and over all time. The objects of the poet's thoughts are everywhere. Though the eyes and senses of man are, it is true, his favourite guides, yet he will follow wheresoever he can find an atmosphere of sensation in which to move his wings. Poetry is the first and last of all knowledge. It is as immortal as the heart of man. If the labours of men of science should ever create any material revolution, direct or indirect, in our condition, and in the impressions which we habitually receive, the poet will sleep then no more than at present. He will be ready to follow the steps of the man of science, not only in those general indirect efforts, but he will be at his side, carrying sensation into the midst of the objects of the science itself. The remotest discoveries of the chemist, the botanist, or mineralogist, will be as proper objects of the poet's art as any upon which it can be employed, if the time should ever come when these things shall be familiar to us, and the relations under which they are contemplated by the followers of these respective sciences shall be manifestly and palpably material to us as enjoying and suffering beings. If the time should ever come when what is now called science, thus familiarized to men, shall be ready to put on, as it were, a form of flesh and blood, the poet will lend his divine spirit to aid the transfiguration, and will welcome the being thus produced as a dear and genuine inmate of the household of man. It is not, then, to be supposed that any one, who holds that sublime notion of poetry which I have attempted to convey, will break in upon the sanctity and truth of his pictures by transitory and accidental ornaments, and endeavour to excite admiration of himself by arts, the necessity of which must manifestly depend upon the assumed meanness of his object. What has been thus far said applies to poetry in general, but especially to those parts of composition where the poet speaks through the mouths of his characters; and upon this point it appears to authorize the conclusion that there are few persons of good sense who would not allow that the dramatic parts of composition are defective, in proportion as they deviate from the real language of nature, and are coloured by a diction of the poet's own, either peculiar to him as an individual poet, or belonging simply to poets in general, to a body of men who, from the circumstance of their compositions being in metre, it is expected will employ a particular language. It is not, then, in the dramatic parts of composition that we look for this distinction of language; but still it may be proper and necessary where the poet speaks to us in his own person and character. To this I answer by referring the reader to the description before given of a poet. Among the qualities there enumerated as principally conducing to form a poet, is implied nothing differing in kind from other men, but only in degree. the sum of what was said is, that the poet is chiefly distinguished from other men by a greater promptness to think and feel without immediate external excitement, and a greater power in expressing such thoughts and feelings as are produced in him in that manner. But these passions and thoughts and feelings are the general passions and thoughts and feelings of men. And with what are they connected? Undoubtedly with our moral sentiments and animal sensations, and with the causes which excite these; with the operations of the elements, and the appearances of the visible universe; with storm and sunshine, with the revolutions of the seasons, with cold and heat, with loss of friends and kindred, with injuries and resentments, gratitude and hope, with fear and sorrow. These and the like are the sensations and objects which the poet describes, as they are the sensations of other men, and the objects which interest them. The poet thinks and feels in the spirit of human passions. How then can his language differ in any material degree from that of all other men who feel vividly and see clearly? It must be proved that this is impossible. But supposing that this were not the case, the poet might then be allowed to use a peculiar language when expressing his feelings for his own gratification, or that of men like himself. But poets do not write for poets alone, but for men. Unless therefore we are advocates for that admiration which subsists upon ignorance, and that pleasure which arises from hearing what we do not understand, the poet must descend from this supposed height; and in order to excite rational sympathy, he must express himself as other men express themselves. To this it may be added, that while he is only selecting from the real language of men, or, which amounts to the same thing, composing accurately in the spirit of such selection, he is treading upon safe ground, and we know what we are to expect from him. Our feelings are the same with respect to metre; for, as it may be proper to remind the reader, the distinction of metre is regular and uniform, and not, like that which is produced by what is usually called poetic diction, arbitrary, and subject to infinite caprices upon which no calculation whatever can be made. In the one case the reader is utterly at the mercy of the poet, respecting what imagery or diction he may choose to connect with the passion; whereas, in the other, the metre obeys certain laws, to which the poet and reader both willingly submit because they are certain, and because no interference is made by them with the passion, but such as the concurring testimony of ages has shown to heighten and improve the pleasure which coexists with it. It will now be proper to answer an obvious question, namely, why, professing these opinions, have I written in verse? To this, in addition to such answer as is included in what has already been said, I reply, in the first place, because, however I may have restricted myself, there is still left open to me what confessedly constitutes the most valuable object of all writing, whether in prose or verse: the great and universal passions of men, the most general and interesting of their occupations, and the entire world of nature before me, to supply endless combinations of forms and imagery. Now, supposing for a moment that whatever is interesting in these objects may be as vividly described in prose, why should I be condemned for attempting to superadd to such description the charm which, by the consent of all nations, is acknowledged to exist in metrical language? To this, by such as are yet unconvinced, it may be answered that a very small part of the pleasure given by poetry depends upon the metre, and that it is injudicious to write in metre, unless it be accompanied with the other artificial distinctions of style with which metre is usually accompanied, and that, by such deviation, more will be lost from the shock which will thereby be given to the reader's associations, than will be counterbalanced by any pleasure which he can derive from the general power of numbers. In answer to those who still contend for the necessity of accompanying metre with certain appropriate colours of style, in order to the accomplishment of its appropriate end, and who also, in my opinion, greatly underrate the power of metre itself, It might perhaps, as far as relates to these volumes, have been almost sufficient to observe, that poets are extant, written upon more humble subjects, and in a still more naked and simple style, which have continued to give pleasure from generation to generation. Now, if nakedness and simplicity be a defect, the fact here mentioned affords a strong presumption that poems somewhat less naked and simple are capable of affording pleasure at the present day; and, what I wished chiefly to attempt, at present, was to justify myself for having written under the impression of this belief. But various causes might be pointed out why, when the style is manly and the subject of some importance, words metrically arranged will long continue to impart such a pleasure to mankind as he who proves the extent of that pleasure will be desirous to impart. The end of poetry is to produce excitement in coexistence with an overbalance of pleasure. But, by the supposition, excitement is an unusual and irregular state of the mind. Ideas and feelings do not, in that state, succeed each other in accustomed order. If the words, however, by which this excitement is produced be in themselves powerful, or the images and feelings have an undue proportion of pain connected with them, there is some danger that the excitement may be carried beyond its proper bounds. Now the co-presence of something regular, something to which the mind has been accustomed in various moods and in a less excited state, cannot but have great efficacy in tempering and restraining the passion by an intertexture of ordinary feeling, and of feeling not strictly and necessarily connected with the passion. This is unquestionably true; and hence, though the opinion will at first appear paradoxical, from the tendency of metre to divest language in a certain degree of its reality, and thus to throw a sort of half-consciousness of unsubstantial existence over the whole composition, there can be little doubt but that more pathetic situations and sentiments, that is, those which have a greater proportion of pain connected with them, may be endured in metrical composition, especially in rhyme, than in prose. The metre of the old ballads is very artless; yet they contain many passages which would illustrate this opinion; and, I hope, if the following poems be attentively pursued, similar instances will be found in them. This opinion may be further illustrated by appealing to the reader's own experience of the reluctance with which he comes to the re-perusal of the distressful parts of Clarissa Harlowe, or the Gamester, while Shakespeare's writings in the most pathetic scenes never act upon us as pathetic, beyond the bounds of pleasure; an effect which, in a much greater degree than might at first be imagined, it is to be ascribed to small, but continual and regular impulses of pleasurable surprise from the metrical arrangement. On the other hand, what it must be allowed will much more frequently happen, if the poet's words should be incommensurate with the passion, and inadequate to raise the reader to a height of desirable excitement, then, unless the poet's choice of his metre has been grossly injudicious, in the feelings of pleasure which the reader has been accustomed to connect with metre in general, and in the feeling, whether cheerful or melancholy, which he has been accustomed to connect with that particular movement of metre, there will be found something which will greatly contribute to impart passion to the words, and to effect the complex end which the poet proposes to himself. If I had undertaken a systematic defence of the theory here maintained, it would have been my duty to develop the various causes upon which the pleasure received from metrical language depends. Among the chief of these causes is to be reckoned a principle which must be well known to those who have made any of the arts the object of accurate reflection, namely, the pleasure which the mind derives from the perception of similitude in dissimilitude. This principle is the greatest spring of the activity of our minds, and their chief feeder. From this principle the direction of the sexual appetite, and all the passions connected with it, take their origin. It is the life of our ordinary conversation, and upon the accuracy with which similitude in dissimilitude, and dissimilitude in similitude are perceived, depend our taste and our moral feelings. It would not be a useless employment to apply this principle to the consideration of metre, and to show that metre is hence enabled to afford much pleasure, and to point out in what manner that pleasure is produced. But my limits will not permit me to enter upon this subject, and I must content myself with a general summary. I have said that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. It takes its origin from emotion recollected in tranquillity. The emotion is contemplated till, by a species of reaction, the tranquillity gradually disappears, and an emotion, kindred to that which was before the subject of contemplation, is gradually produced, and does itself actually exist in the mind. In this mood successful composition generally begins, and in a mood similar to this it is carried on. But the emotion, of whatever kind, and in whatever degree, from various causes is qualified by various pleasures, so that in describing any passions whatsoever, which are voluntarily described, the mind will, upon the whole, be in a state of enjoyment. If nature be thus cautious to preserve in a state of enjoyment a being so employed, the poet ought to profit by the lesson held forth to him, and ought especially to take care, that, whatever passions he communicates to his reader, these passions, if his reader's mind be sound and vigorous, should always be accompanied with an overbalance of pleasure. Now the music of harmonious metrical language, the sense of difficulty overcome, and the blind association of pleasure which has been previously received from works of rhyme or metre of the same or similar construction, an indistinct perception perpetually renewed of language closely resembling that of real life, and yet, in the circumstance of metre, differing from it so widely, all these imperceptibly make up a complex feeling of delight, which is of the most important use in tempering the painful feeling always found intermingled with powerful descriptions of the deeper passions. This effect is always produced in pathetic and impassioned poetry, while, in lighter compositions, the ease and gracefulness with which the poet manages his numbers are themselves confessedly a principal source of the gratification of the reader. All that it is necessary to say, however, upon this subject, may be effected by affirming, what few persons will deny, that, of two descriptions, either of passions, manners, or characters, each of them equally well executed, the one in prose and the other in verse, the verse will be read 100 times, where the prose is read once. Having thus explained a few of my reasons for writing in verse, and why I have chosen subjects from common life, and endeavoured to bring my language near to the real language of men, if I have been too minute in pleading my own cause, I have at the same time been treating a subject of general interest, and for this reason a few words shall be added with reference solely to these particular poems, and to some defects which will probably be found in them. I am sensible that my associations must have sometimes been particular instead of general, and that, consequently, giving to things a false importance, I may have sometimes written upon unworthy subjects; but I am less apprehensive on this account than that my language may frequently have suffered from these arbitrary connections of feelings and ideas with particular words and phrases, from which no man can altogether protect himself. Hence I have no doubt, that, in some instances, feelings, even of the ludicrous, may be given to my readers by expressions which appeared to me tender and pathetic. Such faulty expressions, were I convinced they were faulty at present, and that they must necessarily continue to be so, I would willingly take all reasonable pains to correct. But it is dangerous to make these alterations on the simple authority of a few individuals, or even of certain classes of men; for where the understanding of an author is not convinced, or his feelings altered, this cannot be done without great injury to himself; for his own feelings are his stay and support, and, if he set them aside in one instance, he may be induced to repeat this act till his mind shall lose all confidence in itself, and become utterly debilitated. To this it may be added, that the critic ought never to forget that he is himself exposed to the same errors as the poet, and perhaps in a much greater degree; for there can be no presumption in saying of most readers, that it is not probable they will be so well acquainted with the various stages of meaning through which words have passed, or with the fickleness or stability of the relations of particular ideas to each other; and, above all, since they are so much less interested in the subject, they may decide lightly and carelessly. Long as the reader has been detained, I hope he will permit me to caution him against a mode of false criticism which has been applied to poetry, in which the language closely resembles that of life and nature. Such verses have been triumphed over in parodies, of which Mr. Johnson's stanza is a fair specimen. I put my hat upon my head, and walked into the Strand, and there I met another man, whose hat was in his hand. Immediately under these lines let us place one of the most justly admired stanzas of the Babes in the Wood. These pretty babes with hand in hand went wandering up and down, but never more they saw the man approaching from the town. In both these stanzas the words, and the order of the words, in no respect differ from the most unimpassioned conversation. There are words in both, for example, the Strand and the town, connected with none but the most familiar ideas; yet the one stanza we admit as admirable, and the other as a fair example of the superlatively contemptible. Whence arises the difference? Not from the metre, not from the language, not from the order of the words; but the matter expressed in Dr. Johnson's stanza is contemptible. The proper method of treating trivial and simple verses, to which Dr. Johnson's stanza would be a fair parallelism, is not to say, this is a bad kind of poetry, or this is not poetry, but this wants sense. It is neither interesting in itself, nor can lead to anything interesting. The images neither originate in that sane state of feeling which arises out of thought, nor can excite thought or feeling in the reader. This is the only sensible manner of dealing with such verses. Why trouble yourself about the species till you have previously decided upon the genus? Why take pains to prove that an ape is not a Newton, when it is self-evident that he is not a man? One request I must make of my reader, which is, that in judging these poems he would decide by his own feelings genuinely, and not by reflection upon what will probably be the judgment of others. How common is it to hear a person say, I myself do not object to this style of composition, or this or that expression, but to such and such classes of people it will appear mean or ludicrous. This mode of criticism, so destructive of all sound unadulterated judgment, is almost universal. Let the reader then abide, independently, by his own feelings, and if he finds himself affected, let him not suffer such conjectures to interfere with his pleasure. If an author, by a single composition, has impressed us with respect to his talents, it is useful to consider this as affording a presumption, that on other occasions where we have been displeased, he, nevertheless, may not have written ill or absurdly; and further, to give him so much credit for this one composition as may induce us to review what has displeased us, with more care than we should otherwise have bestowed upon it. It is not only an act of justice, but, in our decisions upon poetry especially, may conduce, in a high degree, to the improvement of our own taste, for an accurate taste in poetry, and in all other arts, as Sir Joshua Reynolds has observed, is an acquired talent, which can only be produced by thought and a long continued intercourse with the best models of composition. This is mentioned, not with so ridiculous a purpose as to prevent the most inexperienced reader from judging for himself (I have already said that I wish him to judge for himself), but merely to temper the rashness of decision, and to suggest that, if poetry be a subject on which much time has not been bestowed, the judgment may be erroneous, and that in many cases it necessarily will be so. Nothing would, I know, have so effectually contributed to further the end which I have in view, as to have shown of what kind the pleasure is, and how that pleasure is produced, which is confessedly produced by metrical composition essentially different from that which I have here endeavoured to recommend, for the reader will say that he has been pleased by such composition, and what more can be done for him? The power of any art is limited, and he will suspect that, if it be proposed to furnish him with new friends, that can only be on condition of his abandoning his old friends. Besides, as I have said, the reader is himself conscious of the pleasure which he has received from such composition to which he has peculiarly attached the endearing name of poetry; and all men feel an habitual gratitude, and something of an honourable bigotry, for the objects which have long continued to please them. We not only wish to be pleased, but to be pleased in that particular way in which we have been accustomed to be pleased. There is in these feelings enough to resist a host of arguments, and I should be the less able to combat them successfully, as I am willing to allow, that, in order entirely to enjoy the poetry which I am recommending, it would be necessary to give up much of what is ordinarily enjoyed. But, would my limits have permitted me to point out how this pleasure is produced, many obstacles might have been removed, and the reader assisted in perceiving that the powers of language are not so limited as he may suppose, and that it is possible for poetry to give other enjoyments, of a purer, more lasting, and more exquisite nature. This part of the subject has not been altogether neglected, but it has not been so much my present aim to prove that the interest excited by some other kinds of poetry is less vivid and less worthy of the nobler powers of the mind, as to offer reasons for presuming, that if my purpose were fulfilled, a species of poetry would be produced, which is genuine poetry; in its nature well adapted to interest mankind permanently, and likewise important in the multiplicity and quality of its moral relations. From what has been said, and from a perusal of the poems, the reader will be able clearly to perceive the object which I had in view; he will determine how far it has been attained; and, what is a much more important question, whether it be worth attaining; and upon the decision of these two questions will rest my claim to the approbation of the public. APPENDIX to Lyrical Ballads, 1802. Perhaps, as I have no right to expect that attentive perusal, without which, confined, as I have been, to the narrow limits of a preface, my meaning cannot be thoroughly understood, I am anxious to give an exact notion of the sense in which the phrase poetic diction has been used, and for this purpose a few words shall here be added, concerning the origin and characteristics of the phraseology, which I have condemned under that name. The earliest poets of all nations generally wrote from passion excited by real events. They wrote naturally, and as men. Feeling powerfully as they did, their language was daring and figurative. In succeeding times, poets, and men ambitious of the fame of poets, perceiving the influence of such language, and desirous of producing the same effect without being animated by the same passion, set themselves to a mechanical adoption of these figures of speech, and made use of them, sometimes with propriety, but much more frequently applied them to feelings and thoughts with which they had no natural connexion whatsoever. A language was thus insensibly produced, differing materially from the real language of men in any situation. The reader or hearer of this distorted language found himself in a perturbed and unusual state of mind. When affected by the genuine language of passion, he had been in a perturbed and unusual state of mind also. In both cases he was willing that his common judgment and understanding should be laid asleep, and he had no instinctive and infallible perception of the true to make him reject the false. The one served as a passport for the other. The emotion was in both cases delightful, and no wonder if he confounded the one with the other, and believed them both to be produced by the same, or similar causes. Besides, the poet spake to him in the character of a man to be looked up to, a man of genius and authority. Thus, and from a variety of other causes, this distorted language was received with admiration; and poets, it is probable, who had before contented themselves for the most part with misapplying only expressions which at first had been dictated by real passion, carried the abuse still further, and introduced phrases composed apparently in the spirit of the original figurative language of passion, yet altogether of their own invention, and characterized by various degrees of wanton deviation from good sense and nature. It is indeed true that the language of the earliest poets was felt to differ materially from ordinary language, because it was the language of extraordinary occasions; but it was generally spoken by men, language which the poet himself had uttered when he had been affected by the events which he described, or which he had heard uttered by those around him. To this language it is probable that metre of some sort or other was early superadded. This separated the genuine language of poetry still further from common life, so that whoever read or heard the poems of these earliest poets felt himself moved in a way in which he had not been accustomed to be moved in real life, and by causes manifestly different from those which acted upon him in real life. This was the great temptation to all the corruptions which have followed. Under the protection of this feeling, succeeding poets constructed a phraseology which had one thing, it is true, in common with the genuine language of poetry, namely, that it was not heard in ordinary conversation, that it was unusual. But the first poets, as I have said, spake a language which, though unusual, was still the language of men. This circumstance, however, was degraded by their successors. They found that they could please by easier means. They became proud of modes of expression which they themselves had invented, and which were uttered only by themselves. In process of time, metre became a symbol or promise of this unusual language, and whoever took upon him to write in metre, according as he possessed more or less of the true poetic genius, introduced less or more of this adulterated phraseology into his compositions, and the true and the false were inseparably interwoven until, the taste of men becoming gradually perverted, this language was received as a natural language; and at length, by the influence of books upon men, did to a certain degree really become so. Abuses of this kind were imported from one nation to another, and with the progress of refinement this diction became daily more and more corrupt, thrusting out of sight the plain humanities of nature by a motley masquerade of tricks, quaintnesses, hieroglyphics, and enigmas. It would not be uninteresting to point out the causes of the pleasure given by this extravagant and absurd diction. It depends upon a great variety of causes, but upon none perhaps more than its influence in expressing a notion of the peculiarity and exaltation of the poet's character, and in flattering the reader's self-love by bringing him nearer to a sympathy with that character; an effect which is accomplished by unsettling ordinary habits of thinking, and thus assisting the reader to approach to that perturbed and dizzy state of mind in which, if he does not find himself, he imagines that he is balked of a peculiar enjoyment which poetry can and ought to bestow. The sonnet quoted from Gray in the Preface, except the lines printed in italics, consists of little else but this diction, though not of the worst kind; and indeed, if one may be permitted to say so, it is far too common in the best writers, both ancient and modern. Perhaps in no way, by positive example, could more easily be given a notion of what I mean by the phrase poetic diction, than by referring to a comparison between the metrical paraphrase which we have of passages in the Old and New Testament, and those passages as they exist in our common translation. See Pope's Messiah throughout. Priors, did sweeter sounds adorn my flowing tongue, etc., etc., though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, etc., etc. 1 Corinthians chapter 13. By way of immediate example, take the following of Dr. Johnson: Turn on the prudent ant thy heedless eyes, Observe her labours, sluggard, and be wise. No stern command, no monitory voice, Prescribes her duties or directs her choice. Yet, timely provident, she hastes away, To snatch the blessings of a plenteous day. When fruitful summer loads the teeming plain, She crops the harvest and she stores the grain. How long shall sloth usurp thy useless hours, Unnerve thy vigour, and enchain thy powers? While artful shades thy downy couch enclose, And soft solicitation courts repose, Amidst the drowsy charms of dull delight, Year chases year with unremitted flight, Till want now following, fraudulent and slow, Shall spring to seize thee, like an ambushed foe. From this hubbub of words pass to the original. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways, and be wise, Which having no guide, overseer, or ruler, Provideth her meat in the summer, and gathereth her food in the harvest. How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard? When wilt thou rise out of thy sleep? Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep, So shall thy poverty come as one that travelleth, and thy want as an armed man. Proverbs chapter 6. One more quotation, and I have done. It is from Cowper's Verses, supposed to be written by Alexander Selkirk. Religion, what treasure untold, Resides in that heavenly word! More precious than silver and gold, Or all that this earth can afford, But the sound of the church-going bell These valleys and rocks never heard, Nor sighed at the sound of a knell, Or smiled when a Sabbath appeared. Ye winds that have made me your sport, Convey to this desolate shore Some cordial endearing report Of a land I must visit no more. My friends, do they now and then send A wish or a thought after me? O tell me I yet have a friend, Though a friend I am never to see. This passage is quoted as an instance of three different styles of composition. The first 4 lines are poorly expressed, some critics would call the language prosaic. The fact is, it would be bad prose, so bad that it is scarcely worse in metre. The epithet church-going applied to a bell, and that by so chaste a writer as Cowper, is an instance of the strange abuses which poets have introduced into their language, till they and their readers take them as matters of course, if they do not single them out expressly as objects of admiration. The 2 lines, "Ne'er sighed at the sound," etc., are, in my opinion, an instance of the language of passion wrested from its proper use, and, from the mere circumstance of the composition being in metre, applied upon an occasion that does not justify such violent expressions. And I should condemn the passage, though perhaps few readers will agree with me, as vicious poetic diction. The last stanza is throughout admirably expressed. It would be equally good whether in prose or verse, except that the reader has an exquisite pleasure in seeing such natural language so naturally connected with metre. The beauty of this stanza tempts me to conclude with a principle which ought never to be lost sight of, and which has been my chief guide in all I have said, namely, that in works of imagination and sentiment, for of these only have I been treating, in proportion as ideas and feelings are valuable, whether the composition be in prose or in verse, they require and exact one and the same language. Metre is but adventitious to composition, and the phraseology for which that passport is necessary, even where it be graceful at all, will be little valued by the judicious. Section 27. Section 28 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Poems, 1815, by William Wordsworth. The powers requisite for the production of poetry are, first, those of observation and description, i.e., the ability to observe with accuracy things as they are in themselves, and with fidelity to describe them, unmodified by any passion or feeling existing in the mind of the describer, whether the things depicted be actually present to the senses, or have a place only in the memory. This power, though indispensable to a poet, is one which he employs only in submission to necessity, and never for a continuance of time, as its exercise supposes all the higher qualities of the mind to be passive, and in a state of subjection to external objects, much in the same way as a translator or engraver ought to be to his original. Secondly, sensibility, which, the more exquisite it is, the wider will be the range of a poet's perceptions, and the more will he be incited to observe objects, both as they exist in themselves, and as reacted upon by his own mind. The distinction between poetic and human sensibility has been marked in the character of the poet delineated in the original preface. Thirdly, reflection, which makes the poet acquainted with the value of actions, images, thoughts, and feelings, and assists the sensibility in perceiving their connection with each other. Fourthly, imagination and fancy, to modify, to create, and to associate. Fifthly, invention, by which characters are composed out of materials supplied by observation, whether of the poet's own heart and mind, or of external life and nature, and such incidents and situations produced as are most impressive to the imagination, and most fitted to do justice to the characters, sentiments, and passions which the poet undertakes to illustrate. And lastly, judgment, to decide how and where and in what degree each of these faculties ought to be exerted, so that the less shall not be sacrificed to the greater, nor the greater, slighting the less, arrogate to its own injury more than its due. By judgment also is determined what are the laws and appropriate graces of every species of composition. [Footnote: As sensibility to harmony of numbers, and the power of producing it, are invariably attendants upon the faculties above specified, nothing has been said upon those requisites. The materials of poetry, by these powers collected and produced, are cast, by means of various moulds, into divers forms. The moulds may be enumerated, and the forms specified, in the following order. First, the narrative, including the epopoeia, the historic poem, the tale, the romance, the mock heroic, and, if the spirit of Homer will tolerate such neighborhood, that dear production of our days, the metrical novel. Of this class, the distinguishing mark is, that the narrator, however liberally his speaking agents be introduced, is himself the source from which everything primarily flows. Epic poets, in order that their mode of composition may accord with the elevation of their subject, present themselves as singing, from the inspiration of the muse, ana virumque cano. But this is a fiction in modern times, of slight value. The Iliad or the Paradise Lost would gain little in our estimation by being chanted. The other poets who belong to this class are commonly content to tell their tale, so that of the whole it may be affirmed that they neither require nor reject the accompaniment of music. Secondly, the dramatic, consisting of tragedy, historic drama, comedy, and masque, in which the poet does not appear at all in his own person, and where the whole action is carried on by speech and dialogue of the agents, music being admitted only incidentally and rarely. The opera may be placed here, inasmuch as it proceeds by dialogue, though depending, to the degree that it does, upon music, it has a strong claim to be ranked with the lyrical. The characteristic and impassioned epistle, of which Ovid and Pope have given examples, considered as a species of monodrama, may, without impropriety, be placed in this class. Thirdly, the lyrical, containing the hymn, the ode, the elegy, the song, and the ballad; in all which, for the production of their full effect, an accompaniment of music is indispensable. Fourthly, the Idylium, descriptive chiefly either of the processes and appearances of external nature, as the Seasons of Thomson, or of characters, manners, and sentiments, as are Shenstone's Schoolmistress, the Cotter's Saturday Night of Burns, the Twa Dogs of the same author, or of these in conjunction with the appearances of nature, as most of the pieces of Theocritus, the Allegro and Penseroso of Milton, Beattie's Minstrels, Goldsmith's Deserted Village. The epitaph, the inscription, the sonnet, most of the epistles of poets writing in their own persons, and all loco-descriptive poetry belonging to this class. Fifthly, didactic, the principal object of which is direct instruction, as the poem of Lucretius, the Georgics of Virgil, the Fleece of Dyer, Mason's English Garden, etc. And lastly, philosophical satire, like that of Horace and Juvenal; personal and occasional satire rarely comprehending sufficient of the general in the individual to be dignified with the name of poetry. Out of the three last has been constructed a composite order, of which Young's Night Thoughts and Cowper's Task are excellent examples. It is deducible from the above that poems apparently miscellaneous may with propriety be arranged either with reference to the powers of mind predominant in the production of them, or to the mould in which they are cast, or lastly, to the objects to which they relate. From each of these considerations, the following poems have been divided into classes, which, that the work may more obviously correspond with the course of human life, and for the sake of exhibiting in it the three requisites of a legitimate whole, a beginning, a middle, and an end, have been also arranged, as far as it was possible, according to an order of time, commencing with childhood, and terminating with old age, death, and immortality. My guiding wish was, that the small pieces of which these volumes consist, thus discriminated, might be regarded under a twofold view, as composing an entire work within themselves, and as adjuncts to the philosophical poem, The Recluse. This arrangement has long presented itself habitually to my own mind. Nevertheless, I should have preferred to scatter the contents of these volumes at random, if I had been persuaded that, by the plan adopted, anything material would be taken from the natural effect of the pieces, individually, on the mind of the unreflecting reader. I trust there is a sufficient variety in each class to prevent this; while, to him who reads with reflection, the arrangement will serve as a commentary unostentatiously directing his attention to my purposes, both particular and general. But, as I wish to guard against the possibility of misleading by this classification, it is proper first to remind the reader, that certain poems are placed according to the powers of mind, in the author's conception, predominant in the production of them; predominant, which implies the exertion of other faculties in less degree. Where there is more imagination than fancy in a poem, it is placed under the head of imagination, and vice versa. Both the above classes might without impropriety have been enlarged from that consisting of poems founded on the affections, as might this latter from those, and from the class proceeding from sentiment and reflection. The most striking characteristics of each piece, mutual illustration, variety, and proportion, have governed me throughout. None of the other classes, except those of fancy and imagination, require any particular notice; but a remark of general application may be made. All poets, except the dramatic, have been in the practice of feigning that their works were composed to the music of the harp or lyre. With what degree of affectation this has done in modern times, I leave to the judicious to determine. For my own part, I have not been disposed to violate probability so far, or to make such a large demand upon the reader's charity. Some of these pieces are essentially lyrical, and therefore cannot have their due force without a supposed musical accompaniment, but in much the greatest part, as a substitute for the classic lyre or romantic harp, I require nothing more than an animated or impassioned recitation, adapted to the subject. Poems, however humble in their kind, if they be good in that kind, cannot read themselves. The law of long syllable and short must not be so inflexible. The letter of metre must not be so impassive to the spirit of versification, as to deprive the reader of all voluntary power to modulate, in subordination to the sense, the music of the poem, in the same manner as his mind is left at liberty, and even summoned, to act upon its thoughts and images. But, though the accompaniment of a musical instrument be frequently dispensed with, the true poet does not, therefore, abandon his privilege distinct from that of the mere prose man. He murmurs near the running brooks a music sweeter than their own. Let us come now to the consideration of the words fancy and imagination, as employed in the classification of the following poems. A man, says an intelligent author, has imagination in proportion as he can distinctly copy in idea the impressions of sense. It is the faculty which images within the mind the phenomena of sensation. A man has fancy in proportion as he can call up, connect, or associate, at pleasure, these internal images (Greek, phantasion, is to cause to appear), so as to complete ideal representations of absent objects. Imagination is the power of depicting, and fancy of evoking and combining. The imagination is formed by patient observation, the fancy by a voluntary activity in shifting the scenery of the mind. The more accurate the imagination, the more safely may a painter or a poet undertake a delineation or a description without the presence of the objects to be characterized. The more versatile the fancy, the more original and striking will be the decorations produced." British Synonyms Discriminated, by W. Taylor. Is not this as if a man should undertake to supply an account of a building, and be so intent upon what he had discovered of the foundation as to conclude his task without once looking up at the superstructure? Here, as in other instances throughout the volume, the judicious author's mind is enthralled by etymology. He takes up the original word as his guide and escort, and too often does not perceive how soon he becomes its prisoner, without liberty to tread in any path but that to which it confines him. It is not easy to find out how imagination, thus explained, differs from distinct remembrance of images, or fancy from quick and vivid recollection of them. Each is nothing more than a mode of memory. If the two words bear the above meaning, and no other, what term is left to designate that faculty of which the poet is all compact? He whose eyes glances from earth to heaven, whose spiritual attributes body forth what his pen is prompt in turning to shape, or what is left to characterize fancy, as insinuating herself into the heart of objects with creative activity? Imagination, in the sense of the word as giving title to a class of the following poems, has no reference to images that are merely a faithful copy, existing in the mind, of absent external objects, but is a word of higher import, denoting operations of the mind upon those objects, and processes of creation or of composition, governed by certain fixed laws. I proceed to illustrate my meaning by instances. A parrot hangs from the wires of his cage by his beak or by his claws, or a monkey from the bough of a tree by his paws or his tail. Each creature does so literally and actually. In the first Eclogue of Virgil, the shepherd, thinking of the time when he is to take leave of his farm, thus addresses his goats: Non ego vos posthaec viridi projectus in antro dumosa pendere, procul de rupe videbo. Halfway down hangs one who gathers samphire, is the well-known expression of Shakespeare, delineating an ordinary image upon the cliffs of Dover. In these two instances is a slight exertion of the faculty which I denominate imagination, in the use of one word. Neither the goats nor the samphire gatherer do literally hang, as does the parrot or the monkey. but, presenting to the senses something of such an appearance, the mind in its activity, for its own gratification, contemplates them as hanging. As when far off at sea a fleet descried Hangs in the clouds, by equinoctial winds, close sailing from Bengala, or the isles of Ternate or Tidore, whence merchants bring their spicy drugs, they on the trading flood, through the wide Ethiopian to the Cape, ply, stemming nightly toward the pole, so seemed far off the flying fiend. Here is the full strength of the imagination involved in the word hangs, and exerted upon the whole image. First, the fleet, an aggregate of many ships, is represented as one mighty person, whose track, we know and feel, is upon the waters; but taking advantage of its appearance to the senses, the poet dares to represent it as hanging in the clouds, both for the gratification of the mind in contemplating the image itself, and in reference to the motion and appearance of the sublime objects to which it is compared. From impressions of sight we shall pass to those of sound, which, as they must necessarily be of a less definite character, shall be selected from these volumes. Over his own sweet voice the stock-dove broods. Of the same bird, his voice was buried among trees, yet to be come at by the breeze. O cuckoo, shall I call thee bird, or but a wandering voice? The stock-dove is said to coo, a sound well imitating the note of the bird. But, by the intervention of the metaphor broods, the affections are called in by the imagination to assist in marking the manner in which the bird reiterates and prolongs her soft note, as if herself delighting to listen to it, and participating of a still and quiet satisfaction, like that which may be supposed inseparable from the continuous process of incubation. His voice was buried among the trees, a metaphor expressing the love of seclusion by which this bird is marked, and characterizing its note as not partaking of the shrill and the piercing, and therefore more easily deadened by the intervening shade; yet a note so peculiar and withal so pleasing, that the breeze, gifted with that love of the sound which the poet feels, penetrates the shades in which it is entombed, and conveys it to the ear of the listener. Shall I call thee bird, or but a wandering voice? This concise interrogation characterizes the seeming ubiquity of the voice of the cuckoo, and dispossesses the creature almost of a corporeal existence; the imagination being tempted to this exertion of her power by a consciousness in the memory that the cuckoo is almost perpetually heard throughout the season of spring, but seldom becomes an object of sight. Thus far of images independent of each other, and immediately endowed by the mind with properties that do not inhere in them, upon an incitement from properties and qualities the existence of which is inherent and obvious. These processes of imagination are carried on either by conferring additional properties upon an object, or abstracting from it some of those which it actually possesses, and thus enabling it to react upon the mind which hath performed the process, like a new existence. I pass from the imagination acting upon an individual image to a consideration of the same faculty employed upon images in a conjunction by which they modify each other. The reader has already had a fine instance before him in the passage quoted from Virgil, where the apparently perilous situation of the goat, hanging upon the shaggy precipice, is contrasted with that of the shepherd contemplating it from the seclusion of the cavern, in which he lies stretched at ease and in security. Take these images separately, and how unaffecting the picture compared with that produced by their being thus connected with, and opposed to, each other. As a huge stone is sometimes seen to lie couched on the bald top of an eminence, wonder to all who do the same espy by what means it should thither come, and whence, so that it seems a thing endued with sense, like a sea beast crawled forth, which on a shelf of rock or sand reposeth, there to sun himself. Such seemed this man, not all alive or dead, nor all asleep, in his extreme old age. Motionless as a cloud the old man stood, that heareth not the loud winds when they call, and moveth altogether, if it move at all. In these images, the conferring, the abstracting, and the modifying powers of the imagination, immediately and mediately acting, are all brought into conjunction. The stone is endowed with something of the power of life to approximate it to the sea beast, and the sea beast stripped of some of its vital qualities to assimilate it to the stone; which intermediate image is thus treated for the purpose of bringing the original image, that of the stone, to a nearer resemblance to the figure and condition of the aged man, who is divested of so much of the indications of life and motion as to bring him to the point where the two objects unite and coalesce in just comparison. After what has been said, the image of the cloud need not be commented upon. Thus far of an endowing or modifying power. But the imagination also shapes and creates. And how? By innumerable processes. And in none does it more delight than in that of consolidating numbers into unity, and dissolving and separating unity into number, alterations proceeding from, and governed by, a sublime consciousness of the soul in her own mighty and almost divine powers. Recur to the passage already cited from Milton. When the compact fleet, as one person, has been introduced, sailing from Bengala, they, i.e. the merchants, representing the fleet resolved into a multitude of ships, ply their voyage across the extremities of the earth. So, referring to the word as in the commencement, seemed the flying fiend, the image of his person acting to recombine the multitude of ships into one body, the point from which the comparison set out. So seemed, and to whom seemed? To the heavenly muse who dictates the poem, to the eye of the poet's mind, and to that of the reader, present at one moment in the wide Ethiopian, and in the next in the solitudes, then first broken in upon, of the infernal regions. Modo me Thebes, modo ponit Athenas. Here again this mighty poet, speaking of the Messiah going forth to expel from heaven the rebellious angels, attended by 10,000 saints, he onward came, far off his coming shone, the retinue of saints and the person of the Messiah himself, lost almost and merged in the splendor of that indefinite abstraction, his coming. As I do not mean here to treat this subject further than to throw some light upon the present volumes, and especially upon one division of them, I shall spare myself and the reader the trouble of considering the imagination as it deals with thoughts and sentiments, as it regulates the composition of characters and determines the course of actions. I will not consider it, more than I have already done by implication, as that power which, in the language of one of my most esteemed friends, "draws all things to one, which makes things animate or inanimate, beings with their attributes, subjects with their accessories, take one colour and serve to one effect." [Footnote: Charles Lamb upon the Genius of Hogarth.] The grand storehouses of enthusiastic and meditative imagination, of poetical, as contradistinguished from human and dramatic imagination, are the prophetic and lyrical parts of the Holy Scriptures, and the works of Milton, to which I cannot forbear to add to those of Spenser. I select these writers in preference to those of ancient Greece and Rome, because the anthropomorphism of the pagan religion subjected the minds of the greatest poets in those countries too much to the bondage of definite form, from which the Hebrews were preserved by their abhorrence of idolatry. This abhorrence was almost as strong in our great epic poet, both from circumstance of his life, and from the constitution of his mind. However imbued the surface might be with classical literature, he was a Hebrew in soul, and all things tended in him towards the sublime. Spenser, of a gentler nature, maintained his freedom by aid of his allegorical spirit, at one time inciting him to create persons out of abstractions, and at another, by a superior effort of genius, to give the universality and permanence of abstractions to his human beings, by means of attributes and emblems that belong to the highest moral truths and the purest sensations, of which his character of Una is a glorious example. Of the human and dramatic imagination the works of Shakespeare are an inexhaustible source. I tax not you, ye elements, with unkindness. I never gave you kingdoms, called you daughters. And if, bearing in mind the many poets distinguished by this prime quality, whose names I omit to mention, yet justified by recollection of the insults which the ignorant, the incapable, and the presumptuous have heaped upon these and my other writings, I may be permitted to anticipate the judgment of posterity upon myself, I shall declare, censurable I grant, if the notoriety of the fact above stated does not justify me, that I have given in these unfavourable times evidence of exertions of this faculty upon its worthiest objects, the external universe, the moral and religious sentiments of man, his natural affections, and his acquired passions; which have the same ennobling tendency as the productions of men in this kind worthy to be holden in undying remembrance. To the mode in which fancy has already been characterized as the power of evoking and combining, or as my friend Mr. Coleridge has styled it, the aggregative and associative power, my objection is only that the definition is too general. To aggregate and to associate, to evoke and to combine, belong as well to the imagination as to the fancy; but either the materials evoked and combined are different, or they are brought together under a different law, and for a different purpose. Fancy does not require that the materials which she makes use of should be susceptible of change in their constitution from her touch; and, where they admit of modification, it is enough for her purpose if it be slight, limited, and evanescent. Directly the reverse of these are the desires and demands of the imagination. She recoils from everything but the plastic, the pliant, and the indefinite. She leaves it to fancy to describe Queen Mab as coming, in shape no bigger than an agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman. Having to speak of nature, she does not tell you that her gigantic angel was as tall as Pompey's Pillar, much less that he was 12 cubits, or 1200 cubits high, or that his dimensions equalled those of Teneriffe or Atlas; because these, and if they were 1,000,000 times as high it would be the same, are bounded. The expression is, his stature reached the sky, the illimitable firmament. When the imagination frames a comparison, if it does not strike on the first presentation a sense of the truth of the likeness, from the moment it is perceived, grows, and continues to grow, upon the mind; the resemblance depending less upon outline of form and feature, than upon expression and effect; less upon casual and outstanding, than upon inherent and eternal properties. Moreover, the images invariably modify each other. The law under which the processes of fancy are carried on is as capricious as the accidents of things, and the effects are surprising, playful, ludicrous, amusing, tender, or pathetic, as the objects happen to be appositely produced or fortunately combined. Fancy depends upon the rapidity and profusion with she scatters her thoughts and images. Trusting that their number, and the felicity with which they are linked together, will make amends for the want of individual value; or she prides herself upon the curious subtlety and the successful elaboration with which she can detect their lurking affinities. If she can win you over to her purpose, and impart to you her feelings, she cares not how unstable or transitory may be her influence, knowing that it will not be out of her power to resume it upon an apt occasion. But the imagination is conscious of an indestructible dominion; the soul may fall away from it, not being able to sustain its grandeur; but, if once felt and acknowledged, by no act of any other faculty of the mind can it be relaxed, impaired, or diminished. Fancy is given to quicken and to beguile the temporal part of our nature; imagination to incite and to support the eternal. Yet is it not the less true that fancy, as she is an active, is also, under her own laws and in her own spirit, a creative faculty? In what manner fancy ambitiously aims at a rivalship with imagination, and imagination stoops to work with the materials of fancy, might be illustrated from the compositions of all eloquent writers, whether in prose or verse; and chiefly from those of our own country. Scarcely a page of the impassioned parts of Bishop Taylor's works can be opened that shall not afford examples. Referring the reader to these inestimable volumes, I will content myself with placing a conceit, ascribed to Lord Chesterfield, in contrast with a passage from Paradise Lost. The dews of the evening most carefully shun, they are the tears of the sky for the loss of the sun. After the transgression of Adam, Milton, with other appearances of sympathizing nature, thus marks the immediate consequence: Sky lowered, and, muttering thunder, some sad drops Wept at completion of the mortal sin. The associating link is the same in each instance. Dew and rain, not indistinguishable from the liquid substance of tears, are employed as indications of sorrow. A flash of surprise is the effect in the former case, a flash of surprise and nothing more; for the nature of things does not sustain the combination. In the latter, the effects from the act, of which there is this immediate consequence and visible sign, are so momentous, that the mind acknowledges the justice and reasonableness of the sympathy in nature so manifested; and the sky weeps drops of water as with human eyes, as "earth had before trembled from her entrails, and nature given a second groan." Finally, I will refer to Cotton's Ode upon Winter, an admirable composition, though stained with some peculiarities of the age in which he lived, for a general illustration of the characteristics of fancy. The middle part of this ode contains a most lively description of the entrance of Winter, with his retinue as a palsied king, and yet a military monarch, advancing for conquest with his army; the several bodies of which, and their arms and equipments, are described with a rapidity of detail and a profusion of fanciful comparisons, which indicate on the part of the poet extreme activity of intellect, and a correspondent hurry of delightful feeling. Winter retires from the foe into his fortress, where A magazine of sovereign juice is cellared in, Liquor that will the siege maintain, Should Phoebus ne'er return again. Though myself a water drinker, I cannot resist the pleasure of transcribing what follows, as an instance still more happy of fancy employed in the treatment of feeling than, in its preceding passages, the poem supplies of her management of forms. 'Tis that gives the poet rage, and thaws the gelid blood of age, matures the young, restores the old, and makes the fainting coward bold. It lays the careful head to rest, calms palpitations in the breast, renders our lives' misfortune sweet. Then let the chill sirocco blow, and gird us round with hills of snow, or else go whistle to the shore, and make the hollow mountains roar; whilst we together jovial sit, careless, and crowned with mirth and wit, where, though bleak winds confine us home, our fancies round the world shall roam. We'll think of all the friends we know, and drink to all worth drinking to; and having drunk all thine and mine, we rather shall want healths than wine. But where friends fail us, we'll supply our friendships with our charity. Men that remote in sorrows live, shall by our lusty brimmers thrive. We'll drink the wanting into wealth, and those that languish into health, the afflicted into joy, the oppressed into security and rest. The worthy in disgrace shall find Favour return again more kind, and in restraint who stifled lie shall taste the air of liberty. The brave shall triumph in success, the lover shall have mistresses. Poor unregarded virtue praise, and the neglected poet bays. Thus shall our healths do others good, whilst we ourselves do all we would; for, freed from envy and from care, what would we be but what we are? When I sate down to write this preface, it was my intention to have made it more comprehensive. but, thinking that I ought rather to apologize for detaining the reader so long, I will here conclude. Section 28. Section 29 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Essay Supplementary to Preface, 1815, by William Wordsworth. With the young of both sexes, poetry is, like love, a passion; but, for much of the greater part of those who have been proud of its power over their minds, a necessity soon arises of breaking the pleasing bondage, or it relaxes of itself; the thoughts being occupied in domestic cares, or the time engrossed by business. Poetry then becomes only an occasional recreation; while to those whose existence passes away in a course of fashionable pleasure, it is a species of luxurious amusement. In middle and declining age, a scattered number of serious persons resort to poetry, as to religion, for a protection against the pressure of trivial employments, and as a consolation for the afflictions of life. And lastly, there are many who, having been enamoured of this art in their youth, have found leisure, after youth was spent, to cultivate general literature, in which poetry has continued to be comprehended as a study. Into the above classes the readers of poetry may be divided. Critics abound in them all, but from the last only can opinions be collected of absolute value, and worthy to be depended upon, as prophetic of the destiny of a new work. The young, who in nothing can escape delusion, are especially subject to it in their intercourse with poetry. The cause, not so obvious as the fact is unquestionable, is the same as that from which erroneous judgments in this art, in the minds of men of all ages, chiefly proceed; but upon youth it operates with peculiar force. The appropriate business of poetry, which nevertheless, if genuine, is as permanent as pure science, her appropriate employment, her privilege and her duty, is to treat of things not as they are, but as they appear; not as they exist in themselves, but as they seem to exist to the senses, and to the passions. What a world of delusion does this acknowledged obligation prepare for the inexperienced! What temptations to go astray are here held forth for them whose thoughts have been little disciplined by the understanding, and whose feelings revolt from the sway of reason! When a juvenile reader is in the height of his rapture with some vicious passage, should experience throw in doubts, or common sense suggest suspicions, a lurking consciousness that the realities of the muse are but shows, and her liveliest excitements are raised by transient shocks of conflicting feeling and successive assemblages of contradictory thoughts, is ever at hand to justify extravagance, and to sanction absurdity. But it may be asked, as these illusions are unavoidable, and, no doubt, eminently useful to the mind as a process, what good can be gained by making observations, the tendency of which is to diminish the confidence of youth in its feelings, and thus to abridge its innocent and even profitable pleasures? The reproach implied in the question could not be warded off, if youth were incapable of being delighted with what is truly excellent, or if these errors always terminated of themselves in due season. But, with the majority, though their force be abated, they continue through life. Moreover, the fire of youth is so vivacious an element to be extinguished or damped by a philosophical remark, and, while there is no danger that what has been said will be injurious or painful to the ardent and the confident, it may prove beneficial to those who, being enthusiastic, are, at the same time, modest and ingenuous. The intimation may unite with their own misgivings to regulate their sensibility, and to bring in, sooner than it would otherwise have arrived, a more discreet and sound judgment. If it should excite wonder that men of ability, in later life, whose understandings have been rendered acute by practice in affairs, should be so easily and so far imposed upon when they happen to take up a new work in verse, this appears to be the cause, that, having discontinued their attention to poetry, whatever progress may have been made in other departments of knowledge, they have not, as to this art, advanced in true discernment beyond the age of youth. If then a new poem fall in their way, whose attractions are of that kind which would have enraptured them during the heat of youth, the judgment not being improved to a degree that they shall be disgusted, they are dazzled, and prize and cherish the faults for having had power to make the present time vanish before them, and to throw the mind back, as by enchantment, into the happiest season of life. As they read, powers seem to be revived, passions are regenerated, and pleasures restored. The book was probably taken up after an escape from the burden of business, and with a wish to forget the world and all its vexations and anxieties. Having obtained this wish, and so much more, it is natural that they should make report as they have felt. If men of mature age, through want of practice, be thus easily beguiled into admiration of absurdities, extravagances, and misplaced ornaments, thinking it proper their understandings should enjoy a holiday while they are unbending their minds with verse, it may be expected that such readers will resemble their former selves also in strength of prejudice, and in inaptitude to be moved by the unostentatious beauties of a pure style. In the higher poetry, an enlightened critic chiefly looks for a reflection of the wisdom of the heart and a grandeur of the imagination. Wherever these appear, simplicity accompanies them, magnificence herself, when legitimate, depending upon a simplicity of her own to regulate her ornaments. But it is a well-known property of human nature, that our estimates are ever governed by comparisons, of which we are conscious with various degrees of distinctness. Is it not then inevitable, confining these observations to the effects of style merely, that an eye, accustomed to the glaring hues of diction by which such readers are caught and excited, will for the most part be rather repelled than attracted by an original work, the colouring of which is disposed according to a pure and refined scheme of harmony? It is in the fine arts as in the affairs of life, no man can serve, i.e., obey with zeal and fidelity, two masters. As poetry is most just to its own divine origin when it administers the comforts and breathes the spirit of religion, they who have learned to perceive this truth, and who betake themselves to reading verse for sacred purposes, must be preserved from numerous illusions to which the two classes of readers, whom we have been considering, are liable. But, as the mind grows serious from the weight of life, the range of its passions is contracted accordingly, and its sympathies become so exclusive that many species of high excellence wholly escape, or but languidly excite, its notice. Besides, men who read from religious or moral inclinations, even when the subject is of that kind which they approve, are beset with misconceptions and mistakes peculiar to themselves. Attaching so much importance to the truths which interest them, they are prone to overrate the authors by whom those truths are expressed and enforced. They come prepared to impart so much passion to the poet's language, that they remain unconscious how little, in fact, they receive from it. And, on the other hand, religious faith is to him who holds it so momentous a thing, and error appears to be attended with such tremendous consequences, that, if opinions touching upon religion occur which the reader condemns, he not only cannot sympathize with them, however animated the expression, but there is, for the most part, an end put to all satisfaction and enjoyment. Love, if it before existed, is converted into dislike, and the heart of the reader is set against the author and his book. To these excesses, they, who from their professions ought to be the most guarded against them, are perhaps the most liable. I mean those sects whose religion, being from the calculating understanding, is cold and formal. For when Christianity, the religion of humility, is founded upon the proudest faculty of our nature, what can be expected but contradictions? Accordingly, believers of this cast are at one time contemptuous, at another, being troubled, as they are and must be, with inward misgivings, they are jealous and suspicious, and at all seasons they are under temptation to supply by the heat with which they defend their tenets, the animation which is wanting to the constitution of the religion itself. Faith was given to man that his affections, detached from the treasures of time, might be inclined to settle upon those of eternity; the elevation of his nature, which this habit produces on earth, being to him a presumptive evidence of a true state of existence, and giving him a title to partake of its holiness. The religious man values what he sees chiefly as an imperfect shadowing forth of what he is incapable of seeing. The concerns of religion refer to indefinite objects, and are too weighty for the mind to support them without relieving itself by resting a great part of the burden upon words and symbols. The commerce between man and his Maker cannot be carried on but by a process where much is represented in little, and the infinite Being accommodates himself to a finite capacity. In all this may be perceived the affinity between religion and poetry; between religion, making up the deficiencies of reason by faith, and poetry, passionate for the instruction of reason; between religion, whose element is infinitude, and whose ultimate trust is the supreme of things, submitting herself to circumscription, and reconciled to substitutions, and poetry, ethereal and transcendent, yet incapable to sustain her existence without sensuous incarnation. In this community of nature may be perceived also the lurking excitements of kindred error; so that we shall find that no poetry has been more subject to distortion than that species the argument and scope of which is religious; and no lovers of the art have gone farther astray than the pious and devout. Whither then shall we turn for that union of qualifications which must necessarily exist before the decisions of a critic can be of absolute value? For a mind at once poetical and philosophical, for a critic whose affections are as free and kindly as the spirit of society, and whose understanding is severe as that of dispassionate government, where are we to look for that initiatory composure of mind which no selfishness can disturb? For a natural sensibility that has been tutored into correctness without losing anything of its quickness, and for active faculties, capable of answering the demands which an author of original imagination shall make upon them, associated with a judgment that cannot be duped into admiration by aught that is unworthy of it? Among those and those only who, never having suffered their youthful love of poetry to remit much of its force, have applied to the consideration of the laws of this art the best power of their understandings. At the same time it must be observed, that, as this class comprehends the only judgments which are trustworthy, so does it include the most erroneous and perverse. For to be mistaught is worse than to be untaught; and no perverseness equals that which is supported by system, no errors are so difficult to root out as those which the understanding has pledged its credit to uphold. In this class are contained censors, who, if they be pleased with what is good, are pleased with it only by imperfect glimpses, and upon false principles; who, should they generalize rightly, to a certain point, are sure to suffer for it in the end; who, if they stumble upon a sound rule, are fettered by misapplying it, or by straining it too far, being incapable of perceiving when it ought to yield to one of higher order. In it are found critics too petulant to be passive to a genuine poet, and too feeble to grapple with him; men who take upon them to report of the course which he holds whom they are utterly unable to accompany; confounded if he turn quick upon the wing, dismayed if he soar steadily into the region; men of palsied imaginations and indurated hearts, in whose minds all healthy action is languid, who therefore feed as the many direct them, or with the many are greedy after vicious provocatives; judges, whose censure is auspicious, and whose praise ominous. In this class meet together the two extremes of best and worst. The observations presented in the foregoing series are of too ungracious a nature to have been made without reluctance, and, were it only on this account, I would invite the reader to try them by the test of comprehensive experience. If the number of judges who can be confidently relied upon be in reality too small, it ought to follow that partial notice only, or neglect, perhaps long continued, or attention wholly inadequate to their merits, must have been the fate of most works in the higher departments of poetry; and that, on the other hand, numerous productions have blazed into popularity, and have passed away, leaving scarcely a trace behind them. It will be further found, that when authors shall have at length raised themselves into general admiration and maintained their ground, errors and prejudices have prevailed concerning their genius and their works, which the few who are conscious of those errors and prejudices would deplore, if they were not recompensed by perceiving that there are select spirits for whom it is ordained that their fame shall be in the world an existence like that of virtue, which owes its being to the struggles it makes and its vigour to the enemies whom it provokes; a vivacious quality, ever doomed to meet with opposition, and still triumphing over it; and, from the nature of its dominion, incapable of being brought to the sad conclusion of Alexander, when he wept that there were no more worlds for him to conquer. Let us take a hasty retrospect of the poetical literature of this country for the greater part of the last 2 centuries, and see if the facts support these inferences. Who is there that now reads the Creation of Du Bartas? Yet all Europe once resounded with his praise. He was caressed by kings, and, when his poem was translated into our language, the Fairy Queen faded before it. The name of Spenser, whose genius is of a higher order than even that of Ariosto, is at this day scarcely known beyond the limits of the British Isles; and the value of his works is to be estimated from the attention now paid to them by his countrymen, compared with that which they bestow on those of some other writers, it must be pronounced small indeed. The laurel, meed of mighty conquerors, and poets sage, are his own words, but his wisdom has, in this particular, been his worst enemy; while its opposite, whether in the shape of folly or madness, has been their best friend. But he has a great power, and bears a high name; the laurel has been awarded to him. A dramatic author, if he write for the stage, must adapt himself to the taste of the audience, or they will not endure him. Accordingly the mighty genius of Shakespeare was listened to. The people were delighted; but I am not sufficiently versed in stage antiquities to determine whether they did not flock as eagerly to the representation of many pieces of contemporary authors wholly undeserving to appear upon the same boards. Had there been a formal contest for superiority among dramatic writers, that Shakespeare, like his predecessors Sophocles and Euripides, would have often been subject to the mortification of seeing the prize adjudged to sorry competitors, becomes too probable, when we reflect that the admirers of Settle and Shadwell were, in a later age, as numerous, and reckoned as respectable, in point of talent, as those of Dryden. At all events, that Shakespeare stooped to accommodate himself to the people is sufficiently apparent; and one of the most striking proofs of his almost omnipotent genius is, that he could turn to such glorious purpose those materials which the prepossessions of the age compelled him to make use of. Yet even this marvellous skill appears not to have been enough to prevent his rivals from having some advantage over him in public estimation. Else how can we account for passages and scenes that exist in his works, unless upon a supposition that some of the grossest of them, a fact which in my own mind I have no doubt of, were foisted in by the players for the gratification of the many? But that his works, whatever might be their reception upon the stage, made but little impression among the ruling intellects of the time, may be inferred from the fact that Lord Bacon, in his multifarious writings, nowhere either quotes or alludes to him. [Footnote: The learned Hakewill, a third edition of whose book bears date 1635, writing to refute the error "touching nature's perpetual and universal decay," cites triumphantly the names of Ariosto, Tasso, Bartus, and Spenser as instances that poetic genius has not degenerated, but he makes no mention of Shakespeare. His dramatic excellence enabled him to resume possession of the stage after the Restoration, but Dryden tells us that in his time two of the plays of Beaumont and Fletcher were acted for one of Shakespeare's; and so faint and limited was the perception of the poetic beauties of his dramas in the time of Pope, that, in his edition of the plays, with a view of rendering to the general reader a necessary service, he printed between inverted commas those passages which he thought most worthy of notice. In this day the French critics have abated nothing of their aversion to this darling of our nation. "The English, with their Buffon de Shakespeare," is as familiar an expression among them as in the time of Voltaire. Baron Grimm is the only French writer who seems to have perceived his infinite superiority to the first names of the French theatre, an advantage which the Parisian critic owed to his German blood and German education. The most enlightened Italians, though well acquainted with our language, are wholly incompetent to measure the proportions of Shakespeare. The Germans only, of foreign nations, are approaching towards a knowledge and feeling of what he is. In some respects they have acquired a superiority over the fellow countrymen of the poet, for among us it is a current, I might say, an established opinion, that Shakespeare is justly praised when he is pronounced to be "a wild irregular genius, in whom great faults are compensated by great beauties." How long may it be before this misconception passes away, and it becomes universally acknowledged that the judgment of Shakespeare in the selection of his materials and in the manner in which he has made them, heterogeneous as they often are, constitute a unity of their own, and contribute all to one great end, is not less admirable in his imagination, his invention, and his intuitive knowledge of human nature? There is extant a small volume of miscellaneous poems, in which Shakespeare expresses his own feelings in his own person. It is not difficult to conceive that the editor, George Steevens, should have been insensible to the beauties of one portion of that volume, the Sonnets; though in no part of the writings of this poet is found, on an equal compass, a greater number of exquisite feelings felicitously expressed. But, from regard to the critic's own credit, he would not have ventured to talk of an Act of Parliament not being strong enough to compel the perusal of those little pieces, if he had not known that the people of England were ignorant of the treasures contained in them; and if he had not, moreover, shared the too common propensity of human nature to exult over a supposed fall into the mire of a genius whom he had been compelled to regard with admiration, as an inmate of the celestial regions, "there sitting where he durst not soar." 9 years before the death of Shakespeare, Milton was born, and early in life he published several small poems, which, though on their first appearance they were praised by a few of the judicious, were afterwards neglected to that degree that Pope in his youth could borrow from them without risk of its being known. Whether these poems are at this day justly appreciated, I will not undertake to decide, nor would it imply a severe reflection upon the mass of readers to suppose the contrary, seeing that a man of the acknowledged genius of Voss, the German poet, could suffer their spirit to evaporate, and could change their character, as is done in the translation made by him of the most popular of these pieces. At all events, it is certain that these poems of Milton are now much read, and loudly praised, yet were they little heard of till more than 150 years after their publication, and of the Sonnets, Dr. Johnson, as appears from Boswell's Life of him, was in the habit of thinking and speaking as contemptuously as Steevens wrote upon those of Shakespeare. About the time when the Pindaric Odes of Cowley and his imitators, and the productions of that class of curious thinkers whom Dr. Johnson has strangely styled metaphysical poets, were beginning to lose something of that extravagant admiration which they had excited, the Paradise Lost made its appearance. "Fit audience find though few," was the petition addressed by the poet to his inspiring muse. I have said elsewhere that he gained more than he asked. This I believe to be true, but Dr. Johnson has fallen into a gross mistake when he attempts to prove, by the sale of the work, that Milton's countrymen were just to it upon its first appearance. 1,300 copies were sold in 2 years, an uncommon example, he asserts, of the prevalence of genius in opposition to so much recent enmity as Milton's public conduct had excited. But be it remembered that, if Milton's political and religious opinions, and the manner in which he announced them, had raised him many enemies, they had procured him numerous friends, who, as all personal danger was passed away at the time of publication, would be eager to procure the master work of a man whom they revered, and whom they would be proud of praising. Take from the number of purchasers, persons of this class, and also those who wished to possess the poem as a religious work, and but few, I fear, would be left who sought for it on account of its poetical merits. The demand did not immediately increase, for, says Dr. Johnson, "many more readers," he means persons in the habit of reading poetry, "than were supplied at first the nation did not afford." How careless must a writer be who can make this assertion in the face of so many existing title pages to belie it! Turning to my own shelves, I find the folio of Cowley, 7th edition, 1681. A book near it is Flatman's Poems, 4th edition, 1686. Waller, 5th edition, same date. The Poems of Norris of Bremerton not long after went, I believe, through 9 editions. What further demand might there be for these works I do not know, but I well remember that, 25 years ago, the booksellers' stalls in London swarmed with the folios of Cowley. This is not mentioned in disparagement of that able writer and amiable man, but merely to show that, if Milton's works were not more read, it was not because readers did not exist at the time. The early editions of the Paradise Lost were printed in a shape which allowed them to be sold at a low price, yet only 3,000 copies of the work were sold in 11 years. And the nation, says Dr. Johnson, had been satisfied from 1623 to 1664, that is, 41 years, with only 2 editions of the works of Shakespeare, which probably did not together make 1,000 copies. Facts adduced by the critic to prove the paucity of writers. There were readers in multitudes, but their money went for other purposes, as their admiration was fixed elsewhere. We are authorized, then, to affirm that the reception of the Paradise Lost, and the slow progress of its fame, are proofs as striking as can be desired that the positions which I am attempting to establish are not erroneous. How amusing to shape to oneself such a critique as a wit of Charles' days, or a lord of the Miscellanies, or trading journalist of King William's time, would have brought forth, if he had set his faculties industriously to work upon this poem, everywhere impregnated with original excellence. So strange indeed are the obliquities of admiration, that they whose opinions are much influenced by authority will often be tempted to think that there are no fixed principles in human nature for this art to rest upon. I have been honoured by being permitted to peruse in manuscript a tract composed between the period of the Revolution and the close of that century. It is the work of an English peer of high accomplishments, its object to form the character and direct the studies of his son. Perhaps nowhere does a more beautiful treatise of the kind exist. The good sense and wisdom of the thoughts, the delicacy of the feelings, and the charm of the style, are throughout equally conspicuous. Yet the author, selecting among the poets of his own country those whom he deems most worthy of his son's perusal, particularizes only Lord Rochester, Sir John Denham, and Cowley. Writing about the same time, Shaftesbury, an author at present unjustly depreciated, describes the British muses as only yet lisping in their cradles. The arts by which Pope, soon afterwards, contrived to procure to himself a more general and a higher reputation than perhaps any English poet ever attained during his lifetime, are known to the judicious; and as well known is it to them, that the undue exertion of those arts is the cause why Pope has for some time held a rank in literature, to which, if he had not been seduced by an over-love of immediate popularity, and had confided more in his native genius, he never could have descended. He bewitched the nation by his melody, and dazzled it by his polished style, and was himself blinded by his own success. Having wandered from humanity in his eclogues with boyish inexperience, the praise which these compositions obtained tempted him into a belief that nature was not to be trusted, at least in pastoral poetry. To prove this by example, he put his friend Gay upon writing those eclogues which their author intended to be burlesque. The instigator of the work, and his admirers, could perceive in them nothing but what was ridiculous. Nevertheless, though these poems contained some detestable passages, the effect, as Dr. Johnson well observes, "of reality and truth became conspicuous even when the intention was to show them grovelling and degraded." The pastorals, ludicrous to such as prided themselves upon their refinement, in spite of those disgusting passages, became popular, and were read with delight, as just representations of rural manners and occupations. Something less than 60 years after the publication of the Paradise Lost, appeared Thomson's Winter, which was speedily followed by his other seasons. It is a work of inspiration, much of it is written from himself, and nobly from himself. How was it received? "It was no sooner read," says one of his contemporary biographers, "than universally admired those only excepted who had not been used to feel, or to look for anything in poetry beyond a point of satirical or epigrammatic wit, a smart antithesis richly trimmed with rhyme, or the softness of an elegiac complaint. To such his manly classical spirit could not readily commend itself, till after a more attentive perusal they had got the better of their prejudices, and either acquired or affected a truer taste." A few others stood aloof, merely because they had long before fixed the articles of their poetical creed, and resigned themselves to an absolute despair of ever seeing anything new and original. These were somewhat mortified to find their notions disturbed by the appearance of a poet, who seemed to owe nothing but to nature and his own genius. But, in a short time, the applause became unanimous, every one wondering how so many pictures, and pictures so familiar, should have moved them but faintly to what they felt in his descriptions. His digressions, too, the overflowings of a tender and benevolent heart, charmed the reader no less, leaving him in doubt whether he should more admire the poet or love the man." This case appears to bear strongly against us, but we must distinguish between wonder and legitimate admiration. The subject of the work is the changes produced in the appearances of nature by the revolution of the year, and, by undertaking to write in verse, Thomson pledged himself to treat his subject as became a poet. Now it is remarkable that, excepting the nocturnal Reverie of Lady Winchelsea, and a passage or two in the Windsor Forest of Pope, the poetry of the period intervening between the publication of the Paradise Lost and the Seasons does not contain a single new image of external nature, and scarcely presents a familiar one from which it can be inferred that the eye of the poet has been steadily fixed upon his object, much less that his feelings had urged him to work upon it in the spirit of genuine imagination. To what a low state knowledge of the most obvious and important phenomena had sunk, is evident from the style in which Dryden has executed a description of night in one of his tragedies, and Pope his translation of the celebrated moonlight scene in the Iliad. A blind man, in the habit of attending accurately to descriptions casually dropped from the lips of those around him, might easily depict these appearances with more truth. Dryden's lines are vague, bombastic, and senseless. [Footnote: Cortez alone in a nightgown. All things are hushed as nature's self lay dead. The mountains seem to nod their drowsy head. The little birds in dreams their songs repeat, and sleeping flowers beneath the night dew sweat. Even lust and envy sleep, yet love denies Rest to my soul and slumber to my eyes. Dryden's Indian Emperor. Those of Pope, though he had Homer to guide him, are throughout false and contradictory. The verses of Dryden, once highly celebrated, are forgotten. Those of Pope still retain their hold upon public estimation. Nay, there is not a passage of descriptive poetry which at this day finds so many and such ardent admirers. Strange to think of an enthusiast, as may have been the case with thousands, reciting those verses under the cope of a moonlight sky, without having his raptures in the least disturbed by a suspicion of their absurdity. If these two distinguished writers could habitually think that the visible universe was of so little consequence to a poet, that it was scarcely necessary for him to cast his eyes upon it, we may be assured that those passages of the elder poets which faithfully and poetically describe the phenomena of nature were not at that time holden in such estimation, and that there was little accurate attention paid to those appearances. Section 29. Section 30 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Book, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Section 30. Essay Supplementary to Preface, continued, by William Wordsworth. Wonder is the natural product of ignorance, and as the soil was in such good condition at the time of the publication of the Seasons, the crop was doubtless abundant. Neither individuals nor nations become corrupt all at once, nor are they enlightened in a moment. Thomson was an inspired poet, but he could not work miracles. In cases where the art of seeing had in some degree been learned, the teacher would further the proficiency of his pupils, but he could do little more; though so far does vanity assist men in acts of self-deception that many would often fancy they recognized a likeness when they knew nothing of the original. Having shown that much of what his biographer deemed genuine admiration must in fact have been blind wonderment, how is the rest to be accounted for? Thomson was fortunate in the very title of his poem, which seemed to bring it home to the prepared sympathies of every one. In the next place, notwithstanding his high powers, he writes a vicious style, and his false ornaments are exactly of that kind which would be most likely to strike the undiscerning. He likewise abounds with sentimental commonplaces, that, from the manner in which they were brought forward, bore an imposing air of novelty. In any well-used copy of the Seasons, the book generally opens of itself with the Rhapsody on Love, or with one of the stories, perhaps Damon and Musidora. These also are prominent in our collections of extracts, and are the parts of his work which, after all, were probably most efficient in first recommending the author to general notice. Pope, repaying praises which he had received, and wishing to extol him to the highest, only styles him "an elegant and philosophical poet," nor are we able to collect any unquestionable proofs that the true characteristics of Thomson's genius as an imaginative poet were perceived, till the elder Warton, almost 40 years after the publication of the Seasons, pointed them out by a note in his essay on the Life and Writings of Pope. Since these observations upon Thomson were written, I have perused the second edition of his Seasons, and find that even that does not contain the most striking passages which Warton points out for admiration. These, with other improvements throughout the whole work, must have been added at a later period. In the Castle of Indolence, of which Gray speaks so coldly, these characteristics were almost as conspicuously displayed, and in verse more harmonious and diction more pure. Yet that fine poem was neglected on its appearance, and is at this day the delight only of a few. When Thomson died, Collins breathed forth his regrets in an elegiac poem, in which he pronounces a poetical curse upon him who should regard with insensibility the place where the poet's remains were deposited. The poems of the mourner himself have now passed through innumerable editions, and are universally known. But if, when Collins died, the same kind of imprecation had been pronounced by a surviving admirer, small is the number whom it would not have comprehended. The notice which his poems attained during his lifetime was so small, and of course the sale so insignificant, that not long before his death he deemed it right to repay to the bookseller the sum which he had advanced for them, and threw the edition into the fire. Next in importance to the Seasons of Thomson, though a considerable distance from that work in order of time, come the Relics of Ancient English Poetry, collected, new remodelled, and in many instances, if such a contradiction in terms may be used, composed by the editor, Dr. Percy. This work did not steal silently into the world, as is evident from the number of legendary tales that appeared not long after its publication, and had been modelled, as the authors persuaded themselves, after the old ballad. The compilation was, however, ill suited to the then existing state of city society, and Dr. Johnson, mid the little senate to which he gave laws, was not sparing in his exertions to make it an object of contempt. The critic triumphed, the legendary imitators were deservedly disregarded, and as undeservedly their ill-imitated models sank in this country into temporary neglect, while Burger and other able writers of Germany were translating or imitating these reliques, and composing, with the aid of inspiration thence derived, poems which are the delight of the German nation. Dr. Percy was so abashed by the ridicule flung upon his labours from the ignorance and insensibility of the persons with whom he lived, that, though while he was writing under a mask he had not wanted resolution to follow his genius into the regions of true simplicity and genuine pathos, as is evidenced by the exquisite ballad of Sir Cauline and many other pieces, yet when he appeared in his own person and character as a poetical writer, he adopted, as in the tale of the Hermit of Warkworth, a diction scarcely in any one of its features distinguishable from the vague, the glossy, and unfeeling language of his day. I mention this remarkable fact with regret, esteeming the genius of Dr. Percy in this kind of writing superior to that of any other man by whom in modern times it has been cultivated. That even Burger, to whom Klopstock gave in my hearing a commendation which he denied to Goethe and Schiller, pronouncing him to be a genuine poet and one of the few among the Germans whose works would last, had not the fine sensibility of Percy, might be shown from many passages in which he has deserted his original only to go astray. For example, "Now day was gone and night was come, and all were fast asleep, all save the Lady Emmeline, who sat in her bower to weep. And soon she heard her true love's voice, low whispering at the wall, Awake, awake, my dear lady, 'tis I thy true love call," which is thus tricked out and dilated: Als nun die Nacht Gebirg und Tal vermummt in Rabenschatten und Hochbergslampen überall schon ausgeflimmert hatten und alles tief entschlafen war, doch nur das Fräulein immer da, wo Fieberangst noch wachte und seinen Ritter dachte. Da horch, ein süßer Liebeston kam leise emporgeflogen. Ho, Trudchen, ho, da bin ich schon, frisch auf, dich angezogen. But from humble ballads we must ascend to heroics. All hail Macpherson! Hail to thee, sire of Ossian! The phantom was begotten by the snug embrace of an impudent Highlander upon a cloud of tradition. It travelled southward, where it was greeted with acclamation, and the thin consistence took its course through Europe upon the breath of popular applause. The editor of the Reliques had indirectly preferred a claim to the praise of invention, by not concealing that his supplementary labours were considerable. How selfish his conduct, contrasted with that of the disinterested Gale, who, like Lear, gives his kingdom away, and is content to become a pensioner upon his own issue for a beggarly pittance. Open this far-famed book. I have done so at random, and the beginning of the epic Poem to Mora in 8 books presents itself. The blue waves of Ullin roll in light, the green hills are covered with day. Trees shake their dusky heads in the breeze, grey torrents pour their noisy streams. 2 green hills with aged oaks surround a narrow plain. The blue course of a stream is there, on its banks stood Cairbear of Atha. His spear supports the king, the red eyes of his fear are sad. Cormac rises on his soul with all his ghastly wounds. Precious memorandums from the pocket-book of the blind Ossian. If it be unbecoming, as I acknowledge that for the most part it is, to speak disrespectfully of works that have enjoyed for a length of time a widely spread reputation, without at the same time producing irrefragable proofs of their unworthiness, let me be forgiven upon this occasion. Having had the good fortune to be born and reared in a mountainous country, from my very childhood I have felt the falsehood that pervades the volumes imposed upon the world under the name of Ossian. From what I saw with my own eyes, I knew that the imagery was spurious. In nature everything is distinct, yet nothing defined into absolute independent singleness. In Macpherson's work it is exactly in reverse. Everything, that is not stolen, is in this manner defined, insulated, dislocated, deadened, yet nothing distinct. It will always be so when words are substituted for things. To say that the characters never could exist, that the manners are impossible, and that a dream has more substance than the whole state of society as there depicted, is doing nothing more than pronouncing a censure which Macpherson defied. Then, with the steps of Morven before his eyes, he could talk so familiarly of his car-borne heroes. Of Morven, which, if one may judge from its appearance at the distance of a few miles, contains scarcely an acre of ground sufficiently accommodating for a sledge to be trailed along its surface. Mr. Malcolm Laing has ably shown that the diction of this pretended translation is a motley assemblage from all quarters. But he is so fond of making out parallel passages as to call poor Macpherson to account for his ands and his buts. And he has weakened his argument by conducting it as if he thought that every striking resemblance was a conscious plagiarism. It is enough that the coincidences are too remarkable for its being probable or possible that they could arise in different minds without communication between them. Now as the translators of the Bible and Shakespeare, Milton and Pope could not be indebted to Macpherson, it follows that he must have owed his fine feathers to them; unless we are prepared gravely to assert, with Madame de Staël, that many of the characteristic beauties of our most celebrated English poets are derived from the ancient Fingalian, in which case the modern translator would have been but giving back to Ossian his own. It is consistent that Lucien Bonaparte, who could censure Milton for having surrounded Satan in the infernal regions with courtly and regal splendour, should pronounce the modern Ossian to be the glory of Scotland, a country that has produced a Dunbar, a Buchanan, a Thomson, and a Burns. These opinions are of ill omen for the epic ambition of him who has given them to the world. Yet, much as those pretended treasures of antiquity have been admired, they have been wholly uninfluential upon the literature of the country. No succeeding writer appears to have caught from them a ray of inspiration. No author, in the least distinguished, has ventured formally to imitate them, except the boy Chatterton on their first appearance. He had perceived, from the successful trials which he himself had made in literary forgery, how few critics were able to distinguish between a real ancient metal and a counterfeit of modern manufacture, and he set himself to the work of filling a magazine with Saxon poems, counterpoints to those of Ossian, as like his as one of his misty stars is to another. This incapability to amalgamate with the literature of the island is, in my estimation, a decisive proof that the book is essentially unnatural. nor should I require any other to demonstrate it to be a forgery, audacious as worthless. Contrast, in this respect, the effect of Macpherson's publication with the Reliques of Percy, so unassuming, so modest in their pretensions. I have already stated how much Germany is indebted to this latter work; and for our own country, its poetry has been absolutely redeemed by it. I do not think that there is an able writer in verse of the present day who would not be proud to acknowledge his obligations to the Reliques. I know that it is so with my friends, and, for myself, I am happy in this occasion to make a public avowal of my own. Dr. Johnson, more fortunate in his contempt of the labours of Macpherson than those of his modest friend, was solicited not long after to furnish prefaces biographical and critical for the works of some of the most eminent English poets. The booksellers took upon themselves to make the collection. They referred probably to the most popular miscellanies, and unquestionably to their books of accounts, and decided upon the claim of authors to be admitted into a body of the most eminent from the familiarity of their names with the readers of that day, and by the profits, which, from the sale of his works, each had brought and was bringing to the trade. The editor was allowed a limited exercise of discretion, and the authors whom he recommended are scarcely to be mentioned without a smile. We open the volume of Prefatory Lives, and to our astonishment the first name we find is that of Cowley. What is become of the morning star of English poetry? Where is the bright Elizabethan constellation? Or, if names be more acceptable than images, where is the ever to be honoured Chaucer? Where is Spenser? Where Sidney? And, lastly, where he, whose rights as a poet, contradistinguished from those which he is universally allowed to possess as a dramatist, we have vindicated, where Shakespeare? These, and a multitude of others not unworthy to be placed near them, their contemporaries and successors, we have not. But in their stead, we have could better be expected when precedence was to be settled by an abstract of reputation at any given period made, as in this case before us? Roscommon and Stepney and Phillips and Walsh and Smith and Duke and King and Spratt, Halifax, Granville, Sheffield, Congreve, Brougham, and other reputed magnates, metrical writers utterly worthless and useless, except for occasions like the present, when their productions are referred to as evidence what a small quantity of brain is necessary to procure a considerable stock of admiration, provided the aspirant will accommodate himself to the likings and fashions of his day. As I do not mean to bring down this retrospect to our own times, it may with propriety be closed at the era of this distinguished event. From the literature of other ages and countries, proofs equally cogent might have been adduced, that the opinions announced in the former part of this essay are founded upon truth. It was not an agreeable office, nor a prudent undertaking, to declare them, but their importance seemed to render it a duty. It may still be asked, where lies the particular relation of what has been said to these volumes? The question will be easily answered by the discerning reader, who is old enough to remember the taste that prevailed when some of these poems were first published, 17 years ago; who has also observed to what degree the poetry of this island has since that period been coloured by them; and who is further aware of the unremitting hostility with which, upon some principle or other, they have each and all been opposed. A sketch of my own notion of the constitution of fame has been given, and as far as concerns myself, I have cause to be satisfied. The love, the admiration, the indifference, the slight, the aversion, and even the contempt, with which these poems have been received, knowing as I do the source within my own mind from which they have proceeded, and the labour and pains, which, when labour and pains appeared needful, have been bestowed upon them, must all, if I think consistently, be received as pledges and tokens, bearing the same general impression, though widely different in value. They are all proofs that for the present time I have not laboured in vain, and afford assurances, more or less authentic, that the products of my industry will endure. If there be one conclusion more forcibly pressed upon us than another by the review which has been given of the fortunes and fate of poetical works, it is this, that every author, as far as he is great and at the same time original, has had the task of creating the taste by which he is to be enjoyed. So has it been, so will it continue to be. This remark was long since made to me by the philosophical friend for the separation of whose poems from my own I have previously expressed my regret. The predecessors of an original genius of a high order will have smoothed the way for all that he has in common with them, and much will he have in common; but, for what is peculiarly his own, he will be called upon to clear and often to shape his own road. He will be in the condition of Hannibal among the Alps. And where lies the real difficulty of creating that taste by which a truly original poet is to be relished? Is it in breaking the bonds of custom, in overcoming the prejudices of false refinement, and displacing the aversions of inexperience? Or, if he labour for an object which here and elsewhere I have proposed to myself, does it consist in divesting the reader of the pride that induces him to dwell upon those points wherein men differ from each other, to the exclusion of those in which all men are alike or the same, and in making him ashamed of the vanity that renders him insensible of the appropriate excellence which civil arrangements, less unjust than might appear, and nature illimitable in her bounty, had conferred on men who may stand below him in the scale of society? Finally, does it lie in establishing that dominion over the spirits of readers, by which they are to be humbled and humanized, in order that they may be purified and exalted? If these ends are to be attained by the mere communication of knowledge, it does not lie here. Taste, I would remind the reader, like imagination, is a word which has been forced to extend its services far beyond the point to which philosophy would have confined them. It is a metaphor, taken from a passive sense of the human body, and transferred to things which are in their essence not passive, to intellectual acts and operations. The word imagination has been overstrained from impulses honourable to mankind, to meet the demands of the faculty which is perhaps the noblest of our nature. In the instance of taste, the process has been reversed, and from the prevalence of dispositions at once injurious and discreditable, being no other than that selfishness which is the child of apathy, which, as nations decline in productive and creative power, makes them value themselves upon a presumed refinement of judging. Poverty of language is the primary cause of the use which we make of the word imagination. But the word taste has been stretched to the sense which it bears in modern Europe by habits of self-conceit, inducing that inversion in the order of things, whereby a passive faculty is made paramount among the faculties conversant with the fine arts. Proportion and congruity, the requisite knowledge being supposed, are subjects upon which taste may be trusted. It is competent to this office; for in its intercourse with these the mind is passive, and is affected painfully or pleasurably as by an instinct. But the profound and the exquisite in feeling, the lofty and universal in thought and imagination, or, in ordinary language, the pathetic and the sublime, are neither of them, accurately speaking, objects of a faculty which could ever without sinking in the spirit of nations have been designated by the metaphor taste. And why? Because without the exertion of a cooperating power in the mind of the reader, there can be no adequate sympathy with either of these emotions. Without this auxiliary impulse, elevated or profound passion cannot exist. Passion, it must be observed, is derived from a word which signifies suffering; but the connection which suffering has with effort, with exertion, and action, is immediate and inseparable. How strikingly is this property of human nature exhibited by the fact that, in popular language, to be in a passion is to be angry; but Anger in hasty words or blows itself discharges on its foes. To be moved, then, by a passion is to be excited, often to external, and always to internal, effort; whether for the continuance and strengthening of the passion, or for its suppression, accordingly as the course which it takes may be painful or pleasurable. If the latter, the soul must contribute to its support, or it never becomes vivid, and soon languishes and dies. And this brings us to the point. If every great poet with whose writings men are familiar, in the highest exercise of his genius, before he can be thoroughly enjoyed, has to call forth and to communicate power, this service, in a still greater degree, falls upon an original writer, at his first appearance in the world. Of genius the only proof is, the act of doing well what is worthy to be done, and what was never done before. Of genius, in the fine arts, the only infallible sign is the widening the sphere of human sensibility, for the delight, honour, and benefit of human nature. Genius is the introduction of a new element into the intellectual universe; or, if that be not allowed, it is the application of powers to objects on which they had not before been exercised, or the enjoyment of them in such a manner as to produce effects hitherto unknown. What is all this but an advance, or a conquest, made by the soul of the poet? Is it to be supposed that the reader can make progress of this kind, like an Indian prince or general, stretched on his palanquin and borne by his slaves? No, he is invigorated and inspirited by his leader, in order that he may exert himself; for he cannot proceed in quiescence, he cannot be carried like a dead weight. Therefore, to create taste is to call forth and bestow power, of which knowledge is the effect; and there lies the true difficulty. As the pathetic participates of an animal sensation, it might seem, that, if the springs of this emotion were genuine, all men, possessed of competent knowledge of the facts and circumstances, would be instantaneously affected. And doubtless, in the works of every true poet will be found passages of that species of excellence which is proved by effects immediate and universal. But there are emotions of the pathetic that are simple and direct, and others that are complex and revolutionary; some to which the heart yields with gentleness, others against which it struggles with pride. These varieties are infinite as the combinations of circumstance and the constitutions of character. Remember also that the medium through which, in poetry, the heart is to be affected, is language; a thing subject to endless fluctuations and arbitrary associations. The genius of the poet melts these down for his purpose; but they retain their shape and quality to him who is not capable of exerting, within his own mind, a corresponding energy. There is also a meditative as well as a human pathos, an enthusiastic as well as an ordinary sorrow, a sadness that has its seat in the depths of reason, to which the mind cannot sink gently of itself, but to which it must descend by treading the steps of thought. And for the sublime, if we consider what are the cares that occupy the passing day, and how remote is the practice and the course of life from the sources of sublimity in the soul of man, can it be wondered that there is little existing preparation for a poet charged with a new mission to extend its kingdom, and to augment and spread its enjoyments? Away then with the senseless iteration of the word popular, applied to new works in poetry, as if there were no test of excellence in this first of the fine arts, but that all men should run after its productions, as if urged by an appetite or constrained by a spell. The qualities of writing best fitted for eager reception are either such as startle the world into attention by their audacity and extravagance, or they are chiefly of the superficial kind, lying upon the surfaces of manners; or arising out of a selection and arrangement of incidents, by which the mind is kept upon the stretch of curiosity, and the fancy assumed without the trouble of thought. But in everything which is to send the soul into herself, to be admonished of her weakness, or to be made conscious of her power, wherever life and nature are described as operated upon by the creative or abstracting virtue of the imagination, Wherever the instinctive wisdom of antiquity and her heroic passions uniting, in the heart of the poet, with the meditative wisdom of later ages, have produced that accord of sublimated humanity which is at once a history of the remote past and a prophetic annunciation of the remotest future, there the poet must reconcile himself for a season to few and scattered hearers. Grand thoughts, and Shakespeare must often have sighed over this truth, as they are most naturally and most fitly conceived in solitude, so can they not be brought forth in the midst of plaudits without some violation of their sanctity. Go to a silent exhibition of the productions of the sister art, and be convinced that the qualities which dazzle at first sight, and kindle the admiration of the multitude, are essentially different from those by which permanent influence is secured. Let us not shrink from following up these principles as far as they will carry us, and conclude with observing, that there never has been a period, and perhaps never will be, in which vicious poetry, of some kind or other, has not excited more zealous admiration, and been far more generally read, than good. But this advantage attends the good, that the individual, as well as the species, survives from age to age; whereas, of the depraved, though the species be immortal, the individual quickly perishes; the object of present admiration vanishes, being supplanted by some other as easily produced; which, though no better, brings with it at least the irritation of novelty, with adaptation more or less skilful to the changing humours of the majority of those who are most at leisure to regard poetical works when they first solicit their attention. Is it the result of the whole, that, in the opinion of the writer, the judgment of the people is not to be respected? The thought is most injurious; and, could the charge be brought against him, he would repel it with indignation. The people have already been justified, and their eulogium pronounced by implication, when it is said, above, that of good poetry, the individual as well as the species survives. And how does it survive but through the people? What preserves it but their intellect and their wisdom? Past and future are the wings on whose support, harmoniously conjoined, moves the great spirit of human knowledge. MS. The voice that issues from this spirit is that vox populi which the Deity inspires. Foolish must be he who can mistake for this a local acclamation, or a transitory outcry; transitory though it be for years, local though from a nation. Still more lamentable is his error who can believe that there is anything of divine infallibility in the clamour of that small though loud portion of the community, ever governed by factitious influence, which, under the name of the public, passes itself upon the unthinking for the people. Towards the public the writer hopes that he feels as much deference as it is entitled to; but to the people, philosophically characterized, and to the embodied spirit of their knowledge, so far as it exists and moves, at the present, faithfully supported by its two wings, the past and the future, his devout respect, his reverence is due. He offers it willingly and readily; and, this done, takes leave of his readers, by assuring them, that, if he were not persuaded that the contents of these volumes, and the work to which they are subsidiary, evince something of the vision and the faculty divine, and that, both in words and things, they will operate in their degree to extend the domain of sensibility for the delight, the honour, and the benefit of human nature, notwithstanding the many happy hours which he has employed in their composition, and the manifold comforts and enjoyments they have procured to him, he would not, if a wish could do it, save them from immediate destruction; from being at this moment to the world as a thing that had never been. Section 31.
Of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Cromwell, by Victor Hugo, Part 1. Footnote: Victor Hugo, 1802-1883, the chief of the Romantic school in France, issued in the preface to Cromwell the manifesto of the movement. Poet, dramatist, and novelist, Hugo remained through a long life the most conspicuous man of letters in France, and in the document here printed he laid down the principles which revolutionized the literary world of his time. The drama contained in the following pages has nothing to commend it to the attention or the goodwill of the public. It has not, to attract the interest of political disputants, the advantage of the veto of the official censorship, nor even to win for it at the outset the literary sympathy of men of taste, the honor of having been formally rejected by an infallible reading committee. It presents itself, therefore, to the public gaze, naked and friendless, like the infirm man of the gospel, solus, pauper, nudus. Not without some hesitation, moreover, did the author determine to burden his drama with a preface. Such things are usually of very little interest to the reader. He enquires concerning the talent of a writer rather than concerning his point of view, and in determining whether work is good or bad, it matters little to him upon what ideas it is based, or in what sort of mind it germinated. One seldom inspects the cellars of a house after visiting its salon, and when one eats the fruit of a tree, one cares but little about its root. On the other hand, notes and prefaces are sometimes a convenient method of adding to the weight of a book, and of magnifying, in appearance at least, the importance of a work. As a matter of tactics, this is not dissimilar to that of the general who, to make his battle front more imposing, puts everything, even his baggage trains, in the line. And then, while critics fall foul of the preface, and scholars of the notes, it may happen that the work itself will escape them, passing uninjured between their crossfires, as an army extricates itself from a dangerous position between two skirmishes of outposts and rearguards. These reasons, weighty as they may seem, are not those which influence the author. This volume did not need to be inflated. It was already too stout by far. Furthermore, and the author does not know why it is so, his prefaces, frank and ingenious as they are, have always served rather to compromise him with the critics than to shield him. Far from being staunch and trusty bucklers, they have played him a trick like that played in a battle by an unusual and conspicuous uniform, which, calling attention to the soldier who wears it, attracts all the blows and is proof against none. Considerations of an altogether different sort acted upon the author. It seemed to him that, although in fact one seldom inspects the cellars of a building for pleasure, one is not sorry sometimes to examine its foundations. He will, therefore, give himself over once more with a preface to the wrath of the feuilletonists. Que sera, sera. He has never given much thought to the fortune of his works, and he is but little appalled by dread of the literary "what will people say?" In the discussion now raging, in which the theatre and the schools, the public and the academies, are at daggers drawn, one will hear, perhaps, not without some interest, the voice of a solitary apprentice of nature and truth, who has withdrawn betimes from the literary world for pure love of letters, and who offers good faith in default of good taste, sincere conviction in default of talent, study and default of learning. He will confine himself, however, to general considerations concerning the art, without the slightest attempt to smooth the path of his own work, without pretending to write an indictment or a plea against or for any person whomsoever. An attack upon or defense of his book is of less importance to him than to anybody else, nor is personal controversy agreeable to him. It is always a pitiful spectacle to see two hostile self-esteems crossing swords. He protests, therefore, beforehand, against every interpretation of his ideas, every personal application of his words, saying, with the Spanish fabulist, "Quien haga aplicaciones, con su pan se lo coma." In truth, several of the leading champions of sound literary doctrines have done him the honor to throw the gauntlet to him, even in his profound obscurity. To him, a simple, imperceptible spectator of this curious contest, he will not have the presumption to pick it up. In the following pages will be found the observations with which he might oppose them. There will be found his sling and his stone, but others, if they choose, may hurl them at the head of the classical Goliaths. This said, let us pass on. Let us set out from a fact. The same type of civilization, or, to use a more exact, although more extended expression, the same society has not always inhabited the earth. The human race as a whole has grown, has developed, has matured, like one of ourselves. It was once a child, it was once a man. We are now looking on at its impressive old age. Before the epoch which modern society has dubbed ancient, there was another epoch, which the ancients called fabulous, but which it would be more accurate to call primitive. Behold, then, three great successive orders of things in civilization, from its origin down to our days. Now, as poetry is always superposed upon society, we propose to try to demonstrate, from the form of its society, what the character of the poetry must have been in those three great ages of the world: primitive times, ancient times, modern times. In primitive times, when man awakes in a world that is newly created, poetry awakes with him. In the face of the marvelous things that dazzle and intoxicate him, his first speech is a hymn simply. He is still so close to God that all his meditations are ecstatic, all his dreams are visions. His bosom swells, he sings as he breathes. His lyre has but three strings: God, the soul, creation. But this threefold mystery envelops everything. This threefold idea embraces everything. The earth is still almost deserted. There are families, but no nations; patriarchs, but no kings. Each race exists at its own pleasure. No property, no laws, no contentions, no wars. Everything belongs to each and to all. Society is a community. Man is restrained in naught. He leads that nomadic pastoral life with which all civilizations begin, and which is so well adapted to solitary contemplation, to fanciful reverie. He follows every suggestion, he goes hither and thither at random. His thought, like his life, resembles a cloud that changes its shape and its direction according to the wind that drives it. Such is the first man, such is the first poet. He is young, he is cynical. prayer is his sole religion. The ode is his only form of poetry. This ode, this poem of primitive times, is Genesis. By slow degrees, however, this youth of the world passes away. All the spheres progress, the family becomes a tribe, the tribe becomes a nation. Each of these groups of men camps about a common center, and kingdoms appear. The social instinct succeeds the nomadic instinct. The camp gives place to the city, the tent to the palace, the ark to the temple. The chiefs of these nascent states are still shepherds, it is true, but shepherds of nations. The pastoral staff has already assumed the shape of a sceptre. Everything tends to become stationary and fixed. Religion takes on a definite shape. Prayer is governed by rites. Dogma sets bounds to worship. Thus the priest and king share the paternity of the people. Thus theocratic society succeeds the patriarchal community. Meanwhile, the nations are beginning to be packed too closely on the earth's surface. They annoy and jostle one another, hence the clash of empires, war. They overflow upon another, hence the migrations of nations, voyages. Poetry reflects these momentous events. From ideas it proceeds to things. It sings of ages, of nations, of empires. It becomes epic. It gives birth to Homer. Homer, in truth, dominates the society of ancient times. In that society all is simple, all is epic. Poetry is religion, religion is law. The virginity of the earlier age is succeeded by the chastity of the later. A sort of solemn gravity is everywhere noticeable, in private manners no less than in public. The nations have retained nothing of the wandering life of the earlier time, save respect for the stranger and the traveler. The family has a fatherland. Everything is connected therewith. It has the cult of the house and the cult of the tomb. We say again, such a civilization can find its one expression only in the epic. The epic will assume diverse forms, but will never lose its specific character. Pindar is more priest-like than patriarchal, more epic than lyrical. If the chroniclers, the necessary accompaniments of this second age of the world, set about collecting traditions, and begin to reckon by centuries, they labor to no purpose. Chronology cannot expel poesy. History remains an epic. Herodotus is a Homer. But it is in the ancient tragedy, above all, that the epic breaks out at every turn. It mounts the Greek stage without losing aught, so to speak, of its immeasurable, gigantic proportions. Its characters are still heroes, demigods, gods. Its themes are visions, oracles, fatality. Its scenes are battles, funeral rites, catalogues. That which the rhapsodists formerly sang, the actors declaim. That is the whole difference. There is something more. When the whole plot, the whole spectacle of the epic poem have passed to the stage, the chorus takes all that remains. The chorus annotates the tragedy, encourages the heroes, gives descriptions, summons and expels the daylight, rejoices, laments, sometimes furnishes the scenery, explains the moral bearing of the subject, flatters the listening assemblage. Now, what is the chorus, this anomalous character standing between the spectacle and the spectator? if it be not the poet completing his epic? The theatre of the ancients is, like their dramas, huge, pontifical, epic. It is capable of holding 30,000 spectators. The plays are given in the open air, in bright sunlight. The performances last all day. The actors disguise their voices, wear masks, increase their stature. They make themselves gigantic, like their roles. The stage is immense. It may represent at the same moment both the interior and the exterior of a temple, a palace, a camp, a city. Upon it vast spectacles are displayed. There is, we cite only from memory, Prometheus on his mountain. There is Antigone at the top of a tower, seeking her brother Polynices in the hostile army, the Phoenicians. There is Evadne hurling herself from a cliff into the flames where the body of Capaneus is burning, the suppliants of Euripides. There is a ship sailing into port and landing 50 princesses with their retinues, the suppliants of Aeschylus. Architecture, poetry, everything assumes a monumental character. In all antiquity there is nothing more solemn, more majestic. Its history and its religion are mingled on its stage. Its first actors are priests. Its scenic performances are religious ceremonies, national festivals. One last observation, which completes our demonstration of the epic character of this epoch. In the subjects which it treats, no less than in the forms it adopts, tragedy simply re-echoes the epic. All the ancient tragic authors derive their plots from Homer. The same fabulous exploits, the same catastrophes, the same heroes. One and all drink from the Homeric stream. The Iliad and Odyssey are always in evidence. Like Achilles dragging Hector at his chariot wheel, the Greek tragedy circles about Troy. But the age of the epic draws near its end. Like the society that it represents, this form of poetry wears itself out revolving upon itself. Rome reproduces Greece, Virgil copies Homer, and, as if to make a becoming end, epic poetry expires in the last parturition. It was time. Another era is about to begin, for the world and for poetry. A spiritual religion, supplanting the material and external paganism, makes its way to the heart of the ancient society, kills it, and deposits in that corpse of a decrepit civilization the germ of modern civilization. This religion as complete because it is true. Between its dogma and its cult, it embraces a deep-rooted moral. Arid, first of all, as a fundamental truth, it teaches man that he has two lives to live, one ephemeral, the other immortal, one on earth, the other in heaven. It shows him that he, like his destiny, is twofold, that there is in him an animal and an intellect, a body and a soul; in a word, that he is the point of intersection, the common link of the two chains of beings which embrace all creation, of the chain of material beings and the chain of incorporeal beings, the first starting from the rock to arrive at man, the second starting from man to end at God. A portion of these truths had perhaps been suspected by certain wise men of ancient times, but their full, broad, luminous revelation dates from the Gospels. The pagan schools walked in darkness, feeling their way, clinging to falsehoods as well as to truths in their haphazard journeying. Some of their philosophers occasionally cast upon certain subjects feeble gleams which illuminated but one side and made the darkness of the other side more profound. Hence all the phantoms created by ancient philosophy. None but divine wisdom was capable of substituting an even and all-embracing light for all those flickering rays of human wisdom. Pythagoras, Epicurus, Socrates, Plato are torches. Christ is the glorious light of day. Nothing could be more material, indeed, than the ancient theogony. Far from proposing, as Christianity does, to separate the spirit from the body, it ascribes form and features to everything, even to impalpable essences, even to the intelligence. In it everything is visible, tangible, fleshy. Its gods need a cloud to conceal themselves from men's eyes. They eat, drink, and sleep. They are wounded, and their blood flows. They are maimed, and lo, they limp for ever after. That religion has gods and halves of gods. Its thunderbolts are forged on an anvil, and among other things 3 rays of twisted rain, tres imbris torti radios, enter into their composition. Its Jupiter suspends the world by a golden chain. Its sun rides in a 4-horse chariot. Its hell is a precipice, the brink of which is marked on the globe. Its heaven is a mountain. Thus paganism, which moulded all creations from the same clay, minimizes divinity and magnifies man. Homer's heroes are of almost the same stature as his gods. Ajax defies Jupiter. Achilles is the peer of Mars. Christianity, on the contrary, as we have seen, draws a broad line of division between spirit and matter, places an abyss between the soul and the body, an abyss between man and God. At this point, to omit nothing from the sketch upon which we have ventured, we will call attention to the fact that, with Christianity, and by its means, there entered into the mind of the nations a new sentiment, unknown to the ancients, and marvellously developed among moderns, a sentiment which is more than gravity and less than sadness, melancholy. In truth, might not the heart of man, hitherto deadened by religions purely hierarchical and sacerdotal, awake and feel springing to life within it some unexpected faculty, under the breath of a religion that is human because it is divine, a religion which makes of the poor man's prayer the rich man's wealth, a religion of equality, liberty, and charity? Might it not see all things in a new light, since the gospel had shown it the soul through the senses, eternity behind life? Moreover, at that very moment the world was undergoing so complete a revolution that it was impossible that there should not be a revolution in men's minds. Hitherto the catastrophes of empires had rarely reached the hearts of the people. It was kings who fell, majesties that vanished, nothing more. The lightning struck only in the upper regions, and, as we have already pointed out, events seemed to succeed one another with all the solemnity of the epoch. In the ancient society the individual occupied so lowly a place that, to strike him, adversity must needs descend to his family, so that he knew little of misfortune outside of domestic sorrows. It was an almost unheard of thing that the general disasters of the state should disarrange his life. But the instant that Christian society became firmly established, the ancient continent was thrown into confusion. Everything was pulled up by the roots. Events destined to destroy ancient Europe and to construct a new Europe trod upon one another's heels in their ceaseless rush, and drove the nations pell-mell, some into the light, others into darkness. So much uproar ensued that it was impossible that some echoes of it should not reach the hearts of the people. It was more than an echo, it was a reflex blow. Man, withdrawing within himself in presence of these imposing vicissitudes, began to take pity upon mankind, to reflect upon the bitter disillusionments of life. Of this sentiment, which to Cato the heathen was despair, Christianity fashioned melancholy. At the same time was born the spirit of scrutiny and curiosity. These great catastrophes were also great spectacles, impressive cataclysms. It was the North hurling itself upon the South, the Roman world changing shape, the last convulsive throes of a whole universe in the death agony. As soon as that world was dead, lo! clouds of rhetoricians, grammarians, sophists swooped down like insects on its immense body. People saw them swarming and heard them buzzing in that seat of putrefaction. They vied with one another in scrutinizing, commenting, disputing. Each limb, each muscle, each fibre of the huge prostrate body was twisted and turned in every direction. Surely it must have been a keen satisfaction to those anatomists of the mind to be able, at their debut, to make experiments on a large scale, to have a dead society to dissect for their first subject. Thus we see melancholy and meditation, the demons of analysis and controversy, appear at the same moment, and as it were hand in hand. At one extremity of this era of transition is Longinus, at the other St. Augustine. We must beware of casting a disdainful eye upon that epoch wherein all that has since borne fruit was contained in germs, upon that epoch whose least eminent writers, if we may be pardoned a vulgar but expressive phrase, made fertilizer for the harvest that was to follow. The Middle Ages were grafted on the lower empire. Behold then a new religion, a new society. Upon this twofold foundation there must inevitably spring up a new poetry. Previously, we beg pardon for setting forth a result which the reader has probably already foreseen from what has been said above. Previously, following therein the course pursued by the ancient polytheism and philosophy, the purely epic muse of the ancients had studied nature in only a single aspect, casting aside without pity almost everything in art which, in the world subjected to its imitation, had not relation to a certain type of beauty, a type which was magnificent at first, but, as always happens with everything systematic, became in later times false, trivial, and conventional. Christianity leads poetry to the truth. Like it, the modern muse will see things in a higher and broader light. It will realize that everything in creation is not humanly beautiful, that the ugly exists beside the beautiful, the unshapely besides the grateful, the grotesque on the reverse of the sublime, evil with good, darkness with light. It will ask itself if the narrow and relative sense of the artist should prevail over the infinite, absolute sense of the Creator, if it is for man to correct God, if a mutilated nature will be the more beautiful for the mutilation. If art has the right to duplicate, so to speak, man, life, creation; if things will progress better when their muscles and their vigor have been taken from them; if, in short, to be incomplete is the best way to be harmonious, then it is that, with its eyes fixed upon events that are both laughable and redoubtable, and under the influence of that spirit of Christian melancholy and philosophical criticism which we described a moment ago, poetry will take a great step, a decisive step, a step which, like the upheaval of an earthquake, will change the whole face of the intellectual world. It will set about doing as nature does, mingling in its creations, but without confounding them, darkness and light, the grotesque and the sublime; in other words, the body and the soul, the beast and the intellect, for the starting point of religion is always the starting point of poetry. All things are connected. Thus, then, we see a principle unknown to the ancients, a new type, introduced in poetry, and, as an additional element in anything modifies the whole of the thing, a new form of the art is developed. This type is the grotesque, its new form is comedy. And we beg leave to dwell upon this point, for we have now indicated the significant feature, the fundamental difference, which, in our opinion, separates modern from ancient art, the present form from the defunct form, or, to use less definite but more popular terms, romantic literature from classical literature. "At last," exclaimed the people, who for some time past have seen what we were coming at, "at last we have you! You are caught in the act. So then you put forward the ugly as a type for imitation, you make the grotesque an element of art. But the graces, but good taste! Don't you know that art should correct nature, that we must ennoble art, that we must select? Did the ancients ever exhibit the ugly or the grotesque? Did they ever mingle comedy and tragedy? The example of the ancients, gentlemen! And Aristotle too, and Boileau, and La Hebe, upon my word!" These arguments are sound, doubtless, and above all of extraordinary novelty. But it is not our place to reply to them. We are constructing no system here. God protect us from systems! We are stating a fact. We are a historian, not a critic. Whether the fact is agreeable or not matters little. It is a fact. Let us resume, therefore, and try to prove that it is of the fruitful union of the grotesque and the sublime types that modern genius is born, so complex, so diverse in its forms, so inexhaustible in its creations, and therein directly opposed to the uniform simplicity of the genius of the ancients. Let us show that that is the point from which we must set out to establish the real and radical difference between the two forms of literature. Not that it is strictly true that comedy and the grotesque were entirely unknown to the ancients. In fact, such a thing would be impossible. Nothing grows without a root. The germ of the second epoch always exists in the first. In the Iliad, Thersites and Vulcan furnish comedy, one to the mortals, the other to the gods. There is too much nature and originality in the Greek tragedy for there not to be an occasional touch of comedy in it. For example, to cite only what we happen to recall, the scene between Menelaus and the portress of the palace, Helen, Act I, and the scene of the Phrygian, Orestes, Act IV. The Tritons, the Satyrs, the Cyclops are grotesque. Polyphemus is a terrifying, Silenus a farcical grotesque. But one feels that this part of the art is still in its infancy. The epic, which at this period imposes its form on everything, the epic weighs heavily upon it and stifles it. The ancient grotesque is timid and forever trying to keep out of sight. It is plain that it is not on familiar ground, because it is not in its natural surroundings. It conceals itself as much as it can. The satyrs, the tritons, and the sirens are hardly abnormal in form. The fates and the harpies are hideous in their attributes rather than in feature. The furies are beautiful, and are called Eumenides, that is to say, gentle, beneficent. There is a veil of grandeur or of divinity over other grotesques. Polyphemus is a giant, Midas a king, Silenus a god. Thus comedy is almost imperceptible in the great epic ensemble of ancient times. What is the barrow of Thespis beside the Olympian chariots? What are Aristophanes and Plautus beside the Homeric colossi, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides? Homer bears them along with him, as Hercules bore the pygmies, hidden in his lion's skin. In the idea of men of modern times, however, the grotesque plays an enormous part. It is found everywhere. On the one hand, it creates the abnormal and the horrible; on the other, the comic and the burlesque. It fastens upon religion 1,000 original superstitions, upon poetry 1,000 picturesque fancies. It is the grotesque which scatters lavishly in air, water, earth, fire, those myriads of intermediary creatures which we find all alive in the popular traditions of the Middle Ages. It is the grotesque which impels the ghastly antics of the witches' revels, which gives Satan his horns, his cloven foot, and his bat's wings. It is the grotesque, still the grotesque, which now casts into the Christian hell the frightful faces which the severe genius of Dante and Milton will evoke, and again peoples it with those laughter-moving figures amid which Callot, the burlesque Michelangelo, will disport himself. If it passes from the world of imagination to the real world, it unfolds an inexhaustible supply of parodies of mankind. Creations of its fantasy are the Scaramouches, Crespins, and Harlequins, grinning silhouettes of men, types altogether unknown to serious-minded antiquity, although they originated in classic Italy. It is the grotesque, lastly, which, coloring the same drama with the fancies of the North and of the South in turn, exhibits Sciarelli capering about Don Juan, and Mephistopheles crawling about Faust. And how free and open it is in its bearing! How boldly it brings into relief all the strange forms which the preceding age had timidly wrapped in swaddling clothes. Ancient poetry, compelled to provide the lame Vulcan with companions, tried to disguise their deformity by distributing it, so to speak, upon gigantic proportions. Modern genius retains this myth of the supernatural smiths, but gives it an entirely different character, and one which makes it even more striking. It changes the giants to dwarfs, and makes gnomes of the Cyclops. With like originality, it substitutes for the somewhat commonplace Lernaean Hydra all the local dragons of our national legends, the gargoyle of Rouen, the Graouilles of Metz, the Cher-Salais of Troyes, the Dreux of Montlhéry, the Tarasque of Tarascon, monsters of forms so diverse, whose outlandish names are an additional attribute. All these creations draw from their own nature that energetic and significant expression before which antiquity seems sometimes to have recoiled. Certain it is that the Greek Eumenides are much less horrible, and consequently less true, than the witches in Macbeth. Pluto is not the devil. In our opinion, a most novel book might be written upon the employment of the grotesque in the arts. One might point out the powerful effects the moderns have obtained from that fruitful type, upon which narrow-minded criticism continues to wage war even in our own day. It may be that we shall be led by our subject to call attention in passing to some features of this vast picture. We will simply say here that, as a means of contrast with the sublime, the grotesque is, in our view, the richest source that nature can offer art. Rouban so understood it, doubtless, when it pleased him to introduce the hideous features of a court dwarf amid his exhibitions of royal magnificence, carnations, and splendid ceremonial. The universal beauty which the ancients solemnly laid upon everything is not without monotony. The same impression, repeated again and again, may prove fatiguing at last. Sublime upon sublime scarcely presents a contrast, and we need a little rest from everything, even the beautiful. On the other hand, the grotesque seems to be a halting place, a mean term, a starting point whence one rises toward the beautiful with a fresher and keener perception. The salamander gives relief to the water sprite. The gnome heightens the charm of the sylph. And it would be true also to say that contact with the abnormal has imparted to the modern sublime a something purer, grander, more sublime, in short, than the beautiful of the ancients, and that is as it should be. When art is consistent with itself, it guides everything more surely to its goal. If the Homeric Elysium is a long, long way from the ethereal charm, the angelic pleasurableness of Milton's Paradise, it is because under Eden there is a hell far more terrible than the heathen Tartarus. Do you think that Francesca da Rimini and Beatrice will be so enchanting in a poet who should not confine us in the Tower of Hunger, and compel us to share Ugolina's revolting repast? Dante would have less charm if he had less power. Have the fleshly naiads, the muscular tridents, the wanton zephyrs, the diaphanous transparency of our water sprites and sylphs? Is it not because the modern imagination does not fear to picture the ghastly forms of vampires, ogres, ghouls, snake charmers, and jinns prowling about graveyards, that it can give to its fairies that incorporeal shape, that purity of essence, of which the heathen nymphs fall so far short? The antique Venus is beautiful, admirable, no doubt. But what has imparted to Jean Goujon's faces that weird, tender, ethereal delicacy? What has given them that unfamiliar suggestion of life and grandeur, if not the proximity of the rough and powerful sculptures of the Middle Ages? If the thread of our argument has not been broken in the reader's mind by these necessary digressions, which in truth might be developed much further, he has realized, doubtless, how powerfully the grotesque, that germ of comedy fostered by the modern muse, grew in extent and importance as soon as it was transplanted to a soil more propitious than paganism and the epic. In truth, in the new poetry, while the sublime represents the soul as it is, purified by Christian morality, the grotesque plays the part of the human beast. The former type, delivered of all impure alloy, has as its attributes all the charms, all the graces, all the beauties. It must be able some day to create Juliet, Desdemona, Ophelia. The latter assumes all the absurdities, all the infirmities, all the blemishes. In this partition of mankind and of creation, to it fall the passions, vices, crimes. It is sensuous, fawning, greedy, miserly, false, incoherent, hypocritical. It is in turn Iago, Tartuffe, Basil, Polonius, Harpagon, Bartholo, Falstaff, Scapin, Figaro. The beautiful has but one type, the ugly has 1,000. The fact is that the beautiful, humanly speaking, is merely form considered in its simplest aspect, in its most perfect symmetry, in its most entire harmony with our make-up. Thus the ensemble that it offers us is always complete, but restricted, like ourselves. What we call the ugly, on the contrary, is a detail of a great whole which eludes us, and which is in harmony, not with man, but with all creation. That is why it constantly presents itself to us in new but incomplete aspects. End of Part 1. Section 32 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Cromwell, Part 2. It is interesting to study the first appearance and the progress of the grotesque in modern times. At first it is an invasion, an eruption, an overflow, as of a torrent that has burst its banks. It rushes through the expiring Latin literature, imparts some coloring to Persius, Petronius, and Juvenal, and leaves behind it the goldenness of Apuleius. Thence it diffuses itself through the imaginations of the new nations that are remodeling Europe. It abounds in the work of the fabulists, the chroniclers, the romancists. We see it make its way from the south to the north. It disports itself in the dreams of the Teutonic nations, and at the same time vivifies with its breath the admirable Spanish romanceros, a veritable Eliot of the age of chivalry. For example, it is the grotesque which describes thus, in the Roman de la Rose, an august ceremonial, the election of a king. A long-shanked knave they chose, I wis, of all their men the boniest. More especially it imposes its characteristic qualities upon that wonderful architecture which, in the Middle Ages, takes the place of all the arts. It affixes its mark on the facades of cathedrals, frames its hells and purgatories in the ogive arches of great doorways, portrays them in brilliant hues on window-glass, exhibits its monsters, its bulldogs, its imps about capitals, along friezes, on the edges of roofs. It flaunts itself in numberless shapes on the wooden facades of houses, on the stone facades of chateaux, on the marble facades of palaces. From the arts it makes its way into the national manners, and while it stirs applause from the people for the graciosos of comedy, it gives to the king's court jesters. Later, in the age of etiquette, it will show us Caron on the very edge of Louis XIV's bed. Meanwhile it decorates coats of arms, and draws upon knight shields the symbolic hieroglyphs of feudalism. From the manners it makes its way into the laws. Numberless strange customs attest its passage through the institutions of the Middle Ages. just as it represented Thespis, smeared with wine lees, leaping in her tomb. It dances with the bazouk on the famous marble table which served, at the same time, as a stage for the popular farces and for the royal banquets. Finally, having made its way into the arts, the manners, and the laws, it enters even the church. In every Catholic city we see it organizing some one of those curious ceremonies, those strange processions, wherein religion is attended by all varieties of superstition, the sublime attended by all the forms of the grotesque. To paint it in one stroke, so great is its vigor, its energy, its creative sap, at the dawn of letters, that it casts at the outset upon the threshold of modern poetry three burlesque Homers, Ariosto in Italy, Cervantes in Spain, Rabelais in France. It would be mere surplusage to dwell further upon the influence of the grotesque in the third civilization. Everything tends to show its close creative alliance with the beautiful in the so-called romantic period. Even among the simplest popular legends there are none which do not somewhere, with an admirable instinct, solve this mystery of modern art. Antiquity could not have produced Beauty and the Beast. It is true that at the period at which we have arrived, the predominance of the grotesque over the sublime in literature is clearly indicated. But it is a spasm of reaction, an eager thirst for novelty, which is but temporary. It is an initial wave, which gradually recedes. The type of the beautiful will soon resume its rights and its role, which is not to exclude the other principle, but to prevail over it. It is time that the grotesque should be content with a corner of the picture in Murillo's loyal frescoes, in the sacred pages of Veronese, content to be introduced in two marvellous Last Judgments, in which art will take a just pride, in the scene of fascination and horror with which Michelangelo will embellish the Vatican, in those awe-inspiring represervations of the fall of man which Rubens will throw upon the arches of the Cathedral of Antwerp. The time has come when the balance between the two principles is to be established. A man, a poet-king, poeta soverano, as Dante calls Homer, is about to adjust everything. The two rival genii combine their flames, and thence issues Shakespeare. We have now reached the poetic culmination of modern times. Shakespeare is the drama, and the drama which, with the same breath, moulds the grotesque and the sublime, the terrible and the absurd, tragedy and comedy. The drama is the distinguishing characteristic of the third epoch of poetry, of the literature of the present day. Thus, to sum up hurriedly the facts that we have noted thus far, poetry has three periods, each of which corresponds to an epoch of civilization: the ode, the epic, and the drama. Primitive times are lyrical, ancient times epical, modern times dramatic. The ode sings of eternity, the epic imparts solemnity to history, the drama depicts life. The characteristic of the first poetry is ingenuousness, of the second simplicity, of the third truth. The rhapsodists mark the transition from the lyric to the epic poets, as do the romancists that from the lyric to the dramatic poets. Historians appear in the second period, chroniclers and critics in the third. The characters of the ode are colossi, Adam, Cain, Noah. Those of the epic are giants, Achilles, Atreus, Orestes. Those of the drama are men, Hamlet, Macbeth, Othello. The ode lives upon the ideal, the epic upon the grandiose, the drama upon the real. Lastly, this threefold poetry flows from three great sources: the Bible, Homer, Shakespeare. Such then, and we confine ourselves herein to noting a single result, such are the diverse aspects of thought in the different epochs of mankind and of civilization; such are its three faces, in youth, in manhood, in old age. Whether one examines one literature by itself or all literatures en masse, one will always reach the same result: the lyric poets before the epic poets, the epic poets before the dramatic poets. In France, Malherbe before Chapelain, Chapelain before Corneille. In ancient Greece, Orpheus before Homer, Homer before Aeschylus. In the first of all books, Genesis before Kings, Kings before Job. Or, to come back to that monumental scale of all ages of poetry which we ran over a moment since, the Bible before the Iliad before Shakespeare. In a word, civilization begins by singing of its dreams, then narrates its doings, and lastly sets about describing what it thinks. It is, let us say in passing, because of this last that the drama, combining the most opposed qualities, may be at the same time full of profundity and full of relief, philosophical and picturesque. It would be logical to add here that everything in nature and in life passes through these three phases, the lyric, the epic, and the dramatic, because everything is born, acts, and dies. If it were not absurd to confound the fantastic conceits of the imagination with the stern deductions of the reasoning faculty, a poet might say that the rising of the sun, for example, is a hymn, noonday a brilliant epic, and sunset a gloomy drama, wherein day and night, life and death, contend for mastery. But that would be poetry, folly perhaps. And what does it prove? Let us hold to the facts marshalled above. Let us supplement them, too, by an important observation, namely, that we have in no wise pretended to assign exclusive limits to the three epochs of poetry, but simply to set forth their predominant characteristics. The Bible, that divine lyric monument, contains in germ, as we suggested a moment ago, an epic and a drama, Kings and Job. In the Homeric poems one is conscious of a clinging reminiscence of lyric poetry and of a beginning of dramatic poetry. Ode and drama meet in the epic. There is a touch of all in each, but in each there exists a generative element to which all the other elements give place, and which imposes its own character upon the whole. The drama is complete poetry. The ode and the epic contain it only in germ. It contains both of them in a state of high development, and epitomizes both. Surely he who said, "The French have not the epic brain," said a true and clever thing. If he had said, "The moderns," the clever remark would have been profound. It is beyond question, however, that there is epic genius in that marvellous Athalie, so exalted and so simple in its sublimity that the royal century was unable to comprehend it. It is certain, too, that the series of Shakespeare's chronicle dramas presents a grand epic aspect, but it is lyric poetry, above all, that befits the drama. It never embarrasses it, adapts itself to all its caprices, disports itself in all forms, sometimes sublime, as in Ariel, sometimes grotesque, as in Caliban. Our era, being above all else dramatic, is, for that very reason, eminently lyric. There is more than one connection between the beginning and the end. The sunset has some features of the sunrise. The old man becomes a child once more. But this second childhood is not like the first. It is as melancholy as the other is joyous. It is the same with lyric poetry. Dazzling, dreamy at the dawn of civilization, it reappears solemn and pensive at its decline. The Bible opens joyously with Genesis, and comes to a close with the threatening Apocalypse. The modern ode is still inspired, but is no longer ignorant. It meditates more than it scrutinizes. Its musing is melancholy. We see by its painful labor that the muse has taken the drama for her mate. To make clear by a metaphor the ideas that we have ventured to put forth, we will compare early lyric poetry to a placid lake which reflects the clouds and stars. The epic is the stream which flows from the lake and rushes on, reflecting its banks, forests, fields, and cities, until it throws itself into the ocean of the drama. Like the lake, the drama reflects the sky. Like the stream, it reflects its banks. But it alone has tempests and measureless depths. The drama, then, is the goal to which everything in modern poetry leads. Paradise Lost is a drama before it is an epic. As we know, it first presented itself to the poet's imagination in the first of these forms, and as a drama it always remains in the reader's memory, so prominent is the old dramatic framework still beneath Milton's epic structure. When Dante had finished his terrible Inferno, when he had closed its doors and not remained save to give his work a name, the unerring instinct of his genius showed him that that multiform poem was an emanation of the drama, not of the epic, and on the front of that gigantic monument he wrote with his pen of bronze, Divina Commedia. Thus we see that the only two poets of modern times who are of Shakespeare's stature follow him in unity of design. They coincide with him in imparting a dramatic tinge to all our poetry. Like him, they blend the grotesque with the sublime, and far from standing by themselves in the great literary ensemble that rests upon Shakespeare, Dante and Milton are, in some sort, the two supporting abutments of the edifice of which he is the central pillar, the buttresses of the arch of which he is the keystone. Permit us, at this point, to recur to certain ideas already suggested, which, however, it is necessary to emphasize. We have arrived, and now we must set out again. On the day when Christianity said to man, "Thou art twofold, thou art made up of two beings, one perishable, the other immortal, one carnal, the other ethereal, one enslaved by appetites, cravings, and passions, the other borne aloft on the wings of enthusiasm and reverie; in a word, the one always stooping toward the earth, its mother, the other always darting up toward heaven, its fatherland. On that day the drama was created." Is it, in truth, anything other than that contrast of every day, that struggle of every moment, between two opposing principles which are ever face to face in life, and which dispute possession of men from the cradle to the tomb? The poetry born of Christianity, the poetry of our time, is therefore the drama. The real results from the wholly natural combination of two types, the sublime and the grotesque, which meet in the drama as they meet in life and in creation. For true poetry, complete poetry, consists in the harmony of contraries. Hence it is time to say aloud, and it is here above all that exceptions prove the rule, that everything that exists in nature exists in art. On taking one's stand at this point of view, to pass judgment on our petty conventional rules, to disentangle all those scholastic labyrinths, to solve all those trivial problems which the critics of the last 2 centuries have laboriously built up about the art, one is struck by the promptitude with which the question of the modern stage is made clear and distinct. The drama has but to take a step to break all the spiders' webs with which the militia of Lilliput have attempted to fetter its sleep. And so let adulpated pedants, one does not exclude the other, claim that the deformed, the ugly, the grotesque, should never be imitated in art. One replies that the grotesque is comedy, and that comedy apparently makes a part of art. Tartuffe is not handsome, Porsonat is not noble, but Porsonat and Tartuffe are admirable flashes of art. If driven back from this entrenchment to their second line of custom-houses, they renew their prohibition of the grotesque coupled with the sublime, of comedy melted into tragedy, we prove to them that in the poetry of Christian nations the first of these 2 types represents the human beast, the second the soul. These 2 stalks of art, if we prevent their branches from mingling, if we persistently separate them, will produce by way of fruit, on the one hand abstract vices and absurdities, on the other abstract crime, heroism, and virtue. The 2 types thus isolated and left to themselves will go each its own way, leaving the real between them, at the left hand of one, at the right hand of the other. Whence it follows that after all these abstractions there will remain something to represent, men; after these tragedies and comedies, something to create, the drama. In the drama, as it may be conceived, at least if not executed, all things are connected, and follow one another, as in real life. The body plays its part no less than the mind, and men and events, set in motion by this 2-fold agent, pass across the stage, burlesque and terrible in turn, and sometimes both at once. Thus the judge will say, "Off with his head, and let us go to dinner." Thus the Roman Senate will deliberate over Domitian's turbot. Thus Socrates, drinking the hemlock and discoursing on the immortal soul and the only God, will interrupt himself to suggest that a cook be sacrificed to Aesculapius. Thus Elizabeth will swear and talk Latin. Thus Richelieu will submit to Joseph the Capuchin, and Louis XI to his barber, Maître Olivier le Diable. Thus Cromwell will say, "I have Parliament in my bag, and the King in my pocket;" or, with the hand that signed the death sentence of Charles I, smear with ink the face of a regicide, who smilingly returns the compliment. Thus Caesar, in his triumphal car, will be afraid of overturning. For men of genius, however great they be, have always within them a touch of the beast which mocks at their intelligence. Therein they are akin to mankind in general, for therein they are dramatic. It is but a step from the sublime to the ridiculous, said Napoleon, when he was convinced that he was mere man, and that outburst of a soul on fire illumines art and history at once. That cry of anguish is the résumé of drama and of life. It is a striking fact that all these contrasts are met with in the poets themselves, taken as men. By dint of meditating upon existence, of laying stress upon its bitter irony, of pouring floods of sarcasm and raillery upon our infirmities, the very men who make us laugh so heartily become profoundly sad. These Democrituses are Heraclituses as well. Beaumarchais was surly, Molière gloomy, Shakespeare melancholy. The fact is, then, that the grotesque is one of the supreme beauties of the drama. It is not simply an appropriate element of it, but is oftentimes a necessity. Sometimes it appears in homogeneous masses and entire characters, as Dodin, Prussiat, Trissotin, Bridoison, Juliet's nurse; sometimes impregnated with terror, as Richard III, Begiat, Tartuffe, Mephistopheles; sometimes, too, with a veil of grace and refinement, as Figaro, Osric, Mercutio, Don Juan. It finds its way in everywhere, for just as the most commonplace have their occasional moments of sublimity, so the most exalted frequently pay tribute to the trivial and ridiculous. Thus, often impalpable, often imperceptible, it is always present on the stage, even when it says nothing, even when it keeps out of sight. Thanks to it, there is no thought of monotony. Sometimes it injects laughter, sometimes horror into tragedy. It will bring Romeo face to face with the apothecary, Macbeth with the witches, Hamlet with the grave-diggers. Sometimes it may, without discord, as in the scene between King Lear and his jester, mingle its shrill voice with the most sublime, the most dismal, the dreamiest music of the soul. That is what Shakespeare alone among all has succeeded in doing, in a fashion of his own, which it would be no less fruitless than impossible to imitate. Shakespeare, the god of the stage, in whom, as in a trinity, the three characteristic geniuses of our stage, Corneille, Molière, Beaumarchais, seem united. We see how quickly the arbitrary distinction between the species of poetry vanishes before common sense and taste. No less easily one might demolish the alleged rule of the two unities. We say two and not three unities, because unity of plot or of ensemble, the only true and well-founded one, was long ago removed from the sphere of discussion. Distinguished contemporaries, foreigners and Frenchmen, have already attacked, both in theory and in practice, that fundamental law of the pseudo-Aristotelian code. Indeed, the combat was not likely to be a long one. At the first blow it cracked, so worm-eaten was that timber of the old scholastic hovel. The strange thing is that the slaves of routine pretend to rest their rule of the two unities on probability, whereas reality is the very thing that destroys it. Indeed, what could be more improbable and absurd than this porch or peristyle or antechamber, vulgar places where our tragedies are obliging enough to develop themselves, whither conspirators come, no one knows whence, to declaim against the tyrant, and the tyrant to declaim against the conspirators, each in turn, as if they had said to one another in bucolic phrase, alternis cantemus, amant alterna camenae. Where did any one ever see a porch or peristyle of that sort? What could be more opposed, we will not say to the truth, for the scholastics hold it very cheap, but to probability? The result is that everything that is too characteristic, too intimate, too local to happen in the antechamber or on the street corner, that is to say, the whole drama, takes place in the wings. We see on the stage only the elbows of the plot, so to speak. Its hands are somewhere else. Instead of scenes we have narrative, instead of tableaux, descriptions. Solemn-faced characters, placed, as in the old chorus, between the drama and ourselves, tell us what is going on in the temple, in the palace, on the public square, until we are tempted many a time to call out to them, "Indeed, then take us there. It must be very entertaining, a fine sight." To which they would reply, no doubt, "It is quite possible that it might entertain or interest you, but that isn't the question. We are the guardians of the dignity of the French Melpomene. and there you are. But, someone will say, this rule that you discard is borrowed from the Greek drama. Wherein, pray, do the Greek stage and drama resemble our stage and drama? Moreover, we have already shown that the vast extent of the ancient stage enabled it to include a whole locality, so that the poet could, according to the exigencies of the plot, transport it at his pleasure from one part of the stage to another, which is practically equivalent to a change of stage setting. Curious contradiction! The Greek theatre, restricted as it was to a national and religious object, was much more free than ours, whose only object is the enjoyment, and, if you please, the instruction of the spectator. The reason is that the one obeys only the laws that are suited to it, while the other takes upon itself conditions of existence which are absolutely foreign to its essence. One is artistic, the other artificial. People are beginning to understand in our day that exact localization is one of the first elements of reality. The speaking or acting characters are not the only ones who engrave on the minds of the spectators a faithful representation of the facts. The place where this or that catastrophe took place becomes a terrible and inseparable witness thereof. And the absence of silent characters of this sort would make the greatest scenes of history incomplete in the drama. Would the poet dare to murder Rizzio elsewhere than in Mary Stuart's chamber? To stab Henry IV elsewhere than in Rue de la Ferronnerie, all blocked with drays and carriages? To burn Jeanne d'Arc elsewhere than in the Vieux Marché? To dispatch the Duc de Guise elsewhere than in that chateau of Blois, where his ambition roused the popular assemblage to frenzy? To behead Charles I and Louis XVI elsewhere than in those ill-omened localities whence Whitehall or the Tuileries may be seen, as if their scaffolds were appurtenances of their palaces? Unity of time rests on no firmer foundation than unity of place. A plot forcibly confined within 24 hours is as absurd as one confined within a peristyle. Every plot has its proper duration as well as its appropriate place. Think of administering the same dose of time to all events, of applying the same measure to everything. You would laugh at a cobbler who should attempt to put the same shoe on every foot. To cross unity of time and unity of place like the bars of a cage, and pedantically to introduce therein, in the name of Aristotle, all the deeds, all the nations, all the figures which Providence sets before us in such vast numbers in real life, to proceed thus is to mutilate men and things, to cause history to make wry faces. Let us say, rather, that everything will die in the operation, and so the dogmatic mutilators reach their ordinary result. What was alive in the chronicles is dead in tragedy. That is why the cage of the unities often contains only a skeleton. And then, if 24 hours can be comprised in 2, it is a logical consequence that 4 hours may contain 48. Thus Shakespeare's unity must be different from Corneille's. 'Tis pity. But these are the wretched quibbles with which mediocrity, envy, and routine has pestered genius for 2 centuries past. By such means the flight of our great poets has been cut short. Their wings have been clipped with the scissors of the unities. And what has been given us in exchange for the eagle feathers stolen from Corneille and Racine? Campistron. We imagine that some one may say, "There's something in too frequent changes of scene which confuses and fatigues the spectator, and which produces a bewildering effect on his attention." It may be, too, that manifold transitions from place to place, from one time to another time, demand explanations which repel the attention. one should also avoid leaving, in the midst of a plot, gaps which prevent the different parts of the drama from adhering closely to one another, and which, moreover, puzzle the spectator, because he does not know what there may be in those gaps. But these are precisely the difficulties which art has to meet. These are some of the obstacles peculiar to one subject or another, as to which it would be impossible to pass judgment once for all. It is for genius to overcome, not for treatises or poetry to evade them. A final argument, taken from the very bowels of the art, would of itself suffice to show the absurdity of the rule of the two unities. It is the existence of the third unity, unity of plot, the only one that is universally admitted, because it results from a fact. Neither the human eye nor the human mind can grasp more than one ensemble at one time. This one is as essential as the other two are useless. It is the one which fixes the viewpoint of the drama. Now, by that very fact it excludes the other two. There can no more be three unities in the drama than three horizons in a picture. But let us be careful not to confound unity with simplicity of plot. The former does not in any way exclude the secondary plots on which the principal plot may depend. It is necessary only that these parts, being skilfully subordinated to the general plan, shall tend constantly toward the central plot, and group themselves about it at the various stages, or rather on the various levels of the drama. Unity of plot is the stage law of perspective. But, the customs officers of thought will cry, great geniuses have submitted to these rules which you spurn. Unfortunately, yes. But what would those admirable men have done if they had been left to themselves? At all events, they did not accept your change without a struggle. You should have seen how Pierre Corneille, worried and harassed at his first step in the art on account of his marvelous work, Le Cid, struggled under Marais, Claverie, D'Aubignac, and Scudery. How he denounced to posterity the violent attack of those men, who, he says, made themselves all white with Aristotle. You should read how they said to him, and we quote from books of the time, "Young man, you must learn before you teach, and unless one is a Scaliger or a Heinsius, that is intolerable." Thereupon Corneille rebels, and asks if their purpose is to force him much below Claverie. Here Scudery waxes indignant at such a display of pride, and reminds the thrice great author of Le Cid of the modest words in which Tasso, the greatest man of his age, began his apology for the finest of his works against the bitterest and most unjust censure, perhaps, that will ever be pronounced. Monsieur Corneille, he adds, shows in his replies that he is as far removed from that author's moderation as from his merit. The young man, so justly and gently reproved, dares to protest. Thereupon Scudery returns to the charge. He calls to his assistance the eminent Academy. "Pronounce, O my judges, a decree worthy of your eminence, which will give all Europe to know that Le Cid is not the chef-d'œuvre of the greatest man in France, but the least judicious performance of Monsieur Corneille himself. You are bound to do it, both for your own private renown and for that of our people in general, who are concerned in this matter, inasmuch as foreigners who may see this precious masterpiece, they who have possessed a Tasso or a Guarini, might think that our greatest masters were no more than apprentices." These few instructive lines contain the everlasting tactics of envious routine against growing talent, tactics which are still followed in our own day, and which, for example, added such a curious page to the youthful essays of Lord Byron. Scudery gives us its quintessence. In like manner, the earlier works of a man of genius are always preferred to the newer ones, in order to prove that he is going down instead of up. Melite and La Galerie du Palais placed above Le Cid, and the names of the dead are always thrown at the heads of the living, Corneille stoned with Tasso and Guarini, as later Racine will be stoned with Corneille, Voltaire with Racine, and as today every one who shows signs of rising is stoned with Corneille, Racine, and Voltaire. These tactics, as will be seen, are well worn, but they must be effective as they are still in use. However, the poor devil of a great man still breathed. Here we cannot help but admire the way in which Scudéry, the bully of this tragic comedy, forced to the wall, blackguards and maltreats him, how pitilessly he unmasks his classical artillery, how he shows the author of Le Cid what the episodes should be, according to Aristotle, who tells us in the 10th and 16th chapters of his Poetics, how he crushes Corneille in the name of the same Aristotle, in the 11th chapter of his Art of Poetry, wherein we find the condemnation of Le Cid, in the name of Plato, in the 10th book of his Republic, in the name of Marcellinus, as may be seen in the 27th book, in the name of the tragedies of Niobe and Jephthah, in the name of the Ajax of Sophocles, in the name of the Example of Euripides, in the name of Heinsius, chapter 6 of the Constitution of Tragedy, and the younger Scaliger in his poems, and finally in the name of the canonists and jurisconsults, under the title Nuptials. The first arguments were addressed to the Academy, the last one was aimed at the Cardinal. After the pinpricks, the blow with a club. A judge was needed to decide the question. Chapelain gave judgment. Corneille saw that he was doomed. The lion was muzzled, or, as was said at the time, the crow, Corneille, was plucked. Now comes the painful side of this grotesque performance. After he had been thus quenched at his first flash, this genius, thoroughly modern, fed upon the Middle Ages in Spain, being compelled to lie to himself and to hark back to ancient times, drew for us that Castilian Rome, which is sublime beyond question, but in which, except perhaps in Nicomedes, which was so ridiculed by the 18th century for its dignified and simple coloring, we find neither the real Rome nor the true Corneille. Racine was treated to the same persecution, but did not make the same resistance. Neither in his genius nor in his character was there any of Corneille's lofty asperity. He submitted in silence, and sacrificed to the scorn of his time his enchanting elegy of Esther, his magnificent epic Athalie, so that we can but believe that, if he had not been paralyzed as he was by the prejudices of his epoch, if he had come in contact less frequently with the classic Krempfisch, he would not have failed to introduce Locuste in his drama between Narcisse and Néron, and above all things would not have relegated to the wings the admirable scene of the banquet at which Seneca's pupil poisons Britannicus in the cup of reconciliation. But can we demand of the bird that he fly under the receiver of an air-pump? What a multitude of beautiful scenes the people of taste have cost us, from Scudéry to La Harpe. A noble work might be composed of all that their scorching breath has withered in its germ. However, our great poets have found a way none the less to cause their genius to blaze forth through all these obstacles. Often the attempt to confine them behind walls of dogmas and rules is vain. Like the Hebrew giant, they carry their prison doors with them to the mountains. But still the same refrain is repeated, and will be, no doubt, for a long while to come. Follow the rules, copy the models. It was the rules that shaped the models. One moment. In that case there are two sorts of models, those which are made according to the rules, and prior to them, those according to which the rules were made. Now, in which of these two categories should genius seek a place for itself? Although it is always disagreeable to come in contact with pedants, is it not 1,000 times better to give them lessons than to receive lessons from them? And then, copy. Is the reflection equal to the light? Is the satellite which travels unceasingly in the same circle equal to the central creative planet? With all his poetry, Virgil is no more than the moon of Homer. And whom are we to copy, I pray to know? The ancients? We have just shown that their stage has nothing in common with ours. Moreover, Voltaire, who will have none of Shakespeare, will have none of the Greeks either. Let him tell us why. The Greeks ventured to produce scenes no less revolting to us. Hippolyte, crushed by his fall, counts his wounds and utters doleful cries. Philoctetes falls in his paroxysms of pain, black blood flows from his wound. Oedipus, covered with the blood that still drops from the sockets of the eyes he has torn out, complains bitterly of gods and men. We hear the shrieks of Clytemnestra, murdered by her own son, and Electra on the stage cries, "Strike! Spare her not! She did not spare our father." Prometheus is fastened to a rock by nails driven through his stomach and his arms. The Furies reply to Clytemnestra's bleeding shade with inarticulate roars. Art was in its infancy in the time of Aeschylus, as it was in London in Shakespeare's time. End of Part 2. Section 33 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Cromwell, Part 3. Whom shall we copy, then? The moderns? What? Copy copies? God forbid! But, someone else will object, according to your conception of the art, you seem to look for none but greater poets, to count always upon genius. Art certainly does not count upon mediocrity. It prescribes no rules for it. It knows nothing of it. In fact, mediocrity has no existence so far as art is concerned. Art supplies wings, not crutches. Alas, D'Aubignat followed rules, Campistron copied models. What does it matter to art? It does not build its palaces for ants. It lets them make their ant-hill, without taking the trouble to find out whether they have built their burlesque imitation of its palace upon its foundation. The critics of the scholastic school place their poets in a strange position. On the one hand, they cry incessantly, "Copy the models!" On the other hand, they have a habit of declaring that the models are inimitable. Now, if their craftsman, by dint of hard work, succeeds in forcing through this dangerous defile some colourless tracing of the masters, these ungrateful wretches, after examining the new rifacimiento, exclaim sometimes, "This doesn't resemble anything," and sometimes, "This resembles everything." And by virtue of a logic made for the occasion, each of these formulae is a criticism. Let us then speak boldly. The time for it has come, and it would be strange if, in this age, liberty, like the light, should penetrate everywhere, except to the one place where freedom is most natural, the domain of thought. Let us take the hammer to theories and poetic systems. Let us throw down the old plastering that conceals the facade of art. There are neither rules nor models, or rather, there are no other rules than the general laws of nature, which soar above the whole field of art, and the special rules which result from the conditions appropriate to the subject of each composition. The former are of the essence, eternal, and do not change. The latter are variable, external, and are used but once. The former are the framework that supports the house, the latter the scaffolding which is used in building it, and which is made anew for each building. In a word, the former are the flesh and bones, the latter the clothing of the drama. But these rules are not written in the treatises on poetry. Richelieu has no idea of their existence. Genius, which divines rather than learns, devises for each work the general rules from the general plan of things, the special rules from the separate ensemble of the subject treated, not after the manner of the chemist who lights the fire under his furnace, heats his crucible, analyzes and destroys, but after the manner of the bee, which flies on its golden wings, lights on each flower, and extracts its honey, leaving it as brilliant and fragrant as before. The poet, let us insist on this point, should take counsel therefore only of nature, truth, and inspiration, which is itself both truth and nature. Quando he, says Lope de Vega, quando he de escribir una comedia, encierro los preceptos con 6 llaves. To secure these precepts, 6 keys are none too many in very truth. Let the poet beware, especially of copying anything whatsoever. Shakespeare no more than Molière, Schiller no more than Corneille. If genuine talent could abdicate its own nature in this matter, and thus lay aside its original personality to transform itself into another, it would lose everything by playing this role of its own double. It is as if a god should turn valid. We must draw our inspiration from the original sources. It is the same sap, distributed through the soil, that produces all the trees of the forest, so different in bearing power, in fruit, in foliage. It is the same nature that fertilizes and nourishes the most diverse geniuses. The poet is a tree that may be blown about by all winds and watered by every fall of dew, and bears his works as his fruit, as the fablier of old bore his fables. Why attach oneself to a master, or graft oneself upon a model? It were better to be a bramble or a thistle, fed by the same earth as the cedar and the palm, than the fungus or the lichen of those noble trees. The bramble lives, the fungus vegetates. Moreover, however great the cedar and the palm may be, it is not with the sap one sucks from them that one can become great oneself. A giant parasite will be at best a dwarf. The oak, colossus that it is, can produce and sustain nothing more than the mistletoe. Let there be no misunderstanding. If some of our poets have succeeded in being great, even when copying, it is because, while forming themselves on the antique model, they have often listened to the voice of nature and to their own genius. It is because they have been themselves in some one respect. Their branches became entangled in those of the nearby tree, but their roots were buried deep in the soil of art. They were the ivy, not the mistletoe. Then came imitators of the second rank, who, having neither roots in the earth nor genius in their souls, had to confine themselves to imitate. As Charles Nodier says, after the school of Athens, the school of Alexandria. Then there was a deluge of mediocrity. Then there came a swarm of those treatises on poetry, so annoying to true talent, so convenient for mediocrity. We were told that everything was done, and God was forbidden to create more Molière or Corneille. Memory was put in place of imagination. Imagination itself was subjected to hard and fast rules, and aphorisms were made about it. To imagine, says La Harpe, with his naive assurance, is in substance to remember, that's all. But nature and truth! And here,
in order to prove that, far from demolishing art, the new ideas aim only to reconstruct it more firmly and on a better foundation, let us try to point out the impassable limit which, in our opinion, separates reality according to art from reality according to nature. It is careless to confuse them as some ill-informed partisans of romanticism do. Truth in art cannot possibly be, as several writers have claimed, absolute reality. Art cannot produce the thing itself. Let us imagine, for example, one of those unreflecting promoters of absolute nature, of nature viewed apart from art, at the performance of a romantic play, say Le Cid. "What's that?" he will ask at the first word. "The Cid speaks in verse? It isn't natural to speak in verse." "How would you have him speak, pray?" "In prose." "Very good." A moment later, "How's this?" he will continue, if he is consistent. "The Cid is speaking French." "Well?" "Nature demands that he speak his own language. He can't speak anything but Spanish." We shall fail entirely to understand. But again, very good. You imagine that this is all? By no means. Before the 10th sentence in Castilian, he is certain to rise and ask if the Cid who is speaking is the real Cid, in flesh and blood. By what right does the actor, whose name is Pierre or Jacques, take the name of the Cid? That is false. There's no reason why he should not go on to demand that the sun should be substituted for the footlights, real trees and real houses for those deceitful wings. For, once started on that road, logic has you by the collar, and you cannot stop. We must admit, therefore, or confess ourselves ridiculous, that the domains of art and of nature are entirely distinct. Nature and art are two things. Were it not so, one or the other would not exist. Art, in addition to its idealistic side, has a terrestrial, material side. Let it do what it will, it is shut in between grammar and prosody, between Vaugelas and Richelieu. For its most capricious creations, it has formulas, methods of execution, a complete apparatus to set in motion. For genius there are delicate instruments, for mediocrity, tools. It seems to us that someone has already said that the drama is a mirror wherein nature is reflected. But if it be an ordinary mirror, a smooth and polished surface, it will give only a dull image of objects, with no relief faithful but colourless. Every one knows that colour and light are lost in a simple reflection. The drama, therefore, must be a concentrating mirror, which, instead of weakening, concentrates and condenses the coloured rays, which makes of a mere gleam a light, and of a light a flame. Then only is the drama acknowledged by art. The stage is an optical point. Everything that exists in the world, in history, in life, in man, should be and can be reflected therein, but under the magic wand of art. Art turns the leaves of the ages, of nature, studies chronicles, strives to reproduce actual facts, especially in respect to manners and peculiarities, which are much less exposed to doubt and contradiction than are concrete facts, restores what the chroniclers have lopped off, harmonizes what they have collected, divines and supplies their omissions, fills their gaps with imaginary scenes which have the colour of the time, groups what they have left scattered about, sets in motion anew the threads of providence which work the human marionettes, clothes the whole with a form at once poetical and natural, and imparts to it that vitality of truth and brilliancy which gives birth to illusion, that prestige of reality which arouses the enthusiasm of the spectator, and of the poet first of all, for the poet is sincere. Thus the aim of art is almost divine, to bring to life again, if it is writing history, to create, if it is writing poetry. It is a grand and beautiful sight to see this broad development of a drama wherein art powerfully seconds nature, of a drama wherein the plot moves on to the conclusion with a firm and unembarrassed step, without diffuseness and without undue compression, of a drama, in short, wherein the poet abundantly fulfils the multifold object of art, which is to open to the spectator a double prospect, to illuminate at the same time the interior and the exterior of mankind, the exterior by their speech and their acts, the interior by asides and monologues, to bring together, in a word, in the same picture, the drama of life and the drama of conscience. It will readily be imagined that for a work of this kind, if the poet must choose, and he must, he should choose not the beautiful, but the characteristic. Not that it is advisable to make local color, as they say today, that is, to add, as an afterthought, a few discordant touches here and there, to a work that is at best utterly conventional and false. The local color should not be on the surface of the drama, but in its substance, in the very heart of the work, whence it spreads of itself, naturally, evenly, and, so to speak, into every corner of the drama, as the sap ascends from the root to the tree's topmost leaf. The drama should be thoroughly impregnated with this colour of the time, which should be, in some sort, in the air, so that one detects it only on entering the theatre, and that on going forth one finds oneself in a different period and atmosphere. It requires some study, some labour to attain this end. So much the better. It is well that the avenues of art should be obstructed by those brambles from which everybody recoils, except those of powerful will. Besides, it is this very study, fostered by an ardent inspiration, which will ensure the drama against a vice that kills it, the commonplace. To be commonplace is the failing of short-sighted, short-breathed poets. In this tableau of the stage, each figure must be held down to its most prominent, most individual, most precisely defined characteristic. Even the vulgar and the trivial should have an accent of their own. Like God, the true poet is present in every part of his work at once. Genius resembles the die which stamps the king's effigy on copper and golden coins alike. We do not hesitate, and this will demonstrate once more to honest men how far we are from seeking to discredit the art. We do not hesitate to consider verse as one of the means best adapted to protect the drama from the scourge we have just mentioned, as one of the most powerful dams against the eruption of the commonplace, which, like democracy, is always flowing between full banks in men's minds. And at this point we beg the younger literary generation, already so rich in men and in works, to allow us to point out an error into which it seems to have fallen, an error too fully justified, indeed, by the extraordinary aberrations of the old school. The new century is at that growing age at which one can readily set oneself right. There has appeared of late, like a penultimate branching out of the old classical trunk, or better still, like one of those excrescences, those polypi, which decrepitude develops, and which are a sign of decomposition much more than a proof of life, there has appeared a strange school of dramatic poetry. This school seems to us to have had for its master and its fountainhead the poet who marks the transition from the 18th to the 19th century, the man of wearisome description and paraphrases, that Delille, who, they say, toward the close of his life boasted, after the fashion of the Homeric catalogues, of having made 12 camels, 4 dogs, 3 horses, including Jobs, 6 tigers, 2 cats, a chessboard, a backgammon board, a checkerboard, a billiard table, several winters, many summers, a multitude of springs, 50 sunsets, and so many daybreaks that he had lost count of them. Now, Delille went into tragedy. He is the father, he, and not Racine, God save the mark, of an alleged school of refinement and taste which flourished until recently. Tragedy is not to this school what it was to Will Shakespeare, say, a source of emotions of every sort, but a convenient frame for the solution of a multitude of petty descriptive problems which it propounds as it goes along. This muse, far from spurning, as the true French classic school does, the trivial and degrading things of life, eagerly seeks them out and brings them together. The grotesque, shunned as undesirable company by the tragedy of Louis XIV's day, cannot pass unnoticed before her. It must be described, that is to say, ennobled. A scene in the guard-house, a popular uprising, the fish-market, the galleys, the wine-shop, the poule-au-pot of Henri IV, are treasure-trove in her eyes. She seizes upon this canaille, washes it clean, and sews her tinsel and spangles over its villainies. Purpureux osvitur panu. Her object seems to be to deliver patents of nobility to all those roturiers of the drama, and each of these patents under the great seal is a speech. This muse, as may be imagined, is of a rare prudery. Wonted as she is to the caresses of periphrasis, plain speaking, if she should occasionally be exposed to it, would horrify her. It does not accord with her dignity to speak naturally. She underlines old Corneille for his blunt way of speaking, as in a heap of men ruined by debts and crimes. Chimene could have thought it, Rodrigue could have said it, when their Flaminius haggled with Hannibal. Oh, do not embroil me with the Republic. She still has her tout beau monsieur on her heart, and it needed many seigneurs and madame to procure forgiveness for our admirable Racine, for his monosyllabic dogs, and for so brutally bestowing Claudius in Agrippina's bed. This Melpomene, as she is called, would shudder at the thought of touching a chronicle. She leaves to the customer the duty of learning the period of the dramas she writes. In her eyes, history is bad form and bad taste. How, for example, can one tolerate kings and queens who swear? They must be elevated from mere regal dignity to tragic dignity. It was in a promotion of this sort that she exalted Henry IV. It was thus that the people's king, purified by M. Legouvé, found his ventre sangré, ignominiously banished from his mouth by 2 sentences, and that he was reduced, like the girl in the old fabliaux, to the necessity of letting fall from those royal lips only pearls and sapphires and rubies, the apotheosis of falsity in very truth. The fact is that nothing is so commonplace as this conventional refinement and nobility. Nothing original, no imagination, no invention in this style. Simply what one has seen everywhere: rhetoric, bombast, commonplaces, flowers of college eloquence, poetry after the style of Latin verses. The poets of this school are eloquent after the manner of stage princes and princesses, always sure of finding the customers labelled cases, cloaks, and pinchbeck crowns, which have no other disadvantage than that of having been used by everybody. If these poets never turn the leaves of the Bible, it is not because they have not a bulky book of their own, the Dictionnaire des Rimes. That is the source of their poetry, fonte saquarum. It will be seen that in all this nature and truth get along as best they can. It would be great good luck if any remnants of either should survive in this cataclysm of false art, false style, false poetry. This is what has caused the errors of several of our distinguished reformers. Disgusted by the stiffness, the ostentation, the pomposo of this alleged dramatic poetry, they have concluded that the elements of our poetic language were incompatible with the natural and the true. The Alexandrine had wearied them so often that they condemned it without giving it a hearing, so to speak, and decided, a little hastily perhaps, that the drama should be written in prose. They were mistaken. If in fact the false is predominant in the style as well as in the action of certain French tragedies, it is not the verses that should be held responsible, therefore, but the versifiers. It was needful to condemn, not the form employed, but those who employed it, the workman, not the tool. To convince oneself how few obstacles the nature of our poetry places in the way of the free expression of all that is true, we should study our verse, not in Racine perhaps, but often in Corneille and always in Molière. Racine, a divine poet, is elegiac, lyric, epic. Molière is dramatic. It is time to deal sternly with the criticisms heaped upon that admirable style by the wretched taste of the last century, and to proclaim aloud that Molière occupies the topmost pinnacle of our drama, not only as a poet, but also as a writer. Palmas vere habet iste duas. In his work the verse surrounds the idea, becomes of its very essence, compresses and develops it at once, imparts it to a more slender, more definite, more complete form, and gives us, in some sort, an extract thereof. Verse is the optical form of thought. That is why it is especially adapted to the perspective of the stage. Constructed in a certain way, it communicates its relief to things which, but for it, would be considered insignificant and trivial. It makes the tissue of style finer and firmer. It is the knot which stays the thread. It is the girdle which holds up the garment and gives it all its folds. What could nature and the true lose, then, by entering into verse? We ask the question of our prose writers themselves. What do they lose in Molière's poetry? Does wine, we beg pardon for another trivial illustration, does wine cease to be wine when it is bottled? If we were entitled to say what, in our opinion, the style of dramatic poetry should be, we would declare for the free, outspoken, sincere verse, which dare say everything without prudery, express its meaning without seeking for words, which passes naturally from comedy to tragedy, from the sublime to the grotesque, by turns practical and poetical, both artistic and inspired, profound and impulsive, of wide range and true. Verse which is apt opportunely to displace the caesura in order to disguise the monotony of alexandrines, more inclined to the enjambment that lengthens the line than to the inversion of phrases that confuses the sense, faithful to rhyme, that enslaved queen, that supreme charm of our poetry, that creator of our metre, verse that is inexhaustible in the verity of its turns of thought, unfathomable in its secrets of composition and of grace, assuming, like Proteus, 1,000 forms without changing its type and character, avoiding long speeches, taking delight in dialogue, always hiding behind the characters of the drama, intent, before everything, on being in its place, and when it falls to its lot to be beautiful, being so only by chance, as it were, in spite of itself, and unconsciously. Lyric, epic, dramatic at need, capable of running through the whole gamut of poetry, of skipping from high notes to low, from the most exalted to the most trivial ideas, from the most extravagant to the most solemn, from the most superficial to the most abstract, without ever passing beyond the limits of a spoken scene. In a word, such verse as a man would write whom a fairy had endowed with Corneille's mind and Molière's brain. It seems to us that such verse would be as fine as prose. There would be nothing in common between poetry of this sort and that of which we made a post-mortem examination just now. The distinction will be easy to point out if a certain man of talent, to whom the author of this book is under personal obligation, will allow us to borrow his clever phrase. The other poetry was descriptive. This would be picturesque. Let us repeat. Verse on the stage should lay aside all self-love, all exigence, all coquetry. It is simply a form, and a form which should admit everything, which has no laws to impose on the drama, but on the contrary should receive everything from it, to be transmitted to the spectator. French, Latin, texts of laws, royal oaths, popular phrases, comedy, tragedy, laughter, tears, prose and poetry. Woe to the poet whose verse does not speak out! But this form is a form of bronze, which encases the thought in its metre, beneath which the drama is indestructible, which engraves it more deeply on the actor's mind, warns him of what he omits and of what he adds, prevents him from changing his role, from substituting himself for the author, makes each word sacred, and causes what the poet has said to remain vivid a long while in the hearer's memory. The idea, when steeped in verse, suddenly assumes a more incisive, more brilliant quality. One feels that prose, which is necessarily more timid, obliged to wean the drama from anything like epic or lyric poetry, reduced to dialogue and to matter of fact, is a long way from possessing these resources. It has much narrower wings. And then, too, it is much more easy of access. Mediocrity is at its ease in prose. And for the sake of a few works of distinction, such as have appeared of late, the art would very soon be overloaded with abortions and embryos. Another faction of the reformers inclined to drama written in both prose and verse, as Shakespeare composed it. This method has its advantages. There might, however, be some incongruity in the transitions from one form to the other, and when a tissue is homogeneous, it is much stouter. However, whether the drama should be written in prose is only a secondary question. The rank of a work is certain to be fixed, not according to its form, but according to its intrinsic value. In questions of this sort there is only one solution. There is but one weight that can turn the scale in the balance of art. That is genius. Meanwhile, the first, the indispensable merit of a dramatic writer, whether he write in prose or verse, is correctness. Not a mere superficial correctness, the merit or defect of the descriptive school, which makes Lomond and Restaud the two wings of its Pegasus, but that intimate, deep-rooted, deliberate correctness, which is permeated with the genius of a language which has sounded its roots and searched its etymology, always unfettered, because it is sure of its footing, and always more in harmony with the logic of the language. Our Lady Grammar leads the one in leading strings, the other holds grammar in leash. It can venture anything, can create or invent its style. It has a right to do so. For, whatever certain men may have said who did not think what they were saying, and among whom we must place, notably, him who writes these lines, the French tongue is not fixed and never will be. A language does not become fixed. The human intellect is always on the march, or, if you prefer, in movement, and languages with it. Things are made so. When the body changes, how could the coat not change? The French of the 19th century can no more be the French of the 18th than that is the French of the 17th, or than the French of the 17th is that of the 16th. Montaigne's language is not Rabelais's, Pascal's is not Montaigne's, Montesquieu's is not Pascal's. each of the four languages, taken by itself, is admirable because it's original. Every age has its own ideas. It must have also words adapted to those ideas. Languages are like the sea. They move to and fro incessantly. At certain times they leave one shore of the world of thought and overflow another. All that their waves thus abandon dries up and vanishes. It is in this wise that ideas vanish, that words disappear. It is the same with human tongues as with everything. Each age adds and takes away something. What can be done? It is the decree of fate. In vain, therefore, should we seek to petrify the mobile physiognomy of our idiom in a fixed form. In vain do our literary Joshuas cry out to the language to stand still. Languages and the sun do not stand still. The day when they become fixed, they are dead. That is why the French of a certain contemporary school is a dead language. Such are substantially, but without the more elaborate development which would make the evidence in their favor more complete, the present ideas of the author of this book concerning the drama. He is far, however, from presuming to put forth his first dramatic essay as an emanation of these ideas, which, on the contrary, are themselves, it may be, simply results of its execution. It would be very convenient for him, no doubt, and very clever, to rest his book on his preface, and to defend each by the other. He prefers less cleverness and more frankness. He proposes, therefore, to be the first to point out the extreme tenuity of the thread connecting this preface with his drama. His first plan, dictated by his laziness, was to give the work to the public entirely unattended, el demonio sin las cuernas, as Eliot said. It was only after he had duly brought it to a close that, at the solicitations of a few friends, blinded by their friendship, no doubt, he determined to reckon with himself in a preface, to draw, so to speak, a map of the poetic voyage he had made, to take account of the acquisitions, good or bad, that he had brought home, and of the new aspects in which the domain of art had presented itself to his mind. Some one will take advantage of this admission, doubtless to repeat the reproach already uttered by a critic in Germany, that he has written a treatise in defence of his poetry. What does it matter? In the first place, he was much more inclined to demolish treatises on poetry than to write them. And then, would it not he better always to write treatises based on a poem than to write poems based on a treatise? But no, we repeat that he has neither the talent to create nor the presumption to put forth systems. Systems, cleverly said Voltaire, are like rats which pass through 20 holes, only to find at last 2 or 3 which will not let them through. It would have been, therefore, to undertake a useless task, and one much beyond his strength. What he has pleaded, on the contrary, is the freedom of art against the despotism of systems, codes, and rules. It is his habit to follow at all risks whatever he takes for his inspiration, and to change moulds as often as he changes metals. Dogmatism in the arts is what he shuns before everything. God forbid that he should aspire to be numbered among those men, be they romanticists or classicists, who compose works according to their own systems, who condemn themselves to have but one form in their minds, to be forever proving something, to follow other laws than those of their temperament and their natures. The artificial work of these men, however talented they may be, has no existence so far as art is concerned. It is a theory, not poetry. Having attempted in all that has gone before to point out what, in our opinion, was the origin of the drama, what its character is, and what its style should be, the time has come to descend from these exalted general considerations upon the art to the particular case which has led us to put them forth. It remains for us to discourse to the reader of our work, of this Cromwell, and as it is not a subject in which we take pleasure, we will say very little about it in very few words. End of Part 3. Section 34 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Cromwell, Part 4. Oliver Cromwell is one of those historical characters who are at once very famous and very little known. Most of his biographers, and among them there are some who are themselves historical, have left that colossal figure incomplete. It would seem that they dare not assemble all the characteristic features of that strange and gigantic prototype of the religious Reformation, of the political revolution of England. Almost all of them have confined themselves to reproducing, on a larger scale, the simple and ominous profile drawn by Bossuet from his Catholic and monarchical standpoint, from his episcopal pulpit supported by the throne of Louis XIV. Like everybody else, the author of this book went no further than that. The name of Oliver Cromwell suggested to him simply the bare conception of a fanatical regicide and a great captain. Only on prowling among the chronicles of the times, which he did with delight, and on looking through the English memoirs of the 17th century, was he surprised to find that a wholly new Cromwell was gradually exposed to his gaze. It was no longer simply Bossuet's Cromwell, the soldier, Cromwell, the politician. It was a complex, heterogeneous, multiple being, made up of all sorts of contraries, a mixture of much that was evil and much that was good, of genius and pettiness, a sort of Tiberius Dandin, the tyrant of Europe and the plaything of his family, an old regicide who delighted to humiliate the ambassadors of all the kings of Europe, and was tormented by his young royalist daughter, austere and gloomy in his manners, yet keeping 4 court jesters about him, given to the composition of wretched verses, sober, simple, frugal, yet a stickler for etiquette, a rough soldier and a crafty politician, skilled in theological disputation and very fond of it, a dull, diffuse, obscure orator, but clever in speaking the language of anybody whom he wished to influence, a hypocrite and a fanatic, a visionary swayed by phantoms of his childhood, believing in astrologers and banishing them, suspicious to excess, always threatening, rarely sanguinary, a strict observer of Puritan rules, and solemnly wasting several hours a day in buffoonery, abrupt and contemptuous with his intimates, caressing with the secretaries whom he feared, holding his remorse at bay with sophistry, paltering with his conscience, inexhaustible in adroitness, in tricks, in resources, mastering his imagination by his intelligence, grotesque and sublime. In a word, one of those men who are square at the base, as they were described by Napoleon, himself their chief, in his mathematically exact and poetically figurative language. He who writes these lines in presence of this rare and impressive ensemble felt that Bossuet's impassioned sketch was no longer sufficient for him. He began to walk about that lofty figure, and he was seized by a powerful temptation
to depict the giant in all his aspects. It was a rich soil. Beside the man of war and the statesman, it remained to draw the theologian, the pedant, the wretched poet, the seer of visions, the buffoon, the father, the husband, the human Proteus, in a word, the twofold Cromwell, homo et vir. There's one period of his life especially in which this strange personality exhibits itself in all its forms. It is not, as one might think at first blush, the period of the trial of Charles I, instinct as that is with depressing and terrible interest, but it is the moment when the ambitious mortal boldly attempted to pluck the fruit of that monarch's death. It is the moment when Cromwell, having attained what would have been to any other man the zenith of fortune, master of England, whose innumerable factions knelt silently at his feet, master of Scotland, of which he had made a satrapy, and of Ireland, which he had turned into a prison, master of Europe through his diplomacy and his fleets, seeks to fulfill the dream of his earliest childhood, the last ambition of his life, to make himself king. History never had a more impressive lesson in a more impressive drama. First of all, the Protector arranges to be urged to assume the crown. The august farce begins by addresses from municipalities, from counties. Then there comes an Act of Parliament. Cromwell, the anonymous author of the play, pretends to be displeased. We see him put out a hand toward the sceptre, then draw it back. By a devious path he draws near the throne from which he has swept the legitimate dynasty. At last he makes up his mind, suddenly. By his command, Westminster is decked with flags, the dais is built, the crown is ordered from the jewelers, the day is appointed for the ceremony. Strange denouement! On that very day, in presence of the populace, the troops, the House of Commons, in the great hall of Westminster, on that day from which he expected to descend as king, suddenly, as if aroused by a shock, he seems to awaken at the sight of the crown, asks if he's dreaming, and what the meaning is of all this regal pomp, and in a speech that lasts 3 hours declines the kingly title. Was it because his spies had warned him of 2 conspiracies formed by Cavaliers and Puritans in concert, which were intended, taking advantage of this misstep, to break out on the same day? Was it an inward revolution caused by the silence or the murmurs of the populace, discomposed to see their regicide ascend the throne? Or was it simply the sagacity of genius, the instinct of a far-seeing, albeit unbridled ambition, which realizes how one step forward changes a man's position and attitude, and which dares not expose its plebeian structure to the wind of unpopularity? Was it all these at once? This is a question which no contemporaneous document answers satisfactorily. So much the better. The poet's liberty is the more complete, and the drama is the gainer by the latitude which history affords it. It will be seen that here the latitude is ample and unique. This is, in truth, the decisive hour, the turning point in Cromwell's life. It is the moment when his chimera escapes from him, when the present kills the future, when, to use an expressive colloquialism, his destiny misses fire. All of Cromwell is at stake in the comedy being played between England and himself. Such then is the man, and such the period of which we have tried to give an idea in this book. The author has allowed himself to be seduced by the childlike diversion of touching the keys of that great harpsichord. Unquestionably, more skilful hands might have evoked a thrilling and profound melody, not of those which simply caress the ear, but of those intimate harmonies which stir the whole man to the depths of his being, as if each key of the keyboard were connected with a fibre of the heart. He has surrendered to the desire to depict all those fanaticisms, all those superstitions, maladies to which religion is subject at certain epochs, to the longing to make playthings of all these men, as Hamlet says, to set in array about and below Cromwell, himself the centre and pivot of that court, of that people, of that little world, which attracts all to his cause and inspire all with his vigour, that twofold conspiracy devised by two factions which detest each other, but join hands to overthrow the man who blocks their path, but which unite simply without blending, in that Puritan faction of diverse minds, fanatical, gloomy, unselfish, choosing for leader the most insignificant of men for such a great part, the egotistical and cowardly Lambert, and the faction of the Cavaliers, feather-headed, merry, unscrupulous, reckless, devoted, led by the man who, aside from his devotion to the cause, was least fitted to represent it, the stern and upright Ormond. And those ambassadors, so humble and fawning before the soldier of fortune, and the court itself, an extraordinary mixture of upstarts and great nobles vying with one another in baseness, and the four jesters whom the contemptuous neglect of history permitted me to invent, in Cromwell's family, each member of which is as a thorn in his flesh, and Thurlow, the Protector's Achates, and the Jewish rabbi Israel ben Manasseh, spy, usurer, and astrologer, vile on two sides, sublime on the third, and Rochester, the unique Rochester, absurd and clever, refined and crapulous, always cursing, always in love, and always tipsy, as he himself boasted to Bishop Burnet, wretched poet and gallant gentleman, vicious and ingenious, stake in his head, and indifferent whether he wins the game, provided it amuses him, in a word, capable of everything, of ruse and recklessness, calculation and folly, villainy and generosity, and the morose Carr, of whom history describes but one trait, albeit a most characteristic and suggestive one, and those other fanatics of all ranks and varieties, Harrison, the thieving fanatic, Barebones, the shop-keeping fanatic, Sinderkamp, the bravo, Garland, the tearful and pious assassin, gallant Colonel Overton, intelligent, but a little declamatory, the austere and unbending Ludlow, who left his ashes and his epitaph at Lausanne, and lastly, Milton and a few other men of mind, as we read in a pamphlet of 1679, Cromwell the Politician, which reminds of a certain Dante of the Italian Chronicle. We omit many less important characters, of each of whom, however, the actual life is known, and each of whom has his marked individuality, and all of whom contributed to the fascination which this vast historical scene exerted upon the author's imagination. From that scene he constructed this drama. He moulded it in verse, because he preferred to do so. One will discover on reading it how little thought he gave to his work while writing this preface, with what disinterestedness, for instance, he contended against the dogma of the unities. His drama does not leave London. It begins on June the 25th, 1657, at 3 in the morning, and ends on the 26th at noon.
observe that he has almost followed the classic formula as the professors of poetry lay down today. They need not, however, thank him for it. With the permission of history, not of Aristotle, the author constructed his drama thus, and because, when the interest is the same, he prefers a compact subject to a widely diffused one. It is evident that, in its present proportions, this drama could not be given at one of our theatrical performances. It is too long. The reader will perhaps comprehend, none the less, that every part of it was written for the stage. It was on approaching his subject to study it that the author recognized, or thought that he recognized, the impossibility of procuring the performance of a faithful reproduction of it on our stage, in the exceptional position it now occupies, between the academic Charybdis and the administrative Scylla, between the literary juries and the political censorship. He was required to choose either the wheedling, tricky, false tragedy, which may be acted, or the audaciously true drama, which is prohibited. The first was not worth the trouble of writing, so he preferred to attempt the second. That is why, hopeless of ever being put on the stage, he abandoned himself, freely and submissively, to the whims of composition, to the pleasure of painting with a freer hand, to the developments which his subject demanded, and which, even if they keep his drama off the stage, have, at all events, the advantage of making it almost complete from the historical standpoint. However, the reading committees are an obstacle of the second class only. If it should happen that the dramatic censorship, realizing how far this harmless, conscientious, and accurate picture of Cromwell and his time is removed from our own age, should sanction its production on the stage, in that case, but only in that case, the author might, perhaps, extract from this drama a play which would venture to show itself on the boards, and would be hissed. Until then, he will continue to hold aloof from the theatre, and even then he will leave his cherished and tranquil retirement soon enough for the agitation and excitement of this new world. God grant that he may never repent of having exposed the unspotted obscurity of his name and his person to the shoals, the squalls and tempests of the pit, and above all, for what does a mere failure matter, to the wretched bickerings of the wings, of having entered that shifting, foggy, stormy atmosphere where ignorance dogmatizes, where envy hisses, where cabals cringe and crawl, where the probity of talent has so often been misrepresented, where the noble innocence of genius is sometimes so out of place, where mediocrity triumphs in lowering to its level the superiority which obscures it, where one finds so many small men for a single great one, so many nobodies for one Talma, so many Myrmidons for one Achilles. This sketch will seem ill-tempered, perhaps, and far from flattering, but does it not fully mark out the distance that separates our stage, the abode of intrigues and uproar, from the solemn serenity of the ancient stage? Whatever may happen, he feels bound to warn in advance that small number of persons whom such a production might attract, that a play made up of excerpts from Cromwell would occupy no less time than is ordinarily occupied by a theatrical performance. It is difficult for a romantic theatre to maintain itself otherwise. Surely, if people desire something different from the tragedies in which one or two characters, abstract types of a purely metaphysical idea, stalk solemnly about on a narrow stage, occupied only by a few confidents, colorless reflections of the heroes, employed to fill the gaps in a simple, unified, single-string plot. If that sort of thing has grown tiresome, a whole evening is not too much time to devote to delineating with some fullness a man among men, a whole critical period. The one with his peculiar temperament, his genius which adapts itself thereto, his beliefs which dominate them both, his passions which throw out of gear his temperament, his genius and his beliefs, his tastes which give color to his passions, his habits which regulate his tastes and muzzle his passions, and with the innumerable procession of men of every sort whom these various elements keep in constant commotion about him. The other, with its manners, its laws, its fashions, its wit, its attainments, its superstitions, its events, and its people, whom all these first causes in turn mould like soft wax. It is needless to say that such a picture will be of huge proportions. Instead of one personality, like that with which the abstract drama of the old school is content, there will be 20, 40, 50, who knows how many, of every size and of every degree of importance. There will be a crowd of characters in the drama. Would it not be niggardly to assign it 2 hours only, and give up the rest of the performance to opera comique or farce, to cut Shakespeare for Bobèche? And do not imagine that, if the plot is well adjusted, the multitude of characters set in motion will cause fatigue to the spectator or confusion in the drama. Shakespeare, abounding in petty details, is, at the same time, and for that very reason, imposing by the grandeur of the ensemble. It is the oak which casts a most extensive shadow with its myriads of slender leaves. Let us hope that people in France will ere long become accustomed to devote a whole evening to a single play. In England and Germany there are plays that last 6 hours. The Greeks, about whom we hear so much, the Greeks, and after the fashion of Scudéry, we will cite at this point the classicist Dacier in the 7th chapter of his Poetics. The Greeks sometimes went so far as to have 12 or 16 plays acted in a single day. Among a people who are fond of spectacles, the attention is more lively than is commonly believed. The Mariage de Figaro, the connecting link of Beaumarchais' great trilogy, occupies the whole evening, and who was ever bored or fatigued by it? Beaumarchais was worthy to venture on the first step toward that goal of modern art at which it will be impossible to arrive in 2 hours, that profound, insatiable interest which results from a vast, like-life and multiform plot. But, someone will say, this performance, consisting of a single play, would be monotonous, would seem terribly long. Not so. On the contrary, it would lose its present monotony and tediousness. For what is done now? The spectator's entertainment is divided into 2 or 3 sharply defined parts. At first he is given 2 hours of serious enjoyment, then 1 hour of hilarious enjoyment. These, with the hour of entr'actes, which we do not include in the enjoyment, make 4 hours. What would the romantic drama do? It would mingle and blend artistically these 2 kinds of enjoyment. It would lead the audience constantly from sobriety to laughter, from mirthful excitement to heart-breaking emotion, from grave to gay, from pleasant to severe. For, as we have already proved, the drama is the grotesque in conjunction with the sublime, the soul within the body. It is tragedy beneath comedy. Do you not see that, by affording you repose from one impression by means of another, by sharpening the tragic upon the comic, the merry upon the terrible, and at need calling in the charms of the opera, these performances, while presenting but one play, would be worth a multitude of others? The romantic stage would make a piquant, savoury, diversified dish of that which, on the classic stage, is a drug divided into two pills. The author has soon come to the end of what he had to say to the reader. He has no idea how the critics will greet this drama and these thoughts, summarily set forth, stripped of their corollaries and ramifications, put together currente calamo, and in haste to have done with them. Doubtless they will appear to the disciples of La Harpe most impudent and strange. But if perchance, naked and undeveloped as they are, they should have the power to start upon the road of truth this public whose education is so far advanced, and whose mind so many notable writings of criticism or of original thought, books or newspapers, have already matured for art, let the public follow that impulsion, caring not whether it comes from a man unknown, from a voice with no authority, from a work of little merit. It is a copper bell which summons the people to the true temple and the true God. There is today the old literary regime as well as the old political regime. The last century still weighs upon the present one at almost every point. It is notably oppressive in the matter of criticism. For instance, you find living men who repeat to you this definition of taste let fall by Voltaire. Taste in poetry is no different from what it is in women's clothes. Taste, then, is coquetry. Remarkable words, which depict marvelously the painted, moucheté, powdered poetry of the 18th century, that literature in panier, pompon, and falbalas. They give an admirable resume of an age with which the loftiest geniuses could not come in contact without becoming petty, in one respect or another, of an age when Montesquieu was able and apt to produce Le Temple des Nids, Voltaire La Tempe du Goût, Jean-Jacques Le Devin du Village. Taste is the common sense of genius. This is what will soon be demonstrated by another school of criticism, powerful, outspoken, well informed, a school of the century which is beginning to put forth vigorous shoots under the dead and withered branches of the old school. This youthful criticism, as serious as the other is frivolous, as learned as the other is ignorant, has already established organs that are listened to, and one is sometimes surprised to find, even in the least important sheets, excellent articles emanating from it. Joining hands with all that is fearless and superior in letters, it will deliver us from two scourges, tottering classicism and false romanticism, which has the presumption to show itself at the feet of the true. For modern genius already has its shadow, its copy, its parasite, its classic, which forms itself upon it, smears itself with its colors, assumes its livery, picks up its crumbs, and like the sorcerer's pupil, puts in play, with words retained by the memory, elements of theatrical action of which it has not the secret. Thus it does idiotic things, which its master many a time has much difficulty in making good. But the thing that must be destroyed first of all is the old false taste. Present-day literature must be cleansed of its rust. In vain does the rust eat into it and tarnish it. It is addressing a young, stern, vigorous generation which does not understand it. The train of the 18th century is still dragging in the 19th. But we young men who have seen Bonaparte, are not the ones who will carry it. We are approaching, then, the moment when we shall see the new criticism prevail, firmly established upon a broad and deep foundation. People generally will soon understand that writers should be judged, not according to rules and species, which are contrary to nature and art, but according to the immutable principles of the art of composition and the special laws of their individual temperaments.
The sound judgment of all men will be ashamed of the criticism which broke Pierre Corneille on the wheel, gagged Jean Racine, and which ridiculously rehabilitated John Milton only by virtue of the epic code of Père Le Bossu. People will consent to place themselves at the author's standpoint, to view the subject with his eyes, in order to judge a work intelligently. They will lay aside, and it is M. de Chateaubriand who speaks, the paltry criticism of defects for the noble and fruitful criticism of beauties. It is time that all acute minds should grasp the thread that frequently connects what we, following our special whim, call defects with what we call beauty. Defects, at all events those which we call by that name, are often the inborn, necessary, inevitable conditions of good qualities. Scit genius natale comes qui temperat astrum. Who ever saw a medal without its reverse, a talent that had not some shadow with its brilliancy, some smoke with its flame? Such a blemish can be only the inseparable consequence of such beauty. This rough stroke of the brush, which offends my eye at close range, completes the effect and gives relief to the whole picture. Efface one and you efface the other. Originality is made up of such things. Genius is necessarily uneven. There are no high mountains without deep ravines. Fill up the valley with the mountain, and you will have nothing but a steppe, a plateau, the plain of Les Sablons instead of the Alps, swallows and not eagles. We must also take into account the weather, the climate, the local influences. The Bible, Homer, hurt us sometimes by their very sublimities. Who would want to part with a word of either of them? Our infirmity often takes fright at the inspired bold flights of genius, for lack of power to swoop down upon objects with such vast intelligence. And then, once again, there are defects which take root only in masterpieces. It is given only to certain geniuses to have certain defects. Shakespeare is blamed for his abuse of metaphysics, of wit, of redundant scenes, of obscenities, for his employment of the mythological nonsense in vogue in his time, for exaggeration, obscurity, bad taste, bombast, asperities of style. The oak, that giant tree which we were comparing to Shakespeare just now, and which has more than one point of resemblance to him, the oak has an unusual shape, gnarled branches, dark leaves, and hard, rough bark. But it is the oak. And it is because of these qualities that it is the oak. If you would have a smooth trunk, straight branches, satiny leaves, apply to the pale birch, the hollow elder, the weeping willow, but leave the mighty oak in peace. Do not stone that which gives you shade. The author of this book knows as well as any one the numerous and gross faults of his works. If it happens too seldom that he corrects them, it is because it is repugnant to him to return to a work that has grown cold. Moreover, what has he ever done that is worth that trouble? The labor that he would throw away in correcting the imperfections of his books, he prefers to use in purging his intellect of its defects. It is his method to correct one work only in another work. However, no matter what treatment may be accorded his book, he binds himself not to defend it, in whole or in part. If his drama is worthless, what is the use of upholding it? If it is good, why defend it? Time will do the book justice, or will wreak justice upon it. Its success for the moment is the affair of the publisher alone. If then the wrath of the critics is aroused by the publication of this essay, he will let them do their worst. What reply should he make to them? He is not one of those who speak, as the Castilian poet says, through the mouths of their wounds, por la boca de su herida. One last word. It may have been noticed that in this somewhat long journey through so many different subjects, the author has generally refrained from resting his personal views upon texts or citations of authorities. It is not, however, because he did not have them at his hand. If the poet establishes things that are impossible according to the rules of his art, he makes a mistake unquestionably. But it ceases to be a mistake when by this means he has reached the end that he aimed at, for he has found what he sought. They take for nonsense whatever the weakness of their intellects does not allow them to understand. They are especially prone to call absurd those wonderful passages in which the poet, in order the better to enforce his argument, departs, if we may so express it, from his argument. In fact, the precept which makes it a rule sometimes to disregard rules is a mystery of the art which it is not easy to make men understand who are absolutely without taste, and whom a sort of abnormality of mind renders insensible to those things which ordinarily impress men. Who said the first? Aristotle. Who said the last? Boileau. By these two specimens you will see that the author of this drama might, as well as another, have shielded himself with proper names and taken refuge behind others' reputations. But he preferred to leave that style of argument to those who deem it unanswerable, universal, and all-powerful. As for himself, he prefers reasons to authorities. He has always cared more for arms than for coats of arms. October 1827. End of section 34. End of Preface to Cromwell by Victor Hugo.
Section 35 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman. Part 1. Footnote. Walt Whitman, 1819 to 1892, the most original of American poets, was born in West Hills, Long Island, educated in the Brooklyn public schools, and apprenticed to a printer. As a youth he taught in a country school, and later went into journalism in New York, Brooklyn, and New Orleans. The first edition of Leaves of Grass appeared in 1855, with the remarkable preface here printed. During the war he acted as a volunteer nurse in the army hospitals, and when it closed he became a clerk in the government service at Washington. He continued to write almost till his death. End of footnote. America does not repel the past, or what it has produced under its forms or amid other politics, or the idea of castes or the old religions, accepts the lesson with calmness, is not so impatient as has been supposed that the slough still sticks to opinions and manners and literature, while the life which served its requirements has passed into the new life of the new forms, perceives that the corpse is slowly born from the eating and sleeping rooms of the house, perceives that it waits a little while in the door, that it was fittest for its days, that its action has descended to the stalwart and well-shaped heir who approaches, and that he shall be fittest for his days. The Americans of all nations at any time upon the earth have probably the fullest poetical nature. The United States themselves are essentially the greatest poem. In the history of the earth hitherto, the largest and most stirring appear tame and orderly to their ampler largeness and stir. Here, at last, is something in the doings of man that corresponds with the broadcast doings of the day and night. Here is not merely a nation, but a teeming nation of nations. Here is action untied from strings necessarily blind to particulars and details magnificently moving in vast masses. Here is the hospitality which forever indicates heroes. Here are the ruffs and beards and space and ruggedness and nonchalance that the soul loves. Here the performance, disdaining the trivial, unapproached in the tremendous audacity of its crowds and groupings, and the push of its perspective spreads with crampless and flowing breadth, and showers its prolific and splendid extravagance. One sees it must indeed own the riches of the summer and winter, and need never be bankrupt while corn grows from the ground, or the orchards drop apples, or the bays contain fish, or men beget children upon women. Other states indicate themselves in their deputies, but the genius of the United States is not best or most in its executives or legislatures, nor in its ambassadors, or authors, or colleges, or churches, or parlors, nor even in its newspapers or inventors, but always most in the common people. Their manners, speech, dress, friendship, the freshness and candor of their physiognomy, the picturesque looseness of their carriage, their deathless attachment to freedom, their aversion to anything indecorous or soft or mean, the practical acknowledgment of the citizens of one state by the citizens of all other states, the fierceness of their roused resentment, their curiosity and welcome of novelty, their self-esteem and wonderful sympathy, their susceptibility to a slight, the air they have of persons who never knew how it felt to stand in the presence of superiors, the fluency of their speech, their delight in music, the sure symptom of manly tenderness and native elegance of soul, their good temper and open-handedness, the terrible significance of their elections, the President's taking off his hat to them, not they to him. These two are unrhymed poetry. It awaits the gigantic and generous treatment worthy of it. The largeness of nature, or the nation, were monstrous without a corresponding largeness and generosity of the spirit of the citizen. Not nature, nor swarming states, nor streets and steamships, nor prosperous business, nor farms, nor capital, nor learning may suffice for the ideal of man, nor suffice the poet. No reminiscences may suffice either. A live nation can always cut a deep mark, and can have the best authority, the cheapest, namely from its own soul. This is the sum of the profitable uses of individuals or states, and of present action and grandeur, and of the subjects of poets. As if it were necessary to trot back generation after generation to the Eastern records, as if the beauty and sacredness of the demonstrable must fall behind that of the mythical, as if men do not make their mark out of any times, as if the opening of the western continent by discovery, and what has transpired since in North and South America, were less than the small theatre of the antique or the aimless sleepwalking of the Middle Ages. The pride of the United States leaves the wealth and finesse of the cities and all returns of commerce and agriculture, and all the magnitude of geography, or shows of exterior victory, to enjoy the breed of full-sized men, or one full-sized man, unconquerable and simple. The American poets are to enclose old and new, for America is the race of races. Of them a bard is to be commensurate with a people. To him the other continents arrive as contributions. He gives them reception for their sake and his own sake. His spirit responds to the country's spirit. He incarnates its geography and natural life and rivers and lakes. Mississippi with annual freshets and changing shoots, Missouri and Columbia and Ohio and St. Lawrence with the falls, and beautiful masculine Hudson, do not embouchure where they spend themselves more than they embouchure into him. The blue breadth over the inland sea of Virginia and Maryland, and the sea off Massachusetts and Maine, and over Manhattan Bay, and over Champlain and Erie, and over Ontario and Huron and Michigan and Superior, and over the Texan and Mexican and Floridian and Cuban seas, and over the seas off California and Oregon, is not tallied by the blue breadth of the waters below more than the breadth of above and below is tallied by him. When the long Atlantic coast stretches longer, and the Pacific coast stretches longer, he easily stretches with them north or south. He spans between them also from east to west, and reflects what is between them. On him rise solid growths that offset the growths of pine and cedar and hemlock and live oak and locust and chestnut and cypress and hickory and lime tree and cottonwood and tulip tree and cactus and wild vine and tamarind and persimmon, and tangles as tangled as any canebrake or swamp, and forests coated with transparent ice, and icicles hanging from boughs and crackling in the wind, and sides and peaks of mountains, and pasturage sweet and free as savanna or upland or prairie, with flights and songs and screams that answer those of the wild pigeon, and high-holed and orchard oriole, and coot and surf duck, and red-shouldered hawk and fish-hawk, and white ibis, and Indian hen, and cat-owl, and water-pheasant, and quaw-bird, and pied sheldrake, and blackbird, and mocking-bird, and buzzard, and condor, and night heron, and eagle. To him the hereditary countenance descends both mothers and fathers. To him enter the essences of the real things, and past and present events, of the enormous diversity of temperature and agriculture and mines. The tribes of red aborigines, the weather-beaten vessels entering new ports or making landings on rocky coasts, the first settlements north or south, the rapid stature and muscle, the haughty defiance of '76, and the War and Peace and formation of the Constitution, the Union always surrounded by blatherers and always calm and impregnable, the perpetual coming of immigrants, the wharf-hemmed cities and superior marine, the unsurveyed interior, the log houses and clearings and wild animals and hunters and trappers, the free commerce, the fisheries and whaling and gold digging, the endless gestation of new states, the convening of Congress every December, the members duly coming from all climates and the uttermost parts, the noble character of the young mechanics and of all free American workmen and workwomen, the general ardor and friendliness and enterprise, the perfect equality of the female with the male, the large amativeness, the fluid movement of the population, the factories and mercantile life and labor-saving machinery, the Yankee swap, the New York fireman and the Target excursion, the Southern plantation life, the character of the Northeast and of the Northwest and Southwest, slavery and the tremulous spreading of hands to protect it, and the stern opposition to it, which shall never cease till it ceases, or the speaking of tongues and the moving of lips cease. For such, the expression of the American poet is to be transcendent and new. It is to be indirect and not direct, or descriptive, or epic. Its quality goes through these to much more. Let the age and wars of other nations be chanted, and their eras and characters be illustrated, and that finish the verse. Not so the great psalm of the Republic. Here the theme is creative and has vista. Here comes one among the well-beloved stonecutters, and plans with decision and science, and sees the solid and beautiful forms of the future, where there are now no solid forms. Of all nations, the United States, with veins full of poetical stuff, most need poets, and will doubtless have the greatest, and use them the greatest. Their presidents shall not be their common referee so much as their poets shall. Of all mankind, the great poet is the equable man. Not in him, but off from him, things are grotesque or eccentric, or fail of their sanity. Nothing out of its place is good, and nothing in its place is bad. He bestows on every object or quality its fit proportions, neither more nor less. He is the arbiter of the diverse, and he is the key. He is the equalizer of his age and land. He supplies what wants supplying, and checks what wants checking. If peace is the routine, out of him speaks the spirit of peace, large, rich, thrifty, building vast and populous cities, encouraging agriculture and the arts and commerce, lighting the study of man, the soul, immortality, federal, state, or municipal government, marriage, health, free trade, intertravel by land and sea, nothing too close, nothing too far off, the stars not too far off. In war he is the most deadly force of the war. Who recruits him recruits horse and foot. He fetches parks of artillery, the best that engineer ever knew. If the time becomes slothful and heavy, he knows how to arouse it. He can make every word he speaks draw blood. Whatever stagnates in the flat of custom, or obedience, or legislation, he never stagnates. Obedience does not master him, he masters it. High up, out of reach, he stands turning a concentrated light. He turns the pivot with his finger. He baffles the swiftest runners as he stands, and easily overtakes and envelops them. The time straying towards infidelity and confections and persiflage, he withholds by his steady faith. He spreads out his dishes. He offers the sweet, firm-fibered meat that grows men and women. His brain is the ultimate brain. He is no arguer. He is judgment. He judges not as the judge judges, but as the sun falling around a helpless thing. As he sees the farthest, he has the most faith. His thoughts are the hymns of the praise of things. In the talk on the soul and eternity and God, off of his equal plane, he is silent. He sees eternity less like a play with a prologue and denouement. He sees eternity in men and women. He does not see men or women, as dreams or dots. Faith is the antiseptic of the soul. It pervades the common people and preserves them. They never give up believing and expecting and trusting. There is that indescribable freshness and unconsciousness about an illiterate person that humbles and mocks the power of the noblest expressive genius. The poet sees for a certainty how one not a great artist may be just as sacred and perfect as the greatest artist. The power to destroy or remold is freely used by him, but never the power of attack. What is past is past. If he does not expose superior models and prove himself by every step he takes, he is not what is wanted. The presence of the greatest poet conquers, not parleying or struggling or any prepared attempts. Now he has passed that way, see after him. There is not left any vestige of despair or misanthropy or cunning or exclusiveness or the ignominy of a nativity or color or delusion of hell or the necessity of hell. And no man thenceforward shall be degraded for ignorance or weakness or sin. The greatest poet hardly knows pettiness or triviality. If he breathes into anything that was before thought small, it dilates with the grandeur and life of the universe. He is a seer. He is individual. He is complete in himself. The others are as good as he, only he sees it, and they do not. He is not one of the chorus. He does not stop for any regulation. He is the president of regulation. What the eyesight does to the rest, he does to the rest. Who knows the curious mystery of the eyesight? The other senses corroborate themselves, but this is removed from any proof but its own, and foreruns the identities of the spiritual world. A single glance of it mocks all the investigations of man, and all the instruments and books of the earth, and all reasoning. What is marvelous? What is unlikely? What is impossible or baseless or vague? After you have once opened the space of a peach pit, and given audience to far and near, and to the sunset, and had all things enter with electric swiftness, softly and duly, without contusion, or jostling, or jam. The land and sea, the animals, fishes, and birds, the sky of heavens and the orbs, the forests, mountains, and rivers, are not small themes. But folks expect of the poet to indicate more than the beauty and dignity which always attach to dumb real objects. They expect him to indicate the path between reality and their souls. Men and women perceive the beauty well enough, probably as well as he. The passionate tenacity of hunters, woodmen, early risers, cultivators of gardens and orchards and fields, the love of healthy women for the manly form, seafaring persons, drivers of horses, the passion for light and the open air, all is an old varied sign of the unfailing perception of beauty and of a residence of the poetic in outdoor people. They can never be assisted by poets to perceive. Some may, but they never can. The poetic quality is not marshaled in rhyme or uniformity or abstract addresses to things, nor in melancholy complaints or good precepts, but is the life of these and much else, and is in the soul. The profit of rhyme is that it drops seeds of a sweeter and more luxuriant rhyme, and of uniformity that it conveys itself into its own roots in the ground out of sight. The rhyme and uniformity of perfect poems show the free growth of metrical laws, and bud from them as unerringly and loosely as lilacs and roses on a bush, and take shapes as compact as the shapes of chestnuts and oranges and melons and pears, and shed the perfume impalpable to form. The fluency and ornaments of the finest poems or music or orations or recitations are not independent but dependent. All beauty comes from beautiful blood and a beautiful brain. If the greatnesses are in conjunction in a man or woman, it is enough. The fact will prevail through the universe, but the gaggery and guilt of a million years will not prevail. Who troubles himself about his ornaments or fluency is lost. This is what you shall do. Love the earth and sun and the animals. Despise riches. Give alms to everyone that asks. Stand up for the stupid and crazy. Devote your income and labor to others. Hate tyrants. Argue not concerning God. Have patience and indulgence toward people. Take off your hat to nothing known or unknown, or to any man or number of men. Go freely with powerful, uneducated persons, and with the young, and with the mothers of families. Read these leaves in the open air every season of every year of your life. Re-examine all you have been told at school or church or in any book. Dismiss whatever insults your own soul, and your very flesh shall be a great poem, and have the richest fluency not only in its words, but in the silent lines of its lips and face, and between the lashes of your eyes, and in every motion and joint of your body. The poet shall not spend his time in unneeded work. He shall know that the ground is always ready plowed and manured. Others may not know it, but he shall. He shall go directly to the creation. His trust shall master the trust of everything he touches, and shall master all attachment. The known universe has one complete lover, and that is the greatest poet. He consumes an eternal passion, and is indifferent which chance happens and which possible contingency of fortune or misfortune, and persuades daily and hourly his delicious pay. What balks or breaks others is fuel for his burning progress to contact and amorous joy. Other proportions of the reception of pleasure dwindle to nothing to his proportions. All expected from heaven or from the highest he is rapport with in the sight of the daybreak, or a scene of the winter woods, or the presence of children playing, or with his arm around the neck of a man or woman. His love, above all love, has leisure and expanse. He leaves room ahead of himself. He is no irresolute or suspicious lover. He is sure. He scorns intervals. His experience and the showers and thrills are not for nothing. Nothing can jar him. Suffering and darkness cannot. Death and fear cannot. To him, complaint and jealousy and envy are corpses buried and rotten in the earth. He saw them buried. The sea is not surer of the shore, or the shore of the sea, than he is of the fruition of his love, and of all perfection and beauty. The fruition of beauty is no chance of hit or miss. It is inevitable as life. It is as exact and plumb as gravitation. From the eyesight proceeds another eyesight, and from the hearing proceeds another hearing, and from the voice proceeds another voice, eternally curious of the harmony of things with man. To these respond perfections, not only in the committees that were supposed to stand for the rest, but in the rest themselves just the same. These understand the law of perfection in masses and floods, that its finish is to each for itself, and onward from itself, that it is profuse and impartial, that there is not a minute of the light or dark, nor an acre of the earth and sea without it, nor any direction of the sky, nor any trade or employment, nor any turn of events. This is the reason that about the proper expression of beauty there is precision and balance. One part does not need to be thrust above another. The best singer is not the one who has the most lithe and powerful organ. The pleasure of poems is not in them that take the handsomest measure and similes and sound. Without effort and without exposing in the least how it is done, the greatest poet brings the spirit of any or all events and passions and scenes and persons, some more and some less, to bear on your individual character as you hear or read. To do this well is to compete with the laws that pursue and follow time. What is the purpose must surely be there, and the clue of it must be there, and the faintest indication is the indication of the best, and then becomes the clearest indication. Past and present and future are not disjoined, but joined. The greatest poet forms the consistence of what is to be from what has been and is. He drags the dead out of their coffins and stands them again on their feet. He says to the past, "Rise and walk before me, that I may realize you." He learns the lesson. He places himself where the future becomes present. The greatest poet does not dazzle his rays over character and scenes and passions. He finally ascends and finishes all. He exhibits the pinnacles that no man can tell what they are for, or what is beyond. He glows a moment on the extremest verge. He is most wonderful in his last half-hidden smile or frown. By that flash of the moment of parting, the one that sees it shall be encouraged or terrified afterward for many years. The greatest poet does not moralize or make applications of morals. He knows the soul. The soul has that measureless pride which consists in never acknowledging any lessons but its own. But it has sympathy as measureless as its pride, and the one balances the other, and neither can stretch too far while it stretches in company with the other. The inmost secrets of art sleep with the twain. The greatest poet has lain close betwixt both, and they are vital in his style and thoughts. The art of art, the glory of expression, and the sunshine of the light of letters is simplicity. Nothing is better than simplicity. Nothing can make up for the excess or for the lack of definiteness. To carry on the heave of impulse and pierce intellectual depths and give all subjects their articulations are powers neither common nor very uncommon. But to speak in literature with the perfect rectitude and insouciance of the movements of animals, and the unimpeachableness of the sentiment of trees in the woods and grass by the roadside, is the flawless triumph of art. If you have looked on him who has achieved it, you have looked on one of the masters of the artists of all nations and times. You shall not contemplate the flight of the gray gull over the bay, or the meddlesome action of the blood horse, or the tall leaning of sunflowers on their stalk, or the appearance of the sun journeying through heaven, or the appearance of the moon afterward, with any more satisfaction than you shall contemplate him. The greatest poet has less a marked style and is more the channel of thoughts and things, without increase or diminution, and is the free channel of himself. He swears to his art, I will not be meddlesome, I will not have in my writing any elegance or effect or originality to hang in the way between me and the rest like curtains. I will have nothing hang in the way, not the richest curtains. What I tell for precisely what it is. Let who may exalt or startle or fascinate or soothe. I will have purposes as health or heat or snow has, and be as regardless of observation. What I experience or portray shall go from my composition without a shred of my composition. You shall stand by my side and look in the mirror with me. The old red blood and stainless gentility of great poets will be proved by their unconstraint. A heroic person walks at his ease through and out of that custom or precedent or authority that suits him not. Of the traits of the brotherhood of writers, savans, musicians, inventors, and artists, nothing is finer than silent defiance advancing from new free forms. In the need of poems, philosophy, politics, mechanism, science, behavior, the craft of art, an appropriate native grand opera, shipcraft, or any craft, he is greatest for ever and for ever who contributes the greatest original practical example. The cleanest expression is that which finds no sphere worthy of itself, and makes one. The messages of great poets to each man and woman are, come to us on equal terms. Only then can you understand us. We are no better than you. What we enclose, you enclose. What we enjoy, you may enjoy. Did you suppose there could be only one supreme? We affirm there can be unnumbered supremes, and that one does not countervail another any more than one eyesight countervails another, and that men can be good or grand only of the consciousness of their supremacy within them. What do you think is the grandeur of storms and dismemberments and the deadliest battles and wrecks and the wildest fury of the elements and the power of the sea and the motion of nature and the throes of human desires and dignity and hate and love? It is that something in the soul which says, rage on, whirl on. I tread master here and everywhere, master of the spasms of the sky and of the shatter of the sea, master of nature and passion and death and of all terror and all pain. The American bards shall be marked for generosity and affection, and for encouraging competitors. They shall be cosmos, without monopoly or secrecy, glad to pass anything to anyone, hungry for equals night and day. They shall not be careful of riches and privilege. They shall be riches and privilege. They shall perceive who the most affluent man is. The most affluent man is he that confronts all the shows he sees by equivalence out of the stronger wealth of himself. The American bard shall delineate no class of persons, nor one or two out of the strata of interests, nor love most, nor truth most, nor the soul most, nor the body most, and not be for the Eastern States more than the Western, or the Northern States more than the Southern. Exact science and its practical movements are no checks on the greatest poet, but always his encouragement and support. The outset and remembrance are there. There the arms that lifted him first embrace him best. There he returns after all his goings and comings. The sailor and traveller, the anatomist, chemist, astronomer, geologist, phrenologist, spiritualist, mathematician, historian, and lexicographer are not poets, but they are the lawgivers of poets, and their construction underlies the structure of every perfect poem. No matter what rises or is uttered, they sent the seed of the conception of it. Of them and by them stand the visible proofs of souls. Always of their father stuff must be begotten the sinewy races of bards. If there shall be love and content between the father and the son, and if the greatness of the son is the exuding of the greatness of the father, there shall be love between the poet and the man of demonstrable science. In the beauty of poems are the tuft and final applause of science. Great is the faith of the flush of knowledge and of the investigation of the depths of qualities and things. Cleaving and circling here swells the soul of the poet, yet is president of itself always. The depths are fathomless and therefore calm. The innocence and nakedness are resumed. They are neither modest nor immodest. The whole theory of the special and supernatural, and all that was twined with it or educed out of it, departs as a dream. What has ever happened, what happens, and whatever may or shall happen, the vital laws enclose all. They are sufficient for any case, and for all cases, none to be hurried or retarded. Any miracle of affairs or persons inadmissible in the vast clear scheme where every motion and every spear of grass, and the frames and spirits of men and women, and all that concerns them, are unspeakably perfect miracles, all referring to all, and each distinct and in its place. It is also not consistent with the reality of the soul to admit that there is anything in the known universe more divine than men and women. Men and women and the earth and all upon it are simply to be taken as they are, and the investigation of their past and present and future shall be unintermitted and shall be done with perfect candor. Upon this basis philosophy speculates, ever looking towards the poet, ever regarding the eternal tendencies of all toward happiness, never inconsistent with what is clear to the senses and to the soul. For the eternal tendencies of all toward happiness make the only point of sane philosophy. Whatever comprehends less than that, whatever is less than the laws of light and of astronomical motion, or less than the laws that follow the thief, the liar, the glutton, and the drunkard through this life and doubtless afterward, or less than vast stretches of time, or the slow formation of density, or the patient upheaving of strata, is of no account. Whatever would put God in a poem or system of philosophy, as contending against some being or influence, is also of no account. Sanity and ensemble characterize the great master. Spoilt in one principle, all is spoilt. The great master has nothing to do with miracles. He sees health for himself in being one of the mass. He sees the hiatus in singular eminence. To the perfect shape comes common ground. To be under the general law is great, for that is to correspond with it. The master knows that he is unspeakably great, and that all are unspeakably great. That nothing, for instance, is greater than to conceive children and bring them up well. That to be is just as great as to perceive or tell. End of Section 35, Part 1 of the Preface to Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman. Section 36 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Reading by DSayers. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Preface to Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman. Part 2. In the make of the great masters, the idea of political liberty is indispensable. Liberty takes the adherence of heroes wherever men and women exist, but never takes any adherence or welcome from the rest more than from poets. They are the voice and exposition of liberty. They out of ages are worthy the grand idea. To them it is confided, and they must sustain it. Nothing has precedence of it, and nothing can warp or degrade it. The attitude of great poets is to cheer up slaves and horrify despots. The turn of their necks, the sound of their feet, the motions of their wrists are full of hazard to the one and hope to the other. Come nigh them for a while, and though they neither speak nor advise, you shall learn the faithful American lesson. Liberty is poorly served by men whose good intent is quelled from one failure or two failures or any number of failures, or from the casual indifference or ingratitude of the people, or from the sharp show of the tushes of power, or the bringing to bear soldiers and cannon, or any penal statutes. Liberty relies upon itself, invites no one, promises nothing, sits in calmness and light, is positive and composed, and knows no discouragement. The battle rages with many a loud alarm and frequent advance and retreat. The enemy triumphs. The prison, the handcuffs, the iron necklace and anklet, the scaffold, garrote, and lead balls do their work. The cause is asleep. The strong throats are choked with their own blood. The young men drop their eyelashes toward the ground when they pass each other. And is liberty gone out of that place? No, never. When liberty goes, it is not the first to go, nor the second or third to go. It awaits for all the rest to go. It is the last. When the memories of the old martyrs are faded utterly away, when the large names of patriots are laughed at in the public halls from the lips of the orators, when the boys are no more christened after the same, but christened after tyrants and traitors instead, when the laws of the free are grudgingly permitted, and the laws for informers and blood money are sweet to the taste of the people, when I and you walk abroad upon the earth stung with compassion at the sight of numberless brothers answering our equal friendship and calling no man master, and when we are elated with noble joy at the sight of slaves, when the soul retires in the cool communion of the night and surveys its experience and has much ecstasy over the word and deed that put back a helpless, innocent person into the gripe of the gripers, or into any cruel inferiority. When those in all parts of these states who could easier realize the true American character, but do not yet, when the swarms of cringers, suckers, dough-faces, lice of politics, planners of sly involutions for their own preferment to city offices or state legislatures, or the judiciary, or Congress, or the presidency, obtain a response of love and natural deference from the people, whether they get the offices or no, when it is better to be a bound booby and rogue in office at a high salary than the poorest free mechanic or farmer with his hat unmoved from his head and firm eyes and a candid and generous heart, and when servility by town or state or the federal government or any oppression on a large scale or small scale, can be tried on without its own punishment following duly after an exact proportion against the smallest chance of escape; or rather, when all life and all the souls of men and women are discharged from any part of the earth, then only shall the instinct of liberty be discharged from that part of the earth. As the attributes of the poets of the cosmos concenter in the real body and soul, and in the pleasure of things, they possess the superiority of genuineness over all fiction and romance. As they emit themselves, facts are showered over with light. The daylight is lit with more volatile light. Also, the deep between the setting and rising sun goes deeper many-fold. Each precise object, or condition, or combination, or process, exhibits a beauty. The multiplication table, its; old age, its; the carpenter's trade, its; the grand opera, its; the huge-hulled, clean-shaped New York clipper at sea, under steam or full sail, gleams with unmatched beauty. The American circles and large harmonies of government gleam with theirs, and the commonest definite intentions and actions with theirs. The poets of the cosmos advance through all interpositions and coverings and turmoils and stratagems to first principles. They are of use. They dissolve poverty from its need, and riches from its conceit. You, large proprietor, they say, shall not realize or perceive more than any one else. The owner of the library is not he who holds a legal title to it, having bought and paid for it. Anyone and everyone is owner of the library who can read the same through all the varieties of tongues and subjects and styles, and in whom they enter with ease, and take residence, and force toward paternity and maternity, and make supple, and powerful, and rich, and large. These American states, strong and healthy and accomplished, shall receive no pleasure from violations of natural models, and must not permit them. In paintings or mouldings, or carvings in mineral or wood, or in the illustrations of books and newspapers, or in any comic or tragic prints, or in the patterns of woven stuffs, or anything to beautify rooms, or furniture, or costumes, or to put upon cornices or monuments, or on the prows or sterns of ships, or to put anywhere before the human eye indoors or out, that which distorts honest shapes, or which creates unearthly beings, or places, or contingencies, is a nuisance and revolt. Of the human form especially, it is so great, it must never be made ridiculous. Of ornaments to a work, nothing outre can be allowed, but those ornaments can be allowed that conform to the perfect facts of the open air, and that flow out of the nature of the work, and come irrepressibly from it, and are necessary to the completion of the work. Most works are most beautiful without ornament. Exaggerations will be revenged in human physiology. Clean and vigorous children are jetted and conceived only in those communities where the models of natural forms are public every day. Great genius and the people of these states must never be demeaned to romances. As soon as histories are properly told, there is no more need of romances. The great poets are also to be known by the absence in them of tricks, and by the justification of perfect personal candor. Then folks echo a new cheap joy, and a divine voice leaping from their brains. How beautiful is candor! all faults may be forgiven of him who has perfect candor. Henceforth let no man of us lie, for we have seen that openness wins the inner and outer world, and that there is no single exception, and that never since our earth gathered itself in a mass have deceit or subterfuge or prevarication attracted its smallest particle or the faintest tinge of a shade, and that through the enveloping wealth and rank of a state or the whole republic of states a sneak or sly person shall be discovered and despised, and that the soul has never once been fooled and never can be fooled, and thrift without the loving nod of the soul is only a fetid puff, and there never grew up in any of the continents of the globe, nor upon any planet or satellite or star, nor upon the asteroids, nor in any part of ethereal space, nor in the midst of density, nor under the fluid wet of the sea, nor in that condition which precedes the birth of babes, nor at any time during the changes of life, nor in that condition that follows what we term death, nor in any stretch of abeyance or action afterward of vitality, nor in any process of formation or reformation anywhere, a being whose instinct hated the truth. Extreme caution or prudence, the soundest organic health, large hope and comparison and fondness for women and children, large alimentiveness and destructiveness and causality, with a perfect sense of the oneness of nature and the propriety of the same spirit applied to human affairs. These are called up of the float of the brain of the world to be parts of the greatest poet from his birth, out of his mother's womb, and from her birth, out of her mother's. Caution seldom goes far enough. It has been thought that the prudent citizen was the citizen who applied himself to solid gains, and did well for himself and for his family, and completed a lawful life without debt or crime. The greatest poet sees and admits these economies, as he sees the economies of food and sleep, but has higher notions of prudence than to think he gives much when he gives a few slight attentions at the latch of the gate. The premises of the prudence of life are not the hospitality of it, or the ripeness and harvest of it. Beyond the independence of a little sum laid aside for burial money, and of a few clapboards around and shingles overhead on a lot of American soil owned, and the easy dollars that supply the year's plain clothing and meals, the melancholy prudence of the abandonment of such a great being as a man is, to the toss and pallor of years of money-making, with all their scorching days and icy nights, and all their stifling deceits and underhanded dodgings, or infinitesimals of parlors, or shameless stuffing while others starve, and all the loss of the bloom and odor of the earth, and of the flowers and atmosphere, and of the sea, and of the true taste of the women and men you pass or have to do with in youth or middle age, and the issuing sickness and desperate revolt at the close of a life without elevation or naivete, and the ghastly chatter of a death without serenity or majesty, is the great fraud upon modern civilization and forethought, blotching the surface and system which civilization undeniably drafts, and moistening with tears the immense features it spreads and spreads with such velocity before the reached kisses of the soul. Still, the right explanation remains to be made about prudence. The prudence of the mere wealth and respectability of the most esteemed life appears too faint for the eye to observe at all when little and large alike drop quietly aside at the thought of the prudence suitable for immortality. What is wisdom that fills the thinness of a year, or 70 or 80 years, to wisdom spaced out by ages, and coming back at a certain time with strong reinforcements and rich presents, and the clear faces of wedding guests, as far as you can look in every direction, running gaily toward you? Only the soul is of itself. All else has reference to what ensues. All that a person does or think is of consequence. Not a move can a man or woman make that affects him or her in a day or a month or any part of the direct lifetime or the hour of death, but the same affects him or her onward afterward through the indirect lifetime. The indirect is always as great and real as the direct. The spirit receives from the body just as much as it gives to the body. Not one name of word or deed, not of venereal sores or discolorations, not the privacy of the onanist, not of the putrid veins of gluttons or rum drinkers, not peculation or cunning or betrayal or murder, no serpentine poison of those that seduce women, not the foolish yielding of women, not prostitution, not of any depravity of young men, not of the attainment of gain by discreditable means, not any nastiness of appetite, not any harshness of officers to men, or judges to prisoners, or fathers to sons, or sons to fathers, or of husbands to wives, or bosses to their boys, not of greedy looks or malignant wishes, nor any of the wiles practiced by people upon themselves, ever is or ever can be stamped on the program, but it is duly realized and returned, and that returned in further performances, and they returned again. Nor can the push of charity or personal force ever be anything else than the profoundest reason, whether it bring argument to hand or no. No specification is necessary. To add or subtract or divide is in vain. Little or big, learned or unlearned, white or black, legal or illegal, sick or well, from the first inspiration down the windpipe to the last expiration out of it, all that a male or female does that is vigorous and benevolent and clean is so much sure profit to him or her in the unshakable order of the universe and through the whole scope of it forever. If the savage or felon is wise, it is well. If the greatest poet or savant is wise, it is simply the same. If the president or chief justice is wise, it is the same. If the young mechanic or farmer is wise, it is no more or less. If the prostitute is wise, it is no more nor less. The interest will come round. All will come round. All the best actions of war and peace, all help given to relatives and strangers, and the poor, and old and sorrowful, and young children, and widows, and the sick, and to all shunned persons, all furtherance of fugitives and of the escape of slaves, all the self-denial that stood steady and aloof on wrecks and saw others take the seats of the boats, all offering of substance or life for the good old cause, or for a friend's sake, or opinion's sake, all pains of enthusiasts scoffed at by their neighbors, all the vast sweet love and precious sufferings of mothers, all honest men baffled in strifes recorded or unrecorded, all the grandeur and good of the few ancient nations whose fragments of annals we inherit, and all the good of the hundred of far mightier and more ancient nations unknown to us by name or date or location, all that was ever manfully begun, whether it succeeded or no, all that has at any time been well suggested out of the divine heart of man, or by the divinity of his mouth, or by the shaping of his great hands, and all that is well thought or done this day on any part of the surface of the globe, or on any of the wandering stars or fixed stars by those there as we are here, or that is henceforth to be well thought or done by you, whoever you are, or by anyone. These singly and wholly inured at their time, and inure now and will inure always to the identities from which they sprung, or shall spring. Did you guess any of them lived only its moment? The world does not so exist. No parts palpable or impalpable so exist. No result exists now without being from its long antecedent result, and that from its antecedent, and so backward without the farthest mentionable spot coming a bit nearer the beginning than any other spot. Whatever satisfies the soul is truth. The prudence of the greatest poet answers at last the craving and glut of the soul, is not contemptuous of less ways of prudence if they conform to its ways, puts off nothing, permits no let-up for its own case or any case, has no particular Sabbath or judgment day, divides not the living from the dead, or the righteous from the unrighteous, is satisfied with the present, matches every thought or act by its correlative, knows no possible forgiveness or deputed atonement, knows that the young man who composedly periled his life and lost it has done exceeding well for himself, while the man who has not periled his life and retains to old age in riches and ease has perhaps achieved nothing for himself worth mentioning, and that only that person has no great prudence to learn who has learnt to prefer real long-lived things, and favors body and soul the same, and perceives the indirect surely following the direct, and what evil or good he does leaping onward and waiting to meet him again, and who in his spirit, in any emergency whatever, neither hurries or avoids death. The direct trial of him who would be the greatest poet is today. If he does not flood himself with the immediate age as with vast oceanic tides, and if he does not attract his own land, body and soul, to himself, and hang on its neck with incomparable love, and plunge his Semitic muscle into its merits and demerits, and if he be not himself the age transfigured, and if to him is not opened the eternity which gives similitude to all periods and locations, and processes, and animate and inanimate forms, and which is the bond of time, and rises up from its inconceivable vagueness and infiniteness in the swimming shape of today, and is held by the ductile anchors of life, and makes the present spot the passage from what was to what shall be, and commits itself to the representation of this wave of an hour, and this one of the 60 beautiful children of the wave, let him merge in the general run and wait his development. Still, the final test of poems or any character or work remains. The prescient poet projects himself centuries ahead and judges performer or performance after the changes of time? Does it live through them? Does it still hold on untired? Will the same style and the direction of genius to similar points be satisfactory now? Has no new discovery in science, or arrival at superior planes of thought and judgment and behavior, fixed him or his so that either can be looked down upon? Have the marches of tens and hundreds and thousands of years made willing detours to the right hand and the left hand for his sake? Is he beloved long and long after he is buried? Does the young man think often of him, and the young woman think often of him, and do the middle-aged and the old think of him? A great poem is for ages and ages in common, and for all degrees and complexions, and all departments and sects, and for a woman as much as a man, and a man as much as a woman. A great poem is no finish to a man or woman, but rather a beginning. Has anyone fancied he could sit at last under some due authority, and rest satisfied with explanations, and realize and be content and full? To no such terminus does the great poet bring. He brings neither cessation or sheltered fatness and ease. The touch of him tells an action. Whom he takes with firm, sure grasp into live regions previously unattained. Thenceforward is no rest. They see the space and ineffable sheen that turned the old spots and lights into dead vacuums. The companion of him beholds the birth and progress of stars, and learns one of the meanings. Now there shall be a man cohered out of tumult and chaos. The elder encourages the younger, and shows him how. They two shall launch off fearlessly together till the new world fits an orbit for itself, and looks unabashed on the lesser orbits of the stars, and sweeps through the ceaseless rings, and shall never be quiet again. There will soon be no more priests. Their work is done. They may wait a while, and perhaps a generation or two, dropping off by degrees. A superior breed shall take their place. The gangs of cosmos and prophets en masse shall take their place. A new order shall arise, and they shall be the priests of man, and every man shall be his own priest. The churches built under their umbrage shall be the churches of men and women. Through the divinity of themselves shall be the cosmos, and the new breed of poets be interpreters of men and women, and of all events and things. They shall find their inspiration in real objects today, symptoms of the past and future. They shall not deign to defend immortality, or God, or the perfection of things, or liberty, or the exquisite beauty and reality of the soul. They shall arise in America, and be responded to from the remainder of the earth. The English language befriends the great American expression. It is brawny enough, and limber and full enough. On the tough stock of a race, who through all change of circumstance was never without the idea of political liberty, which is the animus of all liberty, it has attracted the terms of daintier and gayer and subtler and more elegant tongues. It is the powerful language of resistance. It is the dialect of common sense. It is the speech of the proud and melancholy races, and of all who aspire. It is the chosen tongue to express growth, faith, self-esteem, freedom, justice, equality, friendliness, amplitude, prudence, decision, and courage. It is the medium that shall well nigh express the inexpressible. No great literature, nor any like style of behavior, or oratory, or social intercourse, or household arrangements, or public institutions, or the treatment of bosses of employed people, nor executive detail or detail of the army and navy, nor spirit of legislation, or courts, or police, or tuition, or architecture, or songs, or amusements, or the customs of young men, can long elude the jealous and passionate instinct of American standards. Whether or no the sign appears from the mouths of the people, it throbs a live interrogation in every free man's and free woman's heart, after that which passes by, or this built to remain. Is it uniform with my country? Are its disposals without ignominious distinctions? Is it for the ever-growing communes of brothers and lovers, large, well-united, proud beyond the old models, generous beyond all models? Is it something grown fresh out of the fields, or drawn from the sea, for use to me today here? I know that what answers for me, an American, must answer for any individual or nation that serves for a part of my materials. Does this answer, or is it without reference to universal needs, or sprung of the needs of the less developed society of special ranks, or old needs of pleasure overlaid by modern science or forms? Does this acknowledge liberty with audible and absolute acknowledgment, and set slavery at naught for life and death? Will it help breed one good-shaped and well-hung man, and a woman to be his perfect and independent mate? Does it improve manners? Is it for the nursing of the young of the Republic? Does it salve readily with the sweet milk of the nipples of the breasts of the mother of many children? Has it, too, the old, ever-fresh forbearance and impartiality? Does it look for the same love on the last-born, and on those hardening toward stature, and on the errant, and on those who disdain all strength of assault outside their own? The poems distilled from other poems will probably pass away. The coward will surely pass away. The expectation of the vital and great can only be satisfied by the demeanor of the vital and great. The swarms of the polished, deprecating, and reflectors, and the polite float off and leave no remembrance. America prepares with composure and goodwill for the visitors that have sent word. It is not intellect that is to be their warrant and welcome. The talented, the artist, the ingenious, the editor, the statesman, the erudite, they are not unappreciated. They fall in their place and do their work. The soul of the nation also does its work. No disguise can pass on it. No disguise can conceal from it. It rejects none. It permits all. Only towards as good as itself, and toward the like of itself, will it advance halfway. An individual is as superb as a nation when he has the qualities which make a superb nation. The soul of the largest and wealthiest and proudest nation may well go halfway to meet that of its poets. The signs are effectual. There is no fear of mistake. If the one is true, the other is true. The proof of a poet is that his country absorbs him as affectionately as he has absorbed it. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Introduction to the History of English Literature by H. A. Taine. Hippolyte Adolphe Taine, born 1828, died 1893, was one of the most distinguished French critics of the 19th century. He held the chair of aesthetics at the École des Beaux-Arts, and wrote a large number of works in history, travel, and literary criticism. His History of English Literature is the most brilliant book on the subject ever written by a foreigner, and in this introduction he expounds the method of criticism which has come to be associated with his name, and in accordance with which he seeks to interpret the characteristics of English authors. 1. History, within 100 years in Germany, and within 60 years in France, has undergone a transformation owing to a study of literatures. The discovery has been made that a literary work is not a mere play of the imagination, the isolated caprice of an excited brain, but a transcript of contemporary manners and customs, and the sign of a particular state of intellect. The conclusion derived from this is that through literary monuments we can retrace the way in which men felt and thought many centuries ago. This method has been tried and found successful. We have meditated over these ways of feeling and thinking, and have accepted them as facts of prime significance. We have found that they were dependent on most important events, that they explained these, and that these explained them, and that henceforth it was necessary to give them their place in history, and one of the highest. This place has been assigned to them, and hence all is changed in history: the aim, the method, the instrumentalities, and the conceptions of laws and of causes. It is this change, as now going on, and which must continue to go on, that is here attempted to be set forth. On turning over the large stiff pages of a folio volume, or the yellow leaves of a manuscript, in short, a poem, a code of laws, a confession of faith, what is your first comment? You say to yourself that the work before you is not of its own creation. It is simply a mold, like a fossil shell, an imprint similar to one of those forms embedded in a stone by an animal which once lived and perished. Beneath the shell was an animal, and behind the document there was a man. Why do you study the shell, unless to form some idea of the animal? In the same way do you study the document, in order to comprehend the man. Both shell and document are dead fragments, and of value only as indications of the complete living being. The aim is to reach this being. This is what you strive to reconstruct. It is a mistake to study the document as if it existed alone by itself. That is treating things merely as a pedant, and you subject yourself to the illusions of a bookworm. At bottom, mythologies and languages are not existences; the only realities are human beings who have employed words and imagery adapted to their organs and to suit the original cast of their intellects. A creed is nothing in itself. Who made it? Look at this or that portrait of the 16th century, the stern, energetic features of an archbishop or of an English martyr. Nothing exists except through the individual. It is necessary to know the individual himself. Let the parentage of creeds be established, or the classification of poems, or the growth of constitutions, or the transformation of idioms, and we have only cleared the ground. True history begins when the historian has discerned beyond the mists of ages the living, active man, endowed with passions, furnished with habits, special in voice, feature, gesture, and costume, distinctive and complete, like anybody that you have just encountered in the street. Let us strive, then, as far as possible, to get rid of this great interval of time which prevents us from observing the man with our eyes, the eyes of our own head. What revelations do we find in the calendared leaves of a modern poem? A modern poet, a man like de Musset, Victor Hugo, Lamartine, or Heine, graduated from a college, and travelled, wearing a dress coat and gloves, favoured by ladies, bowing 50 times, and uttering a dozen witticisms in an evening, reading daily newspapers, generally occupying an apartment on the 2nd story, not over cheerful on account of his nerves, and especially because, in this dense democracy in which we stifle each other, the discredit of official rank exaggerates his pretensions by raising his importance, and owing to the delicacy of his personal sensations, leading him to regard himself as a deity. Such is what we detect behind modern meditations and sonnets. Again, behind a tragedy of the 17th century there is a poet, one for example like Racine, refined, discreet, a courtier, a fine talker, with majestic peruke and ribboned shoes, a monarchist and zealous Christian, God having given him the grace not to blush in any society on account of zeal for his king or for the gospel. Clever in interesting the monarch, translating into proper French the Gaulois of Amiens, deferential to the great, always knowing how to keep his place in their company, assiduous and respectful at Marly as at Versailles, and the formal creations of a decorative landscape, and the reverential bows, graces, intrigues, and fineness of the braided seigneurs, who get up early every morning to obtain the reversion of an office, together with the charming ladies, who count on their fingers the pedigrees which entitle them to a seat on a footstool. On this point consult Saint Simon and the engravings of Perelle, the same as you have just consulted Balzac and the water-color drawings of Eugène Lamy. In like manner, on reading a Greek tragedy, our first care is to figure to ourselves the Greeks, that is to say, men who lived half naked in the gymnasiums, or on a public square under a brilliant sky, in full view of the noblest and most delicate landscape, busy in rendering their bodies strong and agile, in conversing together, in arguing, in voting, in carrying out patriotic piracies, and yet idle and temperate, the furniture of their houses consisting of 3 earthen jars, and their food of 2 pots of anchovies preserved in oil, served by slaves who afford them the time to cultivate their minds and to exercise their limbs, with no other concern than that of having the most beautiful city, the most beautiful processions, the most beautiful ideas, and the most beautiful men. In this respect, a statue like the Meleager, or the Theseus of the Parthenon, or again a sight of the blue and lustrous Mediterranean, resembling a silken tunic out of which islands arise like marble bodies, together with a dozen choice phrases selected from the works of Plato and Aristophanes, teach us more than any number of dissertations and commentaries. And so again, in order to understand an Indian Purana, one must begin by imagining the father of a family who, having seen a son on his son's knees, follows the law, and with axe and pitcher seeks solitude under a banyan tree, talks no more, multiplies his fastings, lives naked with 4 fires around him, under the 5th fire, that terrible sun which endlessly devours and resuscitates all living things, who fixes his imagination in turn for weeks at a time on the foot of Brahma, then on his knee, then on his thigh, on his navel, and so on, until beneath the strain of this intense meditation hallucinations appear, when all the forms of being, mingling together and transformed into each other, oscillate to and fro in this vertiginous brain, until the motionless man, with suspended breath and fixed eyeballs, beholds the universe melting away like vapor over the vacant immensity of the being in which he hopes for absorption. In this case, the best of teachings would be a journey in India, but for lack of a better one, take the narratives of travelers, along with works in geography, botany, and ethnology. In any event there must be the same research. A language, a law, a creed, is never other than an abstraction. The perfect thing is found in the active man, the visible corporeal figure which eats, walks, fights, and labors. Set aside the theories of constitutions and their results, of religions and their systems, and try to observe men in their workshops or offices, in their fields along with their own sky and soil, with their own homes, clothes, occupations, and repasts, just as you see them when, on landing in England or in Italy, you remark their features and gestures, their roads and their inns, the citizen on his promenades, and the workman taking a drink. Let us strive as much as possible to supply the place of the actual, personal, sensible observation that is no longer practicable, this being the only way in which we can really know the man. Let us make the past present. To judge of an object it must be present; no experience can be had of what is absent. Undoubtedly this sort of reconstruction is always imperfect; only an imperfect judgment can be based on it, but let us do the best we can. Incomplete knowledge is better than none at all, or than knowledge which is erroneous, and there is no other way of obtaining knowledge approximatively of bygone times than by seeing approximatively the men of former times. Such is the first step in history. This step was taken in Europe at the end of the last century, when the imagination took fresh flight under the auspices of Lessing and Walter Scott, and a little later in France, under Chateaubriand, Augustin Thierry, Michelet, and others. We now come to the second step. 2. On observing the visible man with your own eyes, what do you try to find in him? The invisible man. These words which your ears catch, those gestures, those airs of the head, his attire and sensible operations of all kinds, are for you merely so many expressions. These express something, a soul. An inward man is hidden beneath the outward man, and the latter simply manifests the former. You have observed the house in which he lives, his furniture, his costume, in order to discover his habits and tastes, the degree of his refinement or rusticity, his extravagance or economy, his follies or his cleverness. You have listened to his conversation and noted the inflections of his voice, the attitudes he has assumed, so as to judge of his spirits, self-abandonment or gaiety, his energy or rigidity. You consider his writings, works of art, financial and political schemes, with a view to measure the reach and limits of his intelligence, his creative power and self-command, to ascertain the usual order, kind, and force of his conceptions, in what way he thinks and how he resolves. All these externals are so many avenues converging to one centre, and you follow these only to reach that centre. Here is the real man, namely, that group of faculties and of sentiments which produces the rest. Behold a new world, an infinite world, for each visible action involves an infinite train of reasonings and emotions, new or old sensations which have combined to bring this into light, and which, like long ledges of rock sunk deep in the earth, have cropped out above the surface and attained their level. It is this subterranean world which forms the second aim, the special object of the historian. If his critical education suffices, he is able to discriminate, under every ornament in architecture, under every stroke of the brush in a picture, under each phrase of literary composition, the particular sentiment out of which the ornament, the stroke, and the phrase have sprung. He is a spectator of the inward drama, which has developed itself in the breast of the artist or writer. The choice of words, the length or shortness of the period, the species of metaphor, the accent of a verse, the chain of reasoning, all are to him an indication. While his eyes are reading the text, his mind and soul are following the steady flow and ever-changing series of emotions and conceptions from which this text has issued. He is working out its psychology. Should you desire to study this operation, regard the promoter and model of all the high culture of the epoch, Goethe, who before composing his Iphigenia spent days in making drawings of the most perfect statues, and who at last, his eyes filled with the noble forms of antique scenery, and his mind penetrated by the harmonious beauty of antique life, succeeded in reproducing internally, with such exactness, the habits and yearnings of Greek imagination, as to provide us with an almost twin sister of the Antigone of Sophocles and the goddess of the Phidias. This exact and demonstrated divination of bygone sentiments has in our days given a new life to history. There was almost complete ignorance of this in the last century. Men of every race and of every epoch were represented as about alike. The Greek, the barbarian, the Hindoo, the man of the Renaissance and the man of the 18th century, cast in the same mould and after the same pattern, and after a certain abstract conception which served for the whole human species. There was a knowledge of man, but not of men. There was no penetration into the soul itself. Nothing of the infinite diversity and wonderful complexity of souls had been detected. It was not known that the moral organization of a people or of an age is as special and distinct as the physical structure of a family of plants or of an order of animals. History today, like zoology, has found its anatomy, and whatever branch of it is studied, whether philology, languages, or mythologies, it is in this way that labor must be given to make it produce new fruit. Among so many writers who since Herder, Ottfried Müller, and Goethe have steadily followed and rectified this great effort, let the reader take two historians and two works, one, the Life and Letters of Cromwell by Carlyle, and the other, the Port Royal of Sainte-Beuve. He will see how precisely, how clearly, and how profoundly we detect the soul of a man beneath his actions and works, how, under an old general and in place of an ambitious man vulgarly hypocritical, we find one tormented by the disordered reveries of a gloomy imagination, but practical in instinct and faculties, thoroughly English and strange and incomprehensible to whoever has not studied the climate and the race; how, with about 100 scattered letters and a dozen or more mutilated speeches, we follow him from his farm and his team to his general's tent and to his protector's throne, in his transformation and in his development, in his struggles of conscience and in his statesman's resolutions, in such a way that the mechanism of his thought and action becomes visible, and the ever-renewed and fitful tragedy, within which racked this great gloomy soul, passes like the tragedies of Shakespeare into the souls of those who behold them. We see how, behind convent disputes and the obstinacy of nuns, we recover one of the great provinces of human psychology, how 50 or more characters, rendered invisible through the uniformity of a narration careful of the proprieties, came forth in full daylight, each standing out clear in its countless diversities; how, underneath theological dissertations and monotonous sermons, we discern the throbbings of ever-breathing hearts, the excitements and depressions of the religious life, the unforeseen reaction and pell-mell stir of natural feeling, the infiltrations of surrounding society, the intermittent triumphs of grace, presenting so many shades of difference that the fullest description and most flexible style can scarcely garner in the vast harvests which the critic has caused to germinate in this abandoned field. And the same elsewhere. Germany, with its genius, so pliant, so broad, so prompt in transformations, so fitted for the reproduction of the remotest and strangest states of human thought. England, with its matter-of-fact mind, so suited to the grappling with moral problems, to making them clear by figures, weights, and measures, by geography and statistics, by texts and common sense. France, at length, with its Parisian culture and drawing-room habits, with its unceasing analysis of characters and of works, with its ever-ready irony at detecting weaknesses, with its skilled finesse in discriminating shades of thought, all have ploughed over the same ground, and now we begin to comprehend that no region of history exists in which this deep subsoil should not be reached, if we would secure adequate crops between the furrows. Such is the second step, and we are now in train to follow it. Such is the proper aim of contemporary criticism. No one has done this work so judiciously and on so grand a scale as Sainte-Beuve. In this respect we are all his pupils. Literary, philosophic, and religious criticism in books and even in the newspapers is to-day entirely changed by his method. Ulterior evolution must start from this point. I have often attempted to expose what this evolution is. In my opinion, it is a new road open to history, and which I shall strive to describe in more detail. 3. After having observed in a man and noted down 1, 2, 3, and then a multitude of sentiments, do these suffice, and does your knowledge of him seem complete? Does a memorandum book constitute a psychology? It is not a psychology, and here, as elsewhere, the search for causes must follow the collection of facts. It matters not what the facts may be, whether physical or moral, they always spring from causes. There are causes for ambition, for courage, for veracity, as well as for digestion, for muscular action, and for animal heat. Vice and virtue are products like vitriol and sugar. Every complex fact grows out of the simple facts with which it is affiliated, and on which it depends. We must therefore try to ascertain what simple facts underlie moral qualities the same as we ascertain those that underlie physical qualities, and, for example, let us take the first fact that comes to hand, a religious system of music, that of a Protestant church. A certain inward cause has inclined the minds of worshippers towards these grave, monotonous melodies, a cause much greater than its effect, that is to say, a general conception of the veritable outward forms of worship which man owes to God. It is this general conception which has shaped the architecture of the temple, cast out statues, dispensed with paintings, effaced ornaments, shortened ceremonies, confined the members of a congregation to high pews which cut off the view, and governed the thousand details of decoration, posture, and all other externals. This conception itself again proceeds from a more general cause, an idea of human conduct in general, inward and outward, prayers, actions, dispositions of every sort that man is bound to maintain toward the Deity. It is this which has enthroned the doctrine of grace, lessened the importance of the clergy, transformed the sacraments, suppressed observances, and changed the religion of discipline into one of morality. This conception, in its turn, depends on a third one, still more general, that of moral perfection, as this is found in a perfect God, the impeccable judge, the stern overseer, who regards every soul as sinful, meriting punishment, incapable of virtue or of salvation, except through a stricken conscience which he provokes, and the renewal of the heart which he brings about. Here is the master conception, consisting of duty erected into the absolute sovereign of human life, and which prostrates all other ideals at the feet of the moral ideal. Here we reach what is deepest in man, for to explain this conception we must consider the race he belongs to, say the German, the Northman, the formation and character of his intellect, his ways in general of thinking and feeling, that tardiness and frigidity of sensation which keeps him from rashly and easily falling tinder the empire of sensual enjoyments, that bluntness of taste, that irregularity and those outbursts of conception which arrest in him the birth of refined and harmonious forms and methods, that disdain of appearances, that yearning for truth, that attachment to abstract, bare ideas which develop conscience in him at the expense of everything else. Here the search comes to an end. We have reached a certain primitive disposition, a particular trait belonging to sensations of all kinds, to every conception peculiar to an age or to a race, to characteristics inseparable from every idea and feeling that stir in the human breast. Such are the grand causes, for these are universal and permanent causes, present in every case and at every moment, everywhere and always active, indestructible, and inevitably dominant in the end, since whatever accidents cross their path, being limited and partial, end in yielding to the obscure and incessant repetition of their energy, so that the general structure of things, and all the main features of events, are their work, all religions and philosophies, all poetic and industrial systems, all forms of society and of the family, all, in fine, being imprints bearing the stamp of their seal. 4. There is, then, a system in human ideas and sentiments, the prime motor of which consists in general traits, certain characteristics of thought and feeling common to men belonging to a particular race, epoch, or country. Just as crystals in mineralogy, whatever their diversity, proceed from a few simple physical forms, so do civilizations in history, however these may differ, proceed from a few spiritual forms. One is explained by a primitive geometrical element, as the other is explained by a primitive psychological element. In order to comprehend the entire group of mineralogical species, we must first study a regular solid in the general, its facets and angles, and observe in this abridged form the innumerable transformations of which it is susceptible. In like manner, if we would comprehend the entire group of historic varieties, we must consider beforehand a human soul in the general, with its 2 or 3 fundamental faculties, and in this abridgment observe the principal forms it may present. This sort of ideal tableau, the geometrical as well as psychological, is not very complex, and we soon detect the limitations of organic conditions to which civilizations, the same as crystals, are forcibly confined. What do we find in man at the point of departure? Images or representations of objects, namely, that which floats before him internally, lasts a certain time, is effaced, and then returns after contemplating this or that tree or animal, in short, some sensible object. This forms the material basis of the rest, and the development of this material basis is twofold, speculative or positive, just as these representations end in a general conception or in an active resolution. Such is man, summarily abridged. It is here, within these narrow confines, that human diversities are encountered, now in the matter itself, and again in the primordial twofold development. However insignificant in the elements, they are of vast significance in the mass, while the slightest change in the factors leads to gigantic changes in the results. According as the representation is distinct, as if stamped by a coining press, or confused and blurred, according as it concentrates in itself a larger or smaller number of the characters of an object, according as it is violent and accompanied with impulsions, or tranquil and surrounded with calmness, so are all the operations and the whole running gear of the human machine entirely transformed. In like manner, according as the ulterior development of the representation varies, so does the whole development of the man vary. If the general conception in which this ends is merely a dry notation in Chinese fashion, language becomes a kind of algebra, religion and poetry are reduced to a minimum, philosophy is brought down to a sort of moral and practical common sense, science to a collection of recipes, classifications, and utilitarian mnemonics, the mind itself taking a whole positive turn. If, on the contrary, the general conception in which the representation culminates is a poetic and figurative creation, a living symbol, as with the Aryan races, language becomes a sort of shaded and tinted epic in which each word stands as a personage, poesy and religion assume magnificent and inexhaustible richness, and metaphysics develops with breadth and subtlety without any consideration of positive bearings. The whole intellect, notwithstanding the deviation and inevitable weaknesses of the effort, is captivated by the beautiful and sublime, thus conceiving an ideal type, which, through its nobleness and harmony, gathers to itself all the affections and enthusiasms of humanity. If, on the other hand, the general conception in which the representation culminates is poetic but abrupt, is reached not gradually but by sudden intuition, if the original operation is not a regular development but a violent explosion, then, as with the Semitic races, metaphysical power is wanting. The religious conception becomes that of a royal god, consuming and solitary. Science cannot take shape, the intellect grows rigid and too headstrong to reproduce the delicate ordering of nature. Poetry cannot give birth to aught but a series of vehement, grandiose exclamations, while language no longer renders the concatenation of reasoning and eloquence, man being reduced to lyric enthusiasm, to ungovernable passion, and to narrow and fanatical action. It is in this interval between the particular representation and the universal conception that the germs of the greatest human differences are found. Some races, like the classic for example, pass from the former to the latter by a graduated scale of ideas regularly classified and more general. Others, like the Germanic, traverse the interval in leaps, with uniformity and after prolonged and uncertain groping. Others, like the Romans and the English, stop at the lowest stages. Others, like the Hindus and Germans, mount to the uppermost. If, now, after considering the passage from the representation to the idea, we regard the passage from the representation to the resolution, we find here elementary differences of like importance and of the same order, according as the impression is vivid, as in southern climes, or faint, as in northern climes, as it ends in instantaneous action, as with barbarians, or tardily, as with civilized nations, as it is capable or not of growth, of inequality, of persistence, and of association. The entire system of human passion, all the risks of public peace and security, all labor and action, spring from these sources. It is the same with the other primordial differences. Their effects embrace an entire civilization, and may be likened to those algebraic formulae which, within narrow bounds, describe beforehand the curve of which these form law. Not that this law always prevails to the end. Sometimes perturbations arise, but even when this happens, it is not because the law is defective, but because it has not operated alone. New elements have entered into combination with old ones. Powerful foreign forces have interfered to oppose primitive forces. The race has emigrated, as with the ancient Aryans, and the change of climate has led to a change in the whole intellectual economy and structure of society. A people has been conquered, like the Saxon nation, and the new political structure has imposed on its customs, capacities, and desires, which it did not possess. The nation has established itself permanently in the midst of downtrodden and threatening subjects, as with the ancient Spartans, while the necessity of living, as in an armed encampment, has violently turned the whole moral and social organization in one unique direction. At all events, the mechanism of human history is like this. We always find the primitive mainspring consisting of some widespread tendency of soul and intellect, either innate or natural to the race, or acquired by it and due to some circumstance forced upon it. These great given mainsprings gradually produce their effects, that is to say, at the end of a few centuries, they place the nation in a new religious, literary, social, and economic state. A new condition, which, combined with their renewed effort, produces another condition, sometimes a good one, sometimes a bad one, now slowly, now rapidly, and so on, so that the entire development of each distinct civilization may be considered as the effect of one permanent force, which at every moment varies its work by modifying the circumstances where it acts. Section 38 of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books, edited by Charles W. Eliot. Introduction to the History of English Literature, by H. A. Taine. 5. Three different sources contribute to the production of this elementary moral state: race, environment, and epoch. What we call race consists of those innate and hereditary dispositions which man brings with him into the world, and which are generally accompanied with marked differences of temperament and of bodily structure. They vary in different nations. Naturally, there are varieties of men as there are varieties of cattle and horses, some brave and intelligent, and others timid and of limited capacity; some capable of superior conceptions and creations, and others reduced to rudimentary ideas and contrivances; some specially fitted for certain works, and more richly furnished with certain instincts, as we see in the better endowed species of dogs, some for running and others for fighting, some for hunting and others for guarding houses and flocks. We have here a distinct force, so distinct that in spite of the enormous deviations which both the other motives impress upon it, we still recognize, and which a race like the Aryan people, scattered from the Ganges to the Hebrides, established under all climates, ranged along every degree of civilization, transformed by 30 centuries of revolutions, shows nevertheless in its languages, in its religions, in its literatures, and in its philosophies, the community of blood and of intellect which still to-day binds together all its offshoots. However they may differ, their parentage is not lost. Barbarism, culture and grafting, differences of atmosphere and of soil, fortunate or unfortunate occurrences have operated in vain. The grand characteristics of the original form have lasted, and we find that the 2 or 3 leading features of the primitive imprint are again apparent under the subsequent imprints with which time has overlaid them. There is nothing surprising in this extraordinary tenacity. Although the immensity of the distance allows us to catch only a glimpse in a dubious light of the origin of species, the events of history throw sufficient light on events anterior to history to explain the almost unshaken solidity of primordial traits. At the moment of encountering them, 15, 20, and 30 centuries before our era, in Aryan, Egyptian, or Chinese, they represent the work of a much greater number of centuries, perhaps the work of many myriads of centuries. For as soon as an animal is born it must adapt itself to its surroundings. It breathes in another way, it renews itself differently, it is otherwise stimulated according as the atmosphere, the food, and the temperature are different. A different climate and situation create different necessities, and hence activities of a different kind, and hence again a system of different habits, and finally a system of different aptitudes and instincts. Man, thus compelled to put himself in equilibrium with circumstances, contracts a corresponding temperament and character, and his character, like his temperament, are acquisitions all the more stable because of the outward impression being more deeply imprinted in him by more frequent repetitions, and transmitted to his offspring by more ancient heredity. So that at each moment of time the character of a people may be considered as a summary of all antecedent actions and sensations, that is to say, as a quantity and as a weighty mass, not infinite, since all things in nature are limited, but disproportionate to the rest and almost impossible to raise, since each minute of an almost infinite past has contributed to render it heavier, and in order to turn the scale it would require on the other side a still greater accumulation of actions and sensations. Such is the first and most abundant source of these master faculties from which historic events are derived, and we see at once that if it is powerful it is owing to its not being a mere source, but a sort of lake, and like a deep reservoir wherein other sources have poured their waters for a multitude of centuries. When we have thus verified the internal structure of a race, we must consider the environment in which it lives. For man is not alone in the world. Nature envelops him, and other men surround him. Accidental and secondary folds come and overspread the primitive and permanent fold, while physical or social circumstances derange or complete the natural groundwork surrendered to them. At one time climate has had its effect. Although the history of Aryan nations can be only obscurely traced from their common country to their final abodes, we can nevertheless affirm that the profound difference which is apparent between the Germanic races on the one hand, and the Hellenic and Latin races on the other, proceeds in great part from the differences between the countries in which they have established themselves, the former in cold and moist countries, in the depths of gloomy forests and swamps, or on the borders of a wild ocean, confined to melancholic or rude sensations, inclined to drunkenness and gross feeding, leading a militant and carnivorous life; the latter, on the contrary, living amidst the finest scenery alongside of a brilliant sparkling sea inviting navigation and commerce, exempt from the grosser cravings of the stomach, disposed at the start to social habits and customs, to political organization, to the sentiments and faculties which develop the art of speaking, the capacity for enjoyment and invention in the sciences, in art, and in literature. At another time, political events have operated, as in the two Italian civilizations, the first one tending wholly to action, to conquest, to government, and to legislation, through the primitive situation of a city of refuge, a frontier emporium, and of an armed aristocracy, which, importing and enrolling foreigners and the vanquished under it, sets two hostile bodies facing each other, with no outlet for its internal troubles and rapacious instincts, but systematic warfare. The second one, excluded from unity and political ambition on a grand scale by the permanency of its municipal system, by the cosmopolite situation of its pope, and by the military intervention of neighboring states, and following the bent of its magnificent and harmonious genius, is wholly carried over to the worship of voluptuousness and beauty. Finally, at another time, social conditions have imposed their stamp, as 18 centuries ago by Christianity, and 25 centuries ago by Buddhism, when around the Mediterranean, as in Hindustan, the extreme effects of Aryan conquest and organization led to intolerable oppression, the crushing of the individual, utter despair, the whole world under the ban of a curse, with the development of metaphysics and visions, until man, in this dungeon of despondency, feeling his heart melt, conceived of abnegation, charity, tender love, gentleness, humility, human brotherhood, here in the idea of universal nothingness, and there under that of the fatherhood of God. Look around at the regulative instincts and faculties implanted in a race. In brief, the turn of mind according to which it thinks and acts at the present day. We shall find most frequently that its work is due to one of these prolonged situations, to these enveloping circumstances, to these persistent gigantic pressures brought to bear on a mass of men, who, one by one and all collectively, from one generation to another, have been unceasingly bent and fashioned by them. In Spain a crusade of 8 centuries against the Mohammedans, prolonged yet longer even to the exhaustion of the nation through the expulsion of the Moors, through the spoliation of the Jews, through the establishment of the Inquisition, through the Catholic wars. In England a political establishment of 8 centuries which maintains man erect and respectful, independent and obedient, all accustomed to struggling together in a body under the sanction of law. In France a Latin organization, which at first imposed on docile barbarians, then levelled to the ground under the universal demolition, forms itself anew under the latent workings of a national instinct, developing under hereditary monarchs and ending in a sort of equalized, centralized, administrative republic under dynasties exposed to revolutions. Such are the most efficacious among the observable causes which mould the primitive man. They are to nations what education, pursuit, condition, and abode are to individuals, and seem to comprise all, since the external forces which fashion human matter, and by which the outward acts on the inward, are comprehended in them. There is nevertheless a third order of causes, for, with the forces within and without, there is the work these have already produced together, which work itself contributes toward producing the ensuing work. Beside the permanent impulsion and the given environment there is the acquired momentum. When national character and surrounding circumstances operate, it is not on a tabula rasa, but on one already bearing imprints. According as this tabula is taken at one or at another moment, so is the imprint different, and this suffices to render the total effect different. Consider, for example, 2 moments of literature or of an art, French tragedy under Corneille and under Voltaire, and Greek drama under Aeschylus and under Euripides, Latin poetry under Lucretius and under Claudian, and Italian painting under Da Vinci and under Guido. Assuredly there is no change of general conception at either of these 2 extreme points. Ever the same human type must be portrayed or represented in action. The cast of the verse, the dramatic structure, the physical form have all persisted. But there is this among these differences, that one of the artists is a precursor, and the other a successor; that the first one has no model, and the second one has a model; that the former sees things face to face, and that the latter sees them through the intermediation of the former; that many departments of art have become more perfect; that the simplicity and grandeur of the impression have diminished; that what is pleasing and refined in form has augmented; in short, that the first work has determined the second. In this respect it is with a people as with a plant. The same sap at the same temperature and in the same soil produces, at different stages of its successive elaborations, different developments, buds, flowers, fruits, and seeds, in such a way that the condition of the following is always that of the preceding, and is born out of its death. Now, if you no longer regard a brief moment as above, but one of those grand periods of development which embraces one or many centuries, like the Middle Ages, or our last classic period, the conclusion is the same. A certain dominating conception has prevailed throughout. Mankind, during 200 years, during 500 years, have represented to themselves a certain ideal figure of man; in medieval times the knight and the monk; in our classic period the courtier and refined talker. This creative and universal conception has monopolized the entire field of action and thought, and after spreading its involuntary systematic works over the world, it languished and then died out. And now a new idea has arisen, destined to a like domination and to equally multiplied creations. Note here that the latter depends in part on the former, and that it is the former which, combining its effect with those of national genius and surrounding circumstances, will impose their bent and their direction on new born things. It is according to this law that great historic currents are formed, meaning by this the long rule of a form of intellect or of a master idea, like that period of spontaneous creation called the Renaissance, or that period of oratorical classifications called the Classic Age, or that series of mystic systems called the Alexandrian and Christian epoch, or that series of mythological efflorescences found at the origins of German, India, and Greece. Here, as elsewhere, we are dealing merely with a mechanical problem. The total effect is a compound, wholly determined by the grandeur and direction of the forces which produce it. The sole difference which separates these moral problems from physical problems lies in this, that in the former the directions and grandeur cannot be estimated by or stated in figures with the same precision as in the latter. If a want, a faculty, is a quantity capable of degrees, the same as pressure or weight, this quantity is not measurable like that of the pressure or weight. We cannot fix it in an exact or approximative formula; we can obtain or give of it only a literary impression. We are reduced to nothing, and citing the prominent facts which make it manifest, and which nearly or roughly indicate about what grade on the scale it must be ranged at. And yet, notwithstanding the methods of notation are not the same in the moral sciences as in the physical sciences, nevertheless, as matter is the same in both, and is equally composed of forces, directions, and magnitudes, we can still show that in one, as in the other, the final effect takes place according to the same law. This is great or small according as the fundamental forces are great or small, and act more or less precisely in the same sense, according as the distinct effects of race, environment, and epoch combine to enforce each other or combine to neutralize each other. Thus are explained the long impotences and the brilliant successes which appear irregularly and with no apparent reason in the life of a people. The causes of these consist in internal concordances and contrarieties. There was one of these concordances when, in the 17th century, the social disposition and conversational spirit innate in France encountered drawing-room formalities and the moment of oratorical analysis; when, in the 19th century, the flexible, profound genius of Germany encountered the age of philosophic synthesis and of cosmopolite criticism. One of these contrarieties happened when, in the 17th century, the blunt, isolated genius of England awkwardly tried to don the new polish of urbanity, and when, in the 16th century, the lucid, prosaic French intellect tried to gestate a living poesy. It is this secret concordance of creative forces which produced the exquisite courtesy and noble cast of literature under Louis XIV, and Bossuet, and the grandiose metaphysics and broad critical sympathy under Hegel and Goethe. It is this secret contrariety of creative forces which produced the literary incompleteness, the licentious plays, the abortive drama of Dryden and Wycherley, the poor Greek importations, the gropings, the minute beauties and fragments of Ronsard and the Pléiad. We may confidently affirm that the unknown creations toward which the current of coming ages is bearing up will spring from and be governed by these primordial forces; that, if these forces could be measured and computed, we might deduce from them, as from a formula, the characters of future civilization; and that if, notwithstanding the evident rudeness of our notations, and the fundamental inexactitude of our measures, we would nowadays form some idea of our general destinies, we must base our conjectures on an examination of these forces; for, in enumerating them, we run through the full circle of active forces, and when the race, the environment, and the moment have been considered, that is to say, the inner mainspring, the pressure from without, and the impulsion already acquired, we have exhausted not only all real causes, but against all possible causes of movement. 6. There remains to be ascertained in what way these causes, applied to a nation or to a century, distribute their effects. Like a spring issuing from an elevated spot and diffusing its waters, according to the height from ledge to ledge until it finally reaches the low ground, so does the tendency of mind or soul in a people, due to race, epoch, or environment, diffuse itself in different proportions, and by regular descent over the different series of facts which compose its civilization. In preparing the geographical map of a country, starting at its watershed, we see the slopes, just below this common point, dividing themselves into 5 or 6 principal basins, and then each of the latter into several others, and so on until the whole country, with its thousands of inequalities of surface, is included in the ramifications of this network. In like manner, in preparing the psychological map of the events and sentiments belonging to a certain human civilization, we find at the start 5 or 6 well-determined provinces: religion, art, philosophy, the state, the family, and industries. Next, in each of these provinces natural departments, and then finally in each of these departments still smaller territories, until we arrive at those countless details of life which we observe daily in ourselves and around us. If again we examine and compare together these various groups of facts, we at once find that they are composed of parts, and that all have parts in common. Let us take first the 3 principal products of human intelligence: religion, art, and philosophy. What is a philosophy but a conception of nature and of its primordial causes under the form of abstractions and formulas? What underlies a religion and an art if not a conception of this same nature, and of these same primordial causes, under the form of more or less determinate symbols, and of more or less distinct personages, with this difference, that in the first case we believe that they exist, and in the second case that they do not exist? Let the reader consider some of the great creations of the intellect in India, in Scandinavia, in Persia, in Rome, in Greece, and he will find that art everywhere is a sort of philosophy become sensible, religion a sort of poem regarded as true, and philosophy a sort of art and religion desiccated and reduced to pure abstractions. There is, then, in the centre of each of these groups a common element, the conception of the world and its origin, and if they differ amongst each other it is because each combines with the common element a distinct element, here the power of abstraction, there the faculty of personifying with belief, and finally the talent for personifying without belief. Let us now take the 2 leading products of human association, the family and the state. What constitutes the state, other than the sentiment of obedience by which a multitude of men collect together under the authority of a chief? And what constitutes the family, other than the sentiment of obedience by which a wife and children act together under the direction of a father and husband? The family is a natural, primitive, limited state, as the state is an artificial, ulterior, and expanded family, while beneath the differences which arise from the number, origin, and condition of its members, we distinguish in the small as in the large community a like fundamental disposition of mind which brings them together and unites them. Suppose now that this common element receives from the environment, the epoch, and the race peculiar characteristics, and it is clear that all the groups into which it enters will be proportionately modified. If the sentiment of obedience is merely one of fear, you encounter, as in most of the Oriental states, the brutality of despotism, a prodigality of vigorous punishments, the exploitation of the subject, servile habits, insecurity of property, impoverished production, female slavery, and the customs of the harem. If the sentiment of obedience is rooted in the instinct of discipline, sociability, and honor, you find, as in France, a complete military organization, a superb administrative hierarchy, a weak public spirit with outbursts of patriotism, the unhesitating docility of the subject along with the hot-headedness of the revolutionist, the obsequiousness of the courtier along with the reserve of the gentleman, the charm of refined conversation along with the home and family bickerings, conjugal equality together with matrimonial incompatibilities under the necessary constraints of the law. If, finally, the sentiment of obedience is rooted in the instinct of subordination and in the idea of duty, you perceive, as in Germanic nations, the security and contentment of the household, the firm foundations of domestic life, the slow and imperfect development of world matters, innate respect for established rank, superstitious reverence for the past, maintenance of social inequalities, natural and habitual deference to the law. Similarly in a race, just as there is a difference of aptitude for general ideas, so will its religion, art, and philosophy be different. If man is naturally fitted for broader universal conceptions, and inclined at the same time to their derangement, through the nervous irritability of an over-excited organization, we find, as in India, a surprising richness of gigantic religious creations, a splendid bloom of extravagant transparent epics, a strange concatenation of subtle, imaginative philosophic systems, all so intimately associated and so interpenetrated with a common sap, that we at once recognize them by their amplitude, by their color, and by their disorder, as productions of the same climate and of the same spirit. If, on the contrary, the naturally sound and well-balanced man is content to restrict his conceptions to narrow bounds in order to cast them in more precise forms, we see, as in Greece, a theology of artists and narrators, special gods that are soon separated from objects and almost transformed at once into substantial personages, the sentiment of its universal unity nearly effaced and scarcely maintained in the vague notion of destiny, a philosophy rather than subtle and compact, grandiose and systematic, narrowly metaphysically, but incomparable in its logic, sophistry, and morality, a poesy and arts superior to anything we have seen in lucidity, naturalness, proportion, truth, and beauty. Footnote: The birth of the Alexandrine philosophy is due to contact with the Orient. Aristotle's metaphysical views stand alone. Moreover, with him, as with Plato, they afford a mere glimpse. By way of contrast, see systematic power in Plotinus, Proclus, Schelling, and Hegel, or again in the admirable boldness of Brahmanic and Buddhist speculation. If, finally, man is reduced to narrow conceptions deprived of any speculative subtlety, and at the same time finds that he is absorbed and completely hardened by practical interests, we see, as in Rome, rudimentary deities, mere empty names, good for denoting the petty details of agriculture, generation, and the household, veritable marriage and farming labels, and therefore a null or borrowed mythology, philosophy, and poesy. Here, as elsewhere, comes in the law of mutual dependencies. A civilization is a living unit, the parts of which hold together the same as the parts of an organic body. Just as in an animal, the instincts, teeth, limbs, bones, and muscular apparatus are bound together in such a way that a variation of one determines a corresponding variation in the others, and out of which a skilful naturalist, with a few bits, imagines and reconstructs an almost complete body, so in a civilization do religion, philosophy, the family scheme, literature, and the arts form a system in which each local change involves a general change, so that an experienced historian, who studies one portion apart from the others, sees beforehand and partially predicts the characteristics of the rest. There is nothing vague in this dependence. The regulation of all this in the living body consists, first, of the tendency to manifest a certain primordial type, and next, the necessity of its possessing organs which can supply its wants and put itself in harmony with itself in order to live. The regulation in a civilization consists in the presence in each great human creation of an elementary productor equally present in other surrounding creations, that is, some faculty and aptitude, some efficient and marked disposition, which, with its own peculiar character, introduces this with that into all operations in which it takes part, and which, according to its variations, causes variations in all the works in which it cooperates. 7. Having reached this point, we can obtain a glimpse of the principal features of human transformations, and can now search for the general laws which regulate not only events, but classes of events, not only this religion or that literature, but the whole group of religions or of literatures. If, for example, it is admitted that a religion is a metaphysical poem associated with belief, if it is recognized besides that there are certain races and certain environments in which belief, poetic faculty, and metaphysical faculty display themselves in common with unwonted vigor, if we consider that Christianity and Buddhism were developed at periods of grand systematizations and in the midst of sufferings like the oppression which stirred up the fanatics of Cevennes, if, on the other hand, it is recognized that primitive religions are born at the dawn of human reason, during the richest expansion of human imagination, at times of the greatest naivete and of the greatest credulity, if we consider again that Mohammedanism appeared along with the advent of poetic prose and of the conception of material unity, amongst a people destitute of science and at the moment of a sudden development of the intellect, we might conclude that religion is born and declines, is reformed and transformed, according as circumstances fortify and bring together, with more or less precision and energy, its three generative instincts, and we would then comprehend why religion is endemic in India among specially exalted imaginative and philosophic intellects, why it blooms out so wonderfully and so grandly in the Middle Ages, in an oppressive society, amongst new languages and literature, why it develops again in the 16th century with a new character and an heroic enthusiasm, at the time of an universal Renaissance and at the awakening of the Germanic races, why it swarms out in so many bizarre sects in the rude democracy of America and under the bureaucratic despotism of Russia, why, in fine, it is seen spreading out in the Europe of to-day in such different proportions and with such special traits, according to such differences of race and of civilizations. And so for every kind of human production, for letters, music, the arts of design, philosophy, the sciences, state industries, and the rest, each has some moral tendency for its direct cause, or a concurrence of moral tendencies. Given the cause, it appears; the cause withdrawn, it disappears. The weakness or intensity of the cause is the measure of its own weakness or intensity. It is bound to that, like any physical phenomenon to its condition, like dew to the chilliness of a surrounding atmosphere, like dilatation to heat. Couples exist in the moral world as they exist in the physical world, as rigorously linked together and as universally diffused. Whatever in one case produces, alters, or suppresses the first term, produces, alters, and suppresses the second term as a necessary consequence. Whatever cools the surrounding atmosphere causes the fall of dew. Whatever develops credulity, along with poetic conceptions of the universe, engenders religion. Thus have things come about, and thus will they continue to come about. As soon as the adequate and necessary condition of one of these vast apparitions becomes known to us, our mind has a hold on the future as well as on the past. We can confidently state under what circumstances it will reappear, foretell without rashness many portions of its future history, and sketch with precaution some of the traits of its ulterior development. 8. History has reached this point at the present day, or rather it is nearly there, on the threshold of this inquest. The question as now stated is this: given a literature, a philosophy, a society, an art, a certain group of arts, what is the moral state of things which produces it? And what are the conditions of race, epoch, and environment the best adapted to produce this moral state? There is a distinct moral state for each of these formations and for each of their branches. There is one art in general, as well for each particular art, for architecture, painting, sculpture, music, and poetry, each with a germ of its own in the large field of human psychology. Each has its own law, and it is by virtue of this law that we see each shoot up, apparently haphazard, singly and alone amidst the miscarriages of their neighbours, like painting in Flanders and Holland in the 17th century, like poetry in England in the 16th century, like music in Germany in the 18th century. At this moment, and in these countries, the conditions for one art, and not for the others, are fulfilled, and one branch only has bloomed out amidst the general sterility. It is these laws of human vegetation which history must now search for. It is this special psychology of each special formation which must be got at. It is the composition of a complete table of these peculiar conditions that must now be worked out. There is nothing more delicate and nothing more difficult. Montesquieu undertook it, but in his day the interest in history was too recent for him to be successful. Nobody, indeed, had any idea of the road that was to be followed, and even at the present day we scarcely begin to obtain a glimpse of it. Just as astronomy at bottom is a mechanical problem, and physiology likewise a chemical problem, so is history at bottom a problem of psychology. There is a particular system of inner impressions and operations which fashions the artist, the believer, the musician, the painter, the nomad, the social man. For each of these, the filiation, intensity, and interdependence of ideas and of emotions are different. Each has his own moral history, and his own special organization, along with some master tendency and with some dominant trait. To explain each of these would require a chapter devoted to a profound internal analysis, and that is a work that can scarcely be called sketched out at the present day. But one man, Stendhal, through a certain turn of mind and a peculiar education, has attempted it, and even yet most of his readers find his works paradoxical and obscure. His talent and ideas were too premature. His admirable insight his profound sayings carelessly thrown out, the astonishing precision of his notes and logic, were not understood. People were not aware that under the appearances and talk of a man of the world he explained the most complex of internal mechanisms, that his finger touched the great mainspring, that he brought scientific processes to bear in the history of the heart, the art of employing figures, of decomposing, of deducing, that he was the first to point out fundamental causes such as nationalities, climates, and temperaments; in short, that he treated sentiments as they should be treated, that is to say, as a naturalist and physicist, by making classifications and estimating forces. On account of all this, he was pronounced dry and eccentric, and allowed to live in isolation, composing novels, books of travel, and taking notes, for which he counted upon and has obtained about a dozen or so of readers. And yet his works are those in which we of the present day may find the most satisfactory effects that have been made to clear the road I have just striven to describe. Nobody has taught one better how to observe with one's own eyes, first to regard humanity around us and life as it is, and next, old and authentic documents, how to read more than merely the black and white of the page, how to detect under old print and the scrawl of the text the veritable sentiment and the train of thought, the mental state in which the words were penned. In his writings, as in those of Sainte-Beuve and in those of the German critics, the reader will find how much is to be derived from a literary document, if this document is rich and we know how to interpret it. We will find in the psychology of a particular soul often that of an age, and sometimes that of a race. In this respect a great poem, a good novel, the confessions of a superior man, are more instructive than a mass of historians and histories. I would give 50 volumes of charters and 100 diplomatic files for the memoirs of Cellini, the epistles of St. Paul, the table talk of Luther, or the comedies of Aristophanes. Herein lies the value of literary productions. They are instructive because they are beautiful. Their usefulness increases with their perfection, and if they provide us with documents, it is because they are monuments. The more visible a book renders sentiments, the more literary it is, for it is the special office of literature to take note of sentiments. The more important the sentiments noted in a book, the higher its rank in literature, for it is by representing what sort of a life a nation or an epoch leads, that a writer rallies to himself the sympathies of a nation or of an epoch. Hence, among the documents which bring before our eyes the sentiments of preceding generations, a literature, and especially a great literature, is incomparably the best. It resembles those admirable instruments of remarkable sensitiveness which physicists make use of to detect and measure the most profound and delicate changes that occur in a human body. There is nothing approaching this in constitutions or religions. The articles of a code or of a catechism do no more than depict mind in gross and without finesse. If there are any documents which show life and spirit in politics and in creeds, they are the eloquent discourses of the pulpit and the tribune, memoirs and personal confessions, all belonging to literature, so that outside of itself literature embodies whatever is good elsewhere. It is mainly in studying literatures that we are able to produce moral history and arrive at some knowledge of the psychological laws on which events depend. I have undertaken to write a history of a literature and to ascertain the psychology of a people. In selecting this one, it is not without a motive. A people had to be taken possessing a vast and complete literature, which is rarely found. There are few nations which through their existence have thought and written well in the full sense of the word. Among the ancients, Latin literature is null at the beginning, and afterward borrowed and an imitation. Among the moderns, German literature is nearly a blank for 2 centuries. Italian and Spanish literatures come to an end in the middle of the 17th century. Ancient Greece and modern France and England alone offer a complete series of great and expressive monuments. I have chosen the English because, as this still exists and is open to direct observation, it can be better studied than that of an extinct civilization of which fragments only remain, and because, being different, it offers better than that of France very marked characteristics in the eyes of a Frenchman. Moreover, outside of what is peculiar to English civilization, apart from a spontaneous development, it presents a forced deviation due to the latest and most effective conquest to which the country was subject. The 3 given conditions out of which it issues, race, climate, and the Norman conquest, are clearly and distinctly visible in its literary monuments, so that we study in this history the 2 most potent motors of human transformation, namely, nature and constraint, and we study them without any break or uncertainty in a series of authentic and complete monuments. I have tried to define these primitive motors, to show their gradual effects, and explain how their insensible operation has brought religious and literary productions into full light, and how the inward mechanism is developed by which the barbarous Saxon became the Englishman of the present day. End of Section 38. End of Prefaces and Prologues to Famous Books by Charles W. Eliot.